Ernest Sosa Encountering Chinese Philosophy. Feudin Studies in Encountering Chinese Philosophy. Series Editor Yong Huang. A gap exists between scholars doing Chinese philosophy and scholars in the mainstream Western philosophy, each working in their own tradition without knowing much, if at all, of what is going on in the other tradition. TH's series tackles the problem head-on by promoting dialogues between philosophers specializing in Chinese philosophy and mainstream Western philosophers. Each volume features one prominent living philosopher in the Western tradition, who may or may not know anything about Chinese philosophy. Around a dozen or so leading scholars in Chinese philosophy are invited to critically engage various aspects of the Western philosopher's work from Chinese philosophical perspectives. The featured Western philosopher is then asked to respond to the challenges brought to his/her philosophy by scholars in Chinese philosophy. The cross-cultural engagement improves the visibility and ikaki of Chinese philosophy in the world. Ernest Sosa Encountering Chinese Philosophy. A Cross-Cultural Approach to Virtue Epistemology. Edited by Yong Huang. 2. Ernest Sosa Encounters Chinese Philosophy. An Introduction. Yong Huang. 1. Introduction. Virtue epistemology can be seen as a parallel to virtue ethics in a number of aspects. First, both can be traced, at least, to Aristotle. Aristotle regards rationality as something distinctively human, and rationality for him can be divided into the theoretical and the practical. As virtue is merely excellence of rational activities of the soul, there are intellectual virtues and practical, moral, virtues. While virtue ethics is concerned with the latter, virtue epistemology is concerned with the former. Second, virtue ethics emphasizes not just the right action but the right action done through the characters of the moral agent. Similarly, virtue epistemology emphasizes not just the true belief but the true belief acquired through the character or competence of the epistemic agent. Our virtue epistemology and virtue ethics focus rather on the agent and cognizer. When the agent's actions are said to be right and the cognizer's beliefs knowledge, we speak implicitly of the virtues, practical or intellectual, seated in that subject. Sosa 2009, 189. THIRD, there is an impressive revival of virtue ethics in contemporary philosophy as a rival to deontology and consequentialism. Similarly, virtue epistemology has also emerged as a viable alternative to naturalized epistemology, with the former being normative and the latter descriptive. Fourth, contemporary virtue ethics has become pluralized, partially because die-errant virtue ethicists today are appealing to die-errant philosophers, such as Aristotle, Stoics, Hume, Nietzsche, Dewey, among others, for their inspirations. Similarly, contemporary virtue epistemology has also become pluralized, with die-errant virtue epistemologists drawing on die-errant sources such as Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Descartes, Hume, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Peirce, among others, in developing their ideas. However, there is a clear disanalogy between virtue ethics and virtue epistemology. As virtue ethics prospers in contemporary Western philosophy, scholars doing Chinese philosophy have quickly produced an impressive number of publications on virtue ethics in Chinese traditions in the form of journal articles, book chapters, and single-authored monographs. In contrast, virtue epistemology has not attracted its deserved attention from these scholars, with only a small handful of articles exploring the virtue epistemological potentials in Chinese tradition so far published. In this context, it is significant that, in this volume, 11 experts of Chinese philosophy critically and constructively take the work of Ernest Sosa, the pioneer of contemporary virtue epistemology, and engage it in fruitful dialogues with classical Chinese philosophers, especially Confucius, Sun Tzu, and Wang Yangming, Confucianism, Zhuangzi, Daoism, and Linji, Chan Buddhism. 2. Sosa's virtue epistemology at a glance. It is now accepted that there are two main schools of contemporary virtue epistemology, responsibilism and reliabilism, and Sosa belongs to the latter. Sosa himself provides the following characterization of these two versions of virtue epistemology. One of these NDS in epistemology important correlates of Aristotle's moral virtues. Such responsibilist character epistemology builds its account of epistemic normativity on the subject's responsible manifestation of epistemic character. The other form of virtue epistemology cleaves closer to Aristotelian intellectual virtues while recognizing a broader set of competences still restricted to basic faculties of perception, introspection, and the like. Sosa 2017, 140. As a reliabilist, Sosa argues that the faculty virtues or intellectual competences are constitutive of knowledge. While he does not exclude trait virtues in the formation of knowledge, he regards them as merely auxiliary, as we will see in section 4 below. In several of his more recent writings, Sosa 2019, Sosa 2021, as well as his responses to contributors included in this volume, Sosa also highlights his reliabilist virtue epistemology as a telic virtue epistemology, according to which the epistemic domain is one where we perform alethically, aiming at getting it right, whether through judgment, intentional and even conscious, or through functional perception or belief, where the aim would be teleological rather than intentional. Sosa 2019. 15. There are at least three salient features in his characterization of his virtue epistemology as a telic one. First, just as virtue ethics is often contrasted with deontology, Sosa emphasizes that we have a telic normativity in contrast with the deontic normativity of norms, obligations, permissions, and so on. Sosa 2019, 15. Second, the goal that telic virtue epistemology emphasizes is intrinsic to it, true belief, and thus excludes external values from our assessment of any epistemic attempt. Sosa uses hunting in the form of archery as an analogy to explain this. A telic assessment of the archer's attempt is to see whether she hits the target, while whether the archer's shot may bring food to the hunter's starving family, or may constitute a horrible murder is irrelevant. Sosa 2019, 16. Similarly, telic assessment of an epistemic attempt is to see whether it leads to true belief, which is its intrinsic goal, and bracket any consequentialist assessment of the utility or disutility of such a true belief. Thus, Sosa emphasizes that the virtue of our telic virtue epistemology is aim relative, thus its telic character. Telic assessment does not import any assessment of the aim. Telic excellence allows awful aims, as in a perfect murder. Sosa 2021, ch2, n11. THIRD, we have been saying that the intrinsic 3. goal of epistemic attempt is true belief. To have reached such a goal indicates a successful attempt, which of course is better than unsuccessful attempt. However, Sosa emphasizes that an attempt is a better attempt, it is better as an attempt, if competent than if incompetent, and it is better to succeed through competence aptly than through sheer luck. Sosa 2019, 15. So a telic assessment of an epistemic attempt is not just to see whether it is successful but how reliably successful it is. His last feature involves Sosa's distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge, his conceptions of AAA conception of knowledge and SSS conception of competence. It is important to keep in mind that, for Sosa, animal knowledge is not, non-human, animal's knowledge. He is talking about human knowledge, which has two varieties, animal knowledge and reactive knowledge. According to him, animal knowledge does not require that the knower have an epistemic perspective on his belief, a perspective from which he endorses the source of that belief, from which he can see that source as reliably truth-conducive. Reactive knowledge does by contrast require such a perspective. Sosa 2009, 135. For example, when you see your hand when you are awake, the knowledge you have about your hand is animal knowledge if you don't know you are awake. Reactive knowledge about the hand, in the contrast, requires not only that you have seen it but also that you know that you are not dreaming, among others. Sosa 2009, 21. As human knowledge, animal knowledge, or unreactive knowledge, just like reactive knowledge, is epistemically related to reasoning, although in two different ways. Animal knowledge is concerned with the acquisition and sustenance of apt, reliable belief, whereas reactive knowledge requires the belief to be placed also in a perspective within which it may be seen as apt. Sosa 2009, 75. In Sosa's virtue epistemology, knowledge has an AAA structure: accuracy, adroitness, and aptness. As an analogy, Sosa uses his favorite archer's shot to explain it. When assessing it, we need to see whether it hits the target, which is what accuracy requires. Second, if it hits the target, we need to see whether the shot manifests the skill of the archer, which is what adroitness requires. THIRD, if it manifests the skill of the archer, we need to see whether the shot's being accurate is because it is adroit, which is what aptness requires. While the RST 2 points may be clear, the last point is not so. To explain this, Sosa illustrates. Take a shot that in normal conditions would have hit the bullseye. The wind may be abnormally strong, and just strong enough to divert the arrow so that, in conditions thereafter normal, it would miss the target altogether. However, shifting winds may next guide it gently to the bullseye after all. The shot is then accurate and adroit, but not accurate because adroit, not sufficiently. So it is not apt, and not creditable to the archer. Sosa 2007, 22. Similarly, a belief can be knowledge if it also has this AAA structure. First, it has to be accurate, i.e. true. Second, it must be adroit, i.e. it manifests epistemic virtue or competence. And third, it must be apt, i.e. it is true because it manifests the competence. See Sosa 2007, 23. 4. With this AAA structure, Sosa explains the animal knowledge and reactive knowledge in this way. Animal knowledge is essentially apt belief without being required to be defensibly apt belief. In contrast, reactive knowledge is not only apt belief but is also defensibly apt belief, i.e., apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt, and whose aptness the subject can therefore defend against relevant skeptical doubts. Sosa 2007, 24. Sosa also distinguishes animal knowledge as of the RST order aptness, and reactive knowledge as of the full aptness. To understand this distinction, Sosa introduces the notion of meta-aptness or second-order aptness. A belief of the first-order aptness is a true belief whose being true is due to the competence. A belief of the meta-aptness is a belief that is formed, instead of being withheld, after and because risks in forming this belief are competently assessed. Here, not only may a belief of the RST order aptness not be a belief of the meta-aptness, but a belief of the meta-aptness may not be a belief of the RST order aptness, as a belief that is formed after and because risks in forming, instead of withholding, the belief are competently assessed may still not be true and is thus not RST orderly apt. A reactive belief is a belief not merely of both the RST order aptness and meta-aptness but is a fully apt belief in the sense that its RST order aptness is due to or manifests its meta-aptness. Sosa 2011, 7-9. Closely related to this AAA structure is the SSS constitution of competence, so much so that Sosa often uses them together, regarding his virtue epistemology as an AAA/SSS account of knowledge. To illustrate, Sosa uses as an analogy a driver's competence, which has a triple S, seat, shape, and situation, constitution. A. The innermost driving competence that is seated in one's brain, nervous system, and body, which one retains even while asleep or drunk. B. A fuller inner competence, which requires also that one be in proper shape, that is, awake, sober, alert, and so on. And C. Complete competence or ability to drive well and safely, on a given road or in a certain area, which requires also that one be well situated, with appropriate road conditions pertaining to the surface, the lighting, etc. Complete competence is thus an SSS, or an SESHSI, competence. Sosa 2017, 191-192. Similarly, we may say, for example, that a perceiving, epistemic, agent's competence also has a triple S constitution: a, the innermost perceiving competence, say vision, that is seated in the perceiving agent; b, a fuller inner competence, which, in addition, requires one to be in proper shape, for example, having not taken some medicine that may cause one to see blue things red and red things blue; and c, complete competence to perceive well, which in further addition, requires one be well situated, for example, the object to be perceived is not too far away in the distance. Sosa emphasizes the importance of the SSS constitution of epistemic competence because it is crucial to meta-aptness and thus full aptness, discussed above. The function of meta-aptness is to assess the risk factors in forming or withholding a belief. In such an assessment, one should not only check whether one has a good innermost competence but also whether one is in good epistemic shape and in a good epistemic situation. So even if one has good vision, seat, but is not in good epistemic shape and not in a good epistemic situation, one may decide to suspend one's judgment, instead of remaining or denying. 5. It is in this sense that Sosa connects the SSS constitution with full aptness. We need to consider factors that might go wrong under the SSS description, whether we have the skill, while in proper shape and well enough situated. Speaks in favor of the pertinence of full aptness in general, and of its epistemic importance in particular, Sosa 2015, 111. Moreover, Sosa also uses his view of competence with the triple S constitution to respond to situationist criticisms of virtue epistemology, similar to the situationist criticism of virtue ethics. According to this criticism, we are surprisingly likely to be less reliable than we had thought, and that we are made less reliable by instances astoundingly irrelevant to the truth of the beliefs that they nevertheless do instance. So the bottom line here is that we are less reliable epistemically than we had implicitly supposed all along, Sosa 2017, 203. More specifically to competence, this criticism points out that in a certain situation X our supposed competence to regularly fails us. And it is inferred that we do not really have any such competence. What we have is rather something like this: we have a competence to O when not in X, Sosa 2017, 204. In Sosa's view, his triple S conception of competence can easily respond to such a criticism, because this conception already has the situation built into it. In other words, competence is situation relative. He uses a good three-point shooter in a basketball game as an analogy. His player has the competence of making a three-point shoot. However, clearly this competence is situation relative. He cannot reliably make the three-point shoot in the center or at the other side of the court. Similarly, a person who has good vision may not be able to see things clearly in the dark. So, Sosa points out that what is required for a competence to O is only a disposition based on a certain pre-selected range of shape/situation combinations, which may have already excluded the particular sort of situation that situationist has in mind, Sosa 2017, 205. 3. Sosa's RST encounter with Chinese philosophy. Before touching on the main themes of this encounter between Sosa and Chinese philosophers, I would like to point out that this is not the RST time that Sosa has experienced such an encounter. Indeed, among the small handful of papers published so far that explore the virtue epistemological potentials of Chinese philosophy is one by Sosa himself, Confucius on Knowledge. Is a paper he initially read at the panel Virtue Turn, Constructive Engagement Between East and West, with Michael Sloat, Eric Hutton, Michael Mee, and myself as co-panelists, held at the 2013 APA Eastern Division in Baltimore. It was later published in the journal I edit myself, Deo, a journal of comparative philosophy in 2015. The paper not only provides an illuminating interpretation of Confucius's view on knowledge, at least one aspect of it, but also introduces a fundamental distinction between two types of knowledge, animal knowledge and reactive knowledge, key to Sosa's own virtue epistemology, which underlies many of the discussions in the chapters included in this volume as well as in Sosa's responses to them. Sosa's paper focuses on one single passage in the Analects, passage 2.17. 1 after comparing and contrasting three different English translations of this passage, by James Legge, Brooks, and Edward Slingerland, respectively. Sosa renders it thus: when you know, to know, recognize, that you know, and when you don't know, to know, recognize, that you do not know, that is knowledge, wisdom. Sosa provides what he regards as a banal interpretation and a more insightful interpretation of this passage. According to the former, when you know that you thereby know, and when you know that you do not know, you, also, thereby know, and according to the latter, knowing that you know when you know, and knowing that you do not know when you do not know, that is real knowledge, a knowledge closer to wisdom. Sosa 2015a, 326. The question then, Sosa asks, is, which is the real knowledge? Indeed, in the Chinese commentary history over 2,000 years, this is also the question that has intrigued almost all commentators. So before we examine Sosa's answer, it is helpful to provide a brief overview of how classical Chinese commentators have tried to understand it. Here I limit myself to the four most representative interpretations. According to the RST, this simply means that the person knows that he knows something and that he doesn't know something. For example, the Song Dynasty scholar Xing Bing states that to regard what one knows as known and to regard what one doesn't know as not known is genuine knowledge. In contrast, to conceal what one knows as unknown and to fancy what one does not know as known is not knowledge. Scene 1990, 17. 2. According to the second interpretation, it refers to the way to know in the sense that only when one knows that there are things that one does not know yet can one be motivated to know them. For example, Chen Yi states that if one is ashamed of being known as not knowing something and thus does not ask people about it, then he will never know it. In contrast, to acknowledge that one does not know something and thus seek to know it, then he will know it. Is why Confucius says that is knowledge. Cheng and Chen 1989, 1134. 3. According to the third interpretation, it means the knowledge that there are things that can be known and there are also things that cannot be known. Xie Liangzuo, one of Chen Yi's students, for example, states that, on the one hand, one shouldn't not try to know what is knowable, and, on the other hand, one should not try to know what cannot be known. Zhu 2002, 86. 4. According to the fourth interpretation, which connects this Analects passage with a similar but much more extended passage in the Sunzi, the point of this passage is to be honest. If you know something, say that you know it, and if you don't know something, then say that you don't know it. To be so is to have wisdom. Could make sense as the student that Confucius talks to, Zilu, is known for his tendency to pretend to know things that he doesn't know. Included in the Sunzi passage is the following saying, attributed to Confucius, which makes a contrast between inferior persons and superior persons and draws an analogy between knowledge and ability. Those who are overcontent in saying are ashi, and those who are overcontent in doing are showy. A person pretending to have knowledge and ability is an inferior person. In contrast, superior persons say that they know when they know and say that they have abilities when they have them. Is key to saying. When they have abilities, they say they have abilities, and when they don't have abilities. 7. They say they don't have abilities. Is key to action. To hold the key to speech is knowledge/wisdom, and to hold the key to action is benevolence. Sunzi 29.6. Sosa, as a contemporary philosopher in the analytic tradition and not a scholar of Chinese thoughts, is of course not familiar with these various interpretations in the Chinese commentary tradition. However, on the one hand, Sosa believes that there is nothing at all momentous in the knowledge of one's own epistemic states, such as this is something one does know or something one does not know. Sosa 2015a, 327. Of course, it is possible that Confucius does not mean to say anything momentous, but if he does, or if we think he does, then we have to exclude almost all of the RST3 interpretations above, since they are about one's own epistemic states. On the other hand, Sosa states, and or does it help much to focus on the potential ambiguities in Xi and to suggest that the last occurrence should be read outright as wisdom rather than knowledge, ibid. If so, possibly the fourth interpretation above will also have to be excluded. So, if we believe that Confucius says something momentous and helpful, Sosa suggests that we need to have a fresh look at the Confucian saying, in search of a reading on which the saying will contain some insight, Sosa 2015a, 327. Sosa does acknowledge that it is only one good way, not the only way, to seek insight from this Confucian saying, although he also does not say that this must be the insight that Confucius meant to convey in the saying. To do so, Sosa's focus is on the importance of metacognition, and of reactive as opposed to merely animal knowledge, Sosa 2015a, 327. The distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge is an important one that Sosa makes within human knowledge, and so it is good to keep in mind that Sosa's animal knowledge is not knowledge that can also be possessed by non-human animals, as I have pointed out earlier. According to Sosa's AAA model, a belief can be regarded as animal knowledge only if it is true, accurate, it manifests the belief holder's competence, adroit, and its being true is because of the manifested competence, apt. Animal knowledge is the ground-level knowledge. In contrast, reactive knowledge, while building on animal knowledge, goes beyond it, Sosa 2009, 75. Crucial to reactive knowledge is the risk assessment on the basis of which one arms the animal knowledge, denies it, or suspends one's judgment about it. One way to explain the difference is the example used by Descartes and Moore. Being awake, we form a true belief that there is a re in front of us, we exercise our competence of perceiving the re, and our belief is true because of our exercising our perceptive competence. Is animal knowledge. 5. On the meta level, we decide whether to endorse this animal knowledge by making a risk assessment, even though we are actually awake. Do we really know that we are awake instead of dreaming? If we know, also on the AAA model, that we are indeed awake, and then endorse the ground-level animal knowledge that there is a re in front of us, then this animal knowledge that is thus endorsed on the meta-level becomes reactive knowledge. With this distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge, Sosa provides the following interpretation of the Analects passage in question. 8. When you have RST order, animal, knowledge, to know, recognize, that you do know, and when you do not have such knowledge, to know, recognize, that you do not know, that is, reactive, knowledge, where the reference is to the Arstorder knowledge, which rises to the better, higher level of reactive knowledge, and does so through the proper, recognitional second-order endorsement. In other words, according to Sosa's interpretation, Confucius here is RST concerned with the ground-level animal knowledge that one either has or does not have, and then with a meta-level knowledge that makes a judgment about the animal knowledge after the risk assessment, which is reactive knowledge. Sosa's interpretation of this Analects passage is indeed novel, momentous, and helpful, as he claims. Interpreted this way, what Confucius has in mind is not merely a platitude of being honest, a psychological state about whether one has a particular knowledge, an awareness of the existence of both things knowable and things unknowable, or quantitative accumulation of knowledge. Acknowledging one's lack of certain knowledge is the beginning of the search for it. Rather, Confucius is concerned about the quality of the knowledge, how to move from animal knowledge to reactive knowledge. One may of course contend whether this interpretation, however novel and insightful, is what Confucius really intends, but conceivably one can make such a contention with any of the four main interpretations of the same passages by the Chinese commentators Bri Y mentioned above. 6. 4. Divide between responsibilism and reliabilism in virtue epistemology. As mentioned above, there are two main schools of virtue epistemology, responsibilism and reliabilism, and Sosa is considered to be the most important advocate of the latter. Understandably, a significant number of contributors to this volume critically engage Sosa's reliabilist virtue epistemology. By drawing on various Chinese philosophical ideas, they either argue that the distinction between these two cannot be adequately made, or that trait virtues can be constitutive of knowledge and faculty virtue may be not so constitutive. Kim Chong, in Chapter 2, by drawing on pre-Qin Chinese philosophers Sunzi and Zhuangzi, challenges Ernest Sosa's reliabilist virtue epistemological claim that such virtues as open-mindedness and intellectual courage are not knowledge constitutive but are at most auxiliary to knowledge constitutive competences, manifesting accuracy, adroitness, and aptness. Chong argues that Sunzi, by emphasizing veridical perception and reasoning about and examining things under the appropriate condition, is consistent with Sosa discounting certain character traits as necessarily helpful to achieving knowledge. 7. In contrast, for Zhuangzi, motivational attitude and dispositional characters, such as humble acceptance of one's limitation, open-mindedness, and willingness to learn from discussion, play a role in cognition. However, Chong is not content to making this modest claim that, while Sunzi, like 9. Sosa, is a reliabilist virtue epistemologist, Zhuangzi, unlike Sosa, is a responsibilist virtue epistemologist. Rather, he aims to show that, in an important sense, both Sunzi and Zhuang pose a challenge to Sosa. In Chong's view, the reason that Sosa holds exclusively the reliabilist view of knowledge is that he assumes that there is a pure epistemic understanding of knowledge that can be described in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. Chong argues, however, that knowledge always takes places in contexts, and in diurent contexts what constitutes knowledge is also diurent. Sunzi's account of knowledge is presented in the context of his defense of Confucian order, and thus describes cognitive, instrumental thinking and non-distorted perception as constituting knowledge, reliabilism. Zhuangzi's account of knowledge, however, is presented in the context of his criticism of Confucian narrowness and monism, and thus accepting such limitation and being open-minded become virtues that constitute knowledge, responsibilism. Chris Fraser, in Chapter 3, also draws on Sunzi in his dialogue with Sosa. On the one hand, he argues that Sosa's conception of full aptness echoes and further elucidates Sunzi's discussion of epistemic pitfalls. More specifically, Fraser notices Sunzi's warning against forming a belief or making a judgment when the epistemic agent has the illusion, intoxication, unreliable means, and incompetent testimony, and he argues that this converges with Sosa's view that one dimension of an epistemic agent's competence is competence in assessing the reliability of one's own cognitive operations in various contexts and in guiding one's epistemic attitudes accordingly. On the other hand, however, Fraser argues that Sunzi's treatment of the epistemic agent's awareness of and commitment to norms of judgment helps to enrich Sosa's view of epistemic agency, in two important respects. First, Fraser observes, in his distinction between functional belief, which is not intentional, but formed automatically in a way similar to how the heart circulates the blood, and judgmental belief, which is deliberative, Sosa is biased toward the latter, with the view that the former lacks full agency. In contrast, Fraser argues that, for Sunzi, an aspect of epistemic competence is that the agent actively manages the operations of the heart/mind so as to perform well epistemically. The agent seeks to improve both explicit judgment and immediate, implicit distinction drawing. Indeed, for Sunzi, like expert performers in many other fields, the expert epistemic agents, due to their expertise, often render explicit, deliberative judgment unnecessary. 8. Second is also related to Sosa's reliabilist virtue epistemology versus the responsibilist one. Fraser argues that, in order to aim for truth, the agent has to approve it, and to approve it is to endorse certain values or norms, which is characteristic of responsibilist virtues such as epistemic conscientiousness, diligence, or perseverance. So a responsibilist commitment to such values is a necessary condition for competence in applying criteria that underwrite reliabilist virtues. Gregor Paul's chapter is also focused on the divide between responsibilism and reliabilism, chapter 4. It argues that Sosa's virtue epistemology, which, as a version of reliabilism, is based on faculty virtues such as perception, memory, and inference, is too narrow. Thus, it should be enriched by the addition of trait virtues, such as intellectual courage, open-mindedness, love for truth, etc., emphasized by responsibilist virtue epistemologists, in order to have a more comprehensive virtue epistemology, since these two types of virtues are compatible with each other, even fruitfully. 10. Complementing each other. In itself, I think Sosa has no disagreement with this, as Sosa, while emphasizing faculty virtues, also thinks that these virtues are compatible with, and can be supplemented by, trait virtues. By appealing to Sun Tzu, whom he characterizes as a responsibilist reliabilist virtue epistemologist, however, it seems that Paul wants to emphasize three unique features of his comprehensive virtue theory of knowledge. First, disagreeing with Sosa, Paul argues that not all faculty virtues are constitutive of knowledge and not all trait virtues are merely conducive to knowledge. Second, not a separate means of gaining and justifying, each virtue, whether as a faculty or as a trait, is an integral part of a whole of interrelated and interdependent powers/virtues that comprise a reliable source of knowledge. And third, at least some, moral virtues are also epistemic ones, which he supports by citing Sun Tzu's saying that benevolence, ren, rightness, yi, and, morally, virtuous conduct are reliable means to safety, arguing that safety here also requires exercising correct perception, inference, and consistent reaction and thus includes epistemic safety. Tao Jiang's chapter 5, starts with a general characterization of the debate between reliabilism and responsibilism in contemporary virtue epistemology, with the former focusing on epistemic competence in perception, memory, inductive and deductive reasoning, which are regarded as faculty virtues, and the latter on curiosity, open-mindedness, and intellectual courage in epistemic pursuit, which are regarded as trait virtues. In distinguishing between these two types of virtues, Zhang seems to have adopted Sosa's view that the faculty virtues are constitutive of knowledge, while the trait virtues are merely auxiliary in epistemic pursuit. And he turns to Chan Buddhism, with a focus on the Linji school, arguing that the central virtue in Buddhism, detachment, is one of the important epistemic virtues that have largely remained outside the purview of both schools of contemporary virtue epistemology. More importantly, Zhang argues that this virtue of detachment, in the context of Buddhism, is both responsibilist and reliabilist. It is responsibilist since detachment is clearly a trait virtue that has to be cultivated and vigorously trained in Buddhist practices. It is reliabilist, however, because it is constitutive of the Buddhist knowledge, wisdom, and not merely auxiliary in our pursuit of this knowledge. Is because the opposite of knowledge or wisdom is ignorance, and in Buddhism ignorance is caused by the pernicious and ubiquitous attachment that permeates all of our cognitive activities, including those aiming to solve the Gettier-type problems, the single most important motivation of contemporary philosophy to turn to virtue epistemology. So in order to overcome ignorance and acquire knowledge/wisdom, detachment is necessary. I assume that Jiang's point can also be made in a direct way, since detachment is a trait virtue and is constitutive of knowledge. Sosa is wrong to claim that trait virtues are merely auxiliary and not constitutive of knowledge. Xiang Wang's chapter 6, compares Sosa's virtue epistemology, which is concerned with the epistemic performance, with Wang Yangming's metaethics, which is concerned with moral performance. On the one hand, he uses Sosa's AAA model of epistemic performance to explain Wang Yangming's unity of knowledge and action as moral performance. On the other hand, he uses Wang's unity of knowledge and action to reconcile the con-ICT between Sosa's reliabilism and responsibilism defended by Jason Baer, among others. The key in Wang's interpretation is Wang Yangming's 11. Analogy of the innate knowledge of the good, Liangzi, as root and concrete moral practice as the branches and leaves, with the latter naturally growing from the former. On this analogy, Huang claims that the root of virtue epistemology is the AAA structure, and its branches and leaves are diurent intellectual virtues functioning as norms that guide concrete epistemic practices. Rough illuminating examples, Huang shows that in some domains of epistemic practices, competence virtues, highlighted in reliabilism, are indeed constitutive of knowledge, while character virtues, emphasized in responsibilism, are merely auxiliary. In some others, however, the opposite is true, and in still some others, some combination of character virtues and competence virtues are constitutive of knowledge, while some other character virtues and competence virtues are merely auxiliary. He thus concludes that, in this contextualist understanding, following Wang Yangming's analogy of root and branches/leaves in his explanation of virtue and virtuous practice, no intellectual virtue can always be knowledge constitutive in all epistemic practices, even though in a determinate epistemic practice, we can always determine some virtues are constitutive and some are auxiliary. As many attempts have been made in the above chapters to challenge Sosa's view that only faculty virtues are constitutive of knowledge and trait virtues are merely auxiliary to knowledge by drawing on Chinese philosophical resources, a large part of Sosa's response is focused on this issue. His main point is that nothing in Chinese virtue theory could favor responsibilist over reliabilist virtue epistemology, which he supports by clarifying his reliabilist version of virtue epistemology. First, Sosa argues that much dissatisfaction with reliabilism originates from a simply and misconceived understanding of it as the simplest perceptual knowledge, as it focuses on the so-called faculty virtues, such as perception, memory, inference, etc., and talks about animal knowledge. Sosa argues that reliability required by virtue reliabilism for the epistemic standing of a belief is a necessary condition. It is never supposed that all knowledge is to be found at the level of animal knowledge. Nowhere in the writings that develop virtue reliabilism is there any restriction to such basic faculties or to the representation that we humans share with lower brutes so as to give us our animal knowledge. Sosa here makes two related points. On the one hand, the animal knowledge that humans have is not the animal knowledge that beasts can have. What he means by animal knowledge is the knowledge that a knower would have even unaided by any reactive higher-order perspective, but Sosa points out that this does not mean that human knowledge on this level is purely animal, as the higher order of endorsement is already involved, at least implicitly, in such knowledge. On the other hand, there is a need to go beyond animal knowledge to reactive knowledge. So while the human-animal knowledge is already diurent from animal-animal knowledge, virtue reliabilism also recognizes a higher human judgment which involves higher faculties. Second, to respond to the criticism that his reliabilist virtue epistemology overlooks character traits of special interest to virtue responsibilism, Sosa emphasizes that the epistemology is not a branch of ethics, i.e. intellectual ethics, which, according to Sosa, 12. is on a par with business ethics and medical ethics, ethics restricted in intellectual performance. Virtues that responsibilists highlight, in Sosa's view, insofar as they are supposed to bear on the personal worth of the agent largely because of their distinctive motivation and respect for truth, do not belong to theory of knowledge but to intellectual ethics. He often uses the archer's shot as an analogy of knowledge. The goal of the shot is to hit the target, independent of the moral concerns such as whether the act is a murder. One example he uses as an analogy is the tennis assessment of a brilliant ace, despite the cruelty you might end in that ace as a concluding demolition of a much weaker opponent who had won not a single point in that match, as cruelty is just irrelevant assessment of that blazing ace as a great serve. A commentator of this performance who acclaims that it is any shot is making an apt and perhaps fully apt belief claim, even though it may be cruel, inappropriate, and deplorable to the losing player and his/her family and close friends. Sosa makes it clear that this does not mean that intellectual ethics is unimportant or those who aspire to know must disregard the moral or other practical or aesthetic values that may be relevant to inquiry or to any intellectual action, but only that it is not part of the theory of knowledge and that in assessing whether a belief amounts to knowledge, we must focus on the gnoseological competences aimed at reliable enough attainment of truth and aptness. THIRD, Sosa claims that some character traits can be both moral/prudential and gnosiological. We have seen above that moral and prudential character traits belong to intellectual ethics, but gnosiological character traits belong to theory of knowledge. However, Sosa claims that even gnosiological character traits of responsibilists have limited significance for the history of epistemology, with its central focus on issues of philosophical skepticism. By the limited significance, Sosa means two things. On the one hand, such traits as open-mindedness and intellectual courage are not constitutive of but merely auxiliary to knowledge, in the sense that they put us in a position to know the answers to questions into which we may inquire. Elsewhere Sosa uses as an analogy ending out what is in a mysteriously shut box. In order to do so, one needs to have the skills and competences to open the lid of the box. Such skills and competences are thus necessary for you to see what is inside the box, but these are not skills and competences whose exercises constitute your knowledge of what is inside the box, but are merely ones that put you in a position to exercise your perception, which is constitutive of your knowledge of what is inside the box. Sosa 2017, 143. In Sosa's view, open-mindedness and intellectual courage, even when epistemically considered, are merely virtues auxiliary to knowledge in the sense that they put us in a position to know or to exercise our competence in such a way. In this sense, detachment in Buddhism, which John claims is a character virtue constitutive of knowledge, is no diurent for Sosa. Detachment assumes that we originally have the competence to get things right, which is obstructed by attachment. Detachment unblocks our original competence to get things right, but it is the exercise of the original competence, and not its unblocking, that is constitutive of knowledge. With detachment, the original competence becomes unblocked and thus can be exercised, but if the original competence unblocked by detachment is not exercised, there will still be no knowledge. 13. On the other hand, Sosa acknowledges that some of the character traits can be constitutive of knowledge, but even in such cases they play this role not in the way of responsibilist virtue epistemology, but in the way of a reliabilist one, in the sense that they enhance the reliability of one's judgment or belief. They are constitutive of knowledge because they are virtues directly related to faculty virtues. Still using the example of the mysterious box, suppose that the lid is newly open, and a person is now in a position to see what is inside with his faculty of perception. However, if the person is careless or inattentive in perceiving it, he may not be able to have the apt knowledge of what is inside. In this sense, proper care and attentiveness can be manifestations, in a particular case, of stable character traits of an epistemic agent. As such, they will help constitute the complete intellectual competences or virtues that the agent exercises and manifests in particular judgments, and in the correctness of these judgments. So these traits will be implicated in competences whose manifestations might constitute the agent's knowledge. Sosa 2015b, 45. The example he uses in his responses here to illustrate the same point is the character trait of conscientiousness. When it avoids any epistemic negligence or recklessness in arriving at one's judgment, which results in rash judgment omitting sufficient inquiry, conscientiousness is constitutive of knowledge in the sense that it makes it more reliable. 5 other issues of Sosa's virtue epistemology. In addition to the divide between reliabilism and responsibilism, contributors to this volume also engage a number of other aspects of Sosa's virtue epistemology from one or another Chinese philosophical perspective. 5.1 Testimony Winnie Sung's Chapter 7, focuses on Sosa's view of testimonial knowledge in contrast to knowledge from instruments. On the issue of testimonial knowledge, Sung identifies the two extreme views, one being a reductivist view that testimonial justification is reducible to reliability of instruments, and the other being a non-reductivist view that testimonial justification is unique. And she characterizes Sosa's view as something that falls in the middle. The purpose of her chapter is to support Sosa's apparently contradictory view by drawing on the pre-Qin Confucian philosopher Sun Tzu's understanding of testimony, which leaves open both the reductivist and non-reductivist views of testimonial knowledge. The key text Sung uses from The Sunzi is a paragraph in which Sunzi seems to suggest that the heart/mind of the hearer always makes a decision to accept or reject the testimony presented by the speaker, which is preceded by the hearer's registering a piece of information as testimony. In order for the hearer to register the received information as a piece of testimony to a 14. Proposition P, Sung argues that the hearer believes that giver, 1, makes an utterance U, 2, means by U that P, and 3, believes what she means by U. Once the hearer registers a piece of information as a testimony to P, he will have to decide whether to accept P, and if he decides to accept P, it can happen in one of the two ways. He can accept it simply because there is a testimony to it given by the speaker, where testimony itself is a sufficient warrant irreducible to anything else. He can also accept P because he accepts the testimony to P after deliberation of the testimony and deems it acceptable. In the former, we have the non-reductivist account of testimonial knowledge, while in the latter we have the reductivist one. In his response, Sosa accepts Sung's characterization of his view on testimonial knowledge as something between reductivism and non-reductivism, and he aims to further develop his view in his previous publications that Sung's chapter relies on. The key to this new development is Sosa's distinction between mere uptake as if P and gathering that P. The distinction is apparently similar to Sung's distinction between the two ways of accepting P after registering some information as testimony to P, discussed toward the end of the last paragraph. However, for Sosa, the former is non-factive, while the latter is factive, as the gathering is more than just an accidental acquisition of the fact, but to gain possession of it through one's own doing, which can be aided by other entities, such as a tester who properly reports it. Here Sosa emphasizes not only the fact but also the tester's proper reporting it instead of malfunctioning or straightforward lying, as in the latter case the tester's reporting a fact is mere luck. In addition, Sosa stresses that the receiver's getting it right that P must itself manifest pertinent competence on his part. In one sense, Sosa argues that testimony is not different from perception and instruments, as in all of the three sources of knowledge there is a graduation from mere seemings as if P to gathering that P. In another sense, however, testimony is a different instrument as a source of knowledge. We learn to trust instruments by relying on other sources such as perception and testimony, but the testimonial source of knowledge has the sort of default standing found also in our perception. 5.2 The animal knowledge/reactive knowledge distinction. Leo Chung's Chapter 8, starts with an attempt to see Sunzi's conception of knowledge of Dao from the perspective of Sosa's distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge, and yet ends with an attempt to see Sosa's distinction between these two types of knowledge from the perspective of Sunzi's knowledge of Dao. While Sosa's view on the distinction between these two types of knowledge changes over time, his mature view, Chung claims, is that an apt belief is an instance of animal knowledge, while an apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt is an instance of reactive knowledge, and so reactive knowledge is animal knowledge but not vice versa. Seen from this perspective, Chung claims that knowledge of Dao, according to Sunzi, is not animal knowledge, since it is purely internalist, acquired by the heart/mind's being empty, uni ed, and quiet, suyi erjing, and in this sense purely formal, and for this reason it is not reactive knowledge either, since reactive knowledge is animal knowledge, although going beyond it. However, Chung argues 15. That Sosa's definition of reactive knowledge as an apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt is unreasonably restrictive from the perspective of Sunzi's conception of knowledge of Dao. Chung argues that a belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt does not have to be apt. So he suggests that Sosa revise his definition so that reactive knowledge is a true instead of apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be true, if the content of the subject's belief is formal, or apt, if otherwise. Dened this way, knowledge of Dao, though not animal knowledge, is an instance of reactive knowledge. In his response, Sosa is not convinced that his definition of reactive knowledge should be weakened so that reactive knowledge is an apt belief that one's RST order belief is merely true and not APT. Sosa's worry is that, in Chung's proposed definition, the reactive knowledge, the second-order apt belief, collapses into animal knowledge, the RST order apt belief. If one's RST order belief is merely true, and not apt, reactive knowledge is merely the apt belief that the RST order belief is true, which is equivalent to the RST order belief that is APT. I think the disagreement between Chung and Sosa is whether there is an exception to Sosa's strong definition of reactive knowledge when the RST order belief is merely formal, such as knowledge of Dao in Sun's conception. 5.3 The Gettier problem as one of the primary motivations of contemporary virtue epistemologists, including Sosa, is to provide some anti-luck mechanism to address the so-called Gettier problem. Ying-Jin-Su, in Chapter 9, aims to argue that the Confucian idea of rectification of names can deal with the Gettier problem better than Sosa's virtue epistemology does. In Su's view, contemporary epistemology in the analytic tradition includes both Gettier, who raises the famous problem, and many others who attempt to solve the problem. Thus, a belief's being deduced from another in a valid way is viewed as evidence for the RST one's being justi ed. In contrast, in Confucian tradition, the emphasis has been on the intra-belief relationship, the relationship between the subject term and the predicate term of an integrated belief. According to the theory of rectification of names, a belief, A is B for example, is justi ed, or a name, A for example, is recti ed, if A is consistent with the norms embedded in B. For example, in the RST case that Gettier discusses, the belief the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket is considered to be justi ed as it is deduced from the justi ed beliefs Jones is the man who will get the job, and Jones has 10 coins in his pocket. On the Confucian model of rectification of name, instead of one belief deduced from another, Su claims, we have an integrated belief. Jones, who is supposed to be the job winner, has 10 coins in his pocket. In order for the belief to be justi ed, the name Jones has to be recti ed under the name of job winner. In other words, Jones has to be instantiating norms embedded in the job winner. In this way, he claims that the above integrated belief is not justi ed. In his response, Sosa points out that there are difficulties in his understanding of Su's Confucian solution to the Gettier problem. To explain, he uses Su's treatment of the second case of the Gettier problem as an example. In this second case, the belief 16. That either Jones owns a Ford, or Brown is in Boston is considered to be justi ed as it is validly derived from the justi ed belief Jones owns a Ford. Su argues that, on the Confucian model of rectification of names, the belief is not justi ed, since neither of the two disjunct is justi ed. Brown is in Boston is unjusti ed in Gettier's design, and Jones owns a Ford is also not justi ed because the name Jones cannot be recti ed in light of the norm embedded in the Ford owner. While I'm still not convinced by Su's argument that there cannot be justi ed but untrue belief except on some very complicated issues in sciences, Sosa's difficulty is in accepting Su's claim that a disjunction is justi ed if and only if at least one of the disjunct is justi ed. For example, even if neither the belief P nor the belief not P is justi ed, I can still have the justi ed belief either P or not P. 5.4 Skepticism. Yuming Feng's Chapter 10, focuses on the issue of skepticism about our knowledge of the external world, claiming that Sosa is not entirely successful in arguing against it and the Chinese Daoist philosophers Wangzi can help him do a better job. Feng focuses on Sosa's argument against skepticism in his Reactive Knowledge, Apt Belief and Reactive Knowledge. In that book, Sosa takes as example of an adult victimized by Descartes' demon or brain enslaved in Putnam's vat. Such a person may be indistinguishable from the best of us in terms of the comprehensiveness and coherence of beliefs and experiences. However, Sosa argues that this victim's beliefs, even when right about environing objects and events, i.e. even when they are true, are still short of knowledge, because his mental coherence might be detached from his environing world, which deprives him of reliable access to truth and leaves him short of cognitive or intellectual competence. Feng argues that there are two problems with Sosa's argument. On the one hand, Feng argues that the victim is not detached from the external world, although his way of getting connected to the external world is different from ours. On the other hand, Sosa's own connection to the external world is not sufficient, because the relatum on the side of the external world is not identi-ed in Sosa's theory. He presents Zhuangzi's view as an alternative. As Feng understands it, the key feature of this alternative is that there is no entity in reality that can play the role of the base on which to make any epistemological relation, whether correspondence, representation, stimulation, or causation. Reality and what is experienced for Zhuangzi are two different states of the same world, the natural state before epistemic invasion and the artificial state full of epistemic coloring. In his response, Sosa mainly focuses on what Feng considers to be the RST problem in his, Sosa's, argument against skepticism using the example of brain invat, Feng's argument that the invaded victim may still be connected with, and not detached from, the external world. Sosa acknowledges that this is logically or even metaphysically possible. But instead of indulging himself in what he considers to be such wild science fiction, Sosa says that he opts for a less radical notion of detachment in the sense of not normally attached, in accordance with human normalcy. In this sense, the invaded victim may indeed be detached from his environing world. 17. 5.5 Knowing to and desire. One of the two Platonic questions that Sosa aims to answer is about the nature of knowledge, with the other being about the value of knowledge. Sosa states that knowledge amounts to belief that is apt, belief that is an apt epistemic performance, one that manifests the relevant competence of the believer in attaining the truth. After quoting this, Hansen, chapter 11, claims that the classical Chinese view on the nature of knowledge is different from Plato's in that, while the latter focuses on knowing that, believing, the former is on what Gilbert Ryle calls knowing how, performing. Although Sosa regards knowing as a kind of performing, Hansen complains that Sosa's formulation still ties us into the intellectual Greek rationalist conceptual neighborhood of knowing as believing. In other words, in Sosa, the epistemic performance is nothing but the intellectual performance of believing, while in classic Chinese philosophy, the epistemic performance is knowing how, which includes knowing of, knowing to, and knowing how to, among others, involving performance that is not purely intellectual or, using Ryle's term, is anti-intellectualist. For example, knowing how to ride a chariot is a non-intellectual, or anti-intellectualist but practical, performance of knowing. It is in this sense that he argues against what he considers to be Sosa's attempt to translate knowledge constructions like knowing how to into knowing that constructions using the word ought. Not denying that there is also knowing that among classical Chinese philosophy and regarding knowing to, instead of a subset of knowing how, as a third type of knowing, along with knowing that and knowing how, Wang's chapter 12, focuses on knowing to, especially as it is developed by the Neo-Confucian philosopher Wang Yangming. Huang argues that the notion of knowing to provides an answer to the third Platonic question, the question about the impact of knowledge, the one that Sosa's epistemology does not deal with, along with the other two Platonic questions, the questions about the nature and value of knowledge respectively, that Sosa aims to answer. By the third Platonic question, Huang means the one raised in Plato's dialogue, Protagoras, whether it is possible for one to know something normative without acting according to such knowledge. Huang claims that Sosa allows a person knowing full well even if the person does not act according to such knowledge, which is unintelligible from Wang Yangming's point of view. How can a person, for example, who knows that he ought to love his parents but never loves his parents, be regarded as knowing full well that he ought to love his parents? In Wang's view, there has never been one who knows and yet does not act. To know without acting is really without knowing. So a person who knows something normative is always inclined to act according to this norm. Huang characterizes the type of knowing that Wang has in mind here as knowing to. Knowing to love one's parents, for example, is not merely knowing, however aptly in sosa's sense, that one ought to love one's parents, but is also the knowing that motivates the knower to actually love their parents. Since knowing to is thus not merely a belief, that one ought to love one's parents, but also a desire, to love one's parents, Huang also characterizes such a knowing as desire, not the mental states of belief and that of desire mixed together, but one single mental state which is both belief-like and desire-like. In this sense, Huang claims that either the person who 18. knows full well in sosa's sense is not really knowing full well, or there can be someone who knows better or more fully well than the person who knows full well in sosa's sense. In his response, Sosa acknowledges that it would speak better of people who don't act despite their belief if their will aligned better with their belief, but he says that it is not so obvious that this is because of some failure on the side of their belief. The question is, Sosa realizes, that what we are encountering here is not merely a mental state of belief but a single mental state, which, in addition to being belief-like, is also desire-like, in which one cannot believe something without at the same time desiring it and vice versa. To respond, Sosa starts with the desire-like aspect of desire, which is to aim to do the thing that is then to be done. He asks the question, suppose you do what is to be done, the question to be asked is, though, whether you, who knows full well what is to be done, will do it. How do we assess your action? Sosa says that the adroitness or competence of the action, to do what is then to be done, largely and even wholly resides in one's deliberation on what is to be done. Deliberation is intended to yield a judgment on whether you are to do what is to be done. So the adroitness of your action is derived from the adroitness of your judgment. The question seems to remain, will the judgment, because of its adroitness, lead to the corresponding action, the action you judge to be done, whether the action itself is done adroitly or not? 6. Conclusion. In his response to critical chapters included in this volume, engaging his virtue epistemology from Chinese philosophical perspectives, Sosa states that, I am delighted to have learned how deeply ingrained in Chinese philosophy is the interest in theorizing about such phenomena. Even if the greats of the Chinese traditions do not agree on every point with the contemporary virtue-theoretic approaches, just as they do not agree on every point with each other, and just as there is similar diversity among contemporary theorists, it is still gratifying indeed to learn of the deep similarities of theoretical aims along with parallel ways and means. He further states that, to respond to such critical chapters, I am led to some new extensions of the virtue-theoretic account, and I am especially grateful for the probing and comparisons that have led to those extensions. However, this encounter between Ernest Sosa and Chinese philosophy is certainly a two-way bridge. It also provides a good opportunity for scholars in Chinese philosophy to read the texts by a leading virtue epistemologist in Western philosophy carefully and, with this acquired new perspective, to read ancient Chinese philosophical texts they are otherwise familiar with anew. As one of these scholars in Chinese philosophy, I have to confess that I have learned a great deal about the fascinating issues of virtue epistemology and intrigue solutions that Sosa presents in his writings, even though in my own contribution to 19. This volume I am trying to provide a Confucian amendment to his version of virtue epistemology. Is a living testimony that Chinese philosophy and Western philosophy can be better studied when they are brought together, and people studying them are interested in listening to and even arguing with each other. 2. Sunzi, Zhuangzi, and Virtue Epistemology. Kim Chong Chong. 1. Introduction. Sosa makes a central analogy between knowledge and archery. For the archer to be credited with an accurate shot, it must manifest a competence seated in the agent, in which case it has the property of being apt. Sosa 2011, 10. Similarly, knowledgeable belief aims at truth, and is accurate or correct if true. It has accordingly the induced aim of attaining that objective. Such belief aims therefore not just at accuracy, truth, but also at aptness, knowledge. Sosa 2011, 61. Archery analogy is applied diurently in Confucius's Analects, Bahuniac 2010. For Confucius, knowledge has an aim, namely, to attain ren or humaneness. Achieving this depends on the agent's stance or orientation. However, the target is not external to the agent. Is ren really far away? No sooner do I desire it than it is here, Analects 7.30. In other words, both the stance and aim reside in the agent. THIS gives an autonomous ethical sense in which there is a competence seated in the agent. Sosa would say this is not what is meant by knowledge in the Platonic tradition and from which his own work derives, Sosa 2011, 1. What is at issue is cognitive competence, not ethical. THIS relates also to the dispute in virtue epistemology between reliabilists and responsibilists. As a reliabilist, Sosa argues that it is cognitive competence and apt performance which constitute knowledge. Virtues such as open-mindedness and intellectual courage may be a means to knowledge but not knowledge constitutive. He says, it is such knowledge constitutive competences that are of main interest to a competence virtue epistemology aiming to explain human knowledge. Other epistemically important traits such as open-mindedness, intellectual courage, persistence, and even single-minded obsessiveness are indeed of interest to a broader epistemology. THEY are of course worthy of serious study. But they are not in the charmed inner circle for traditional epistemology. THEY are only auxiliary intellectual virtues, by contrast with the constitutive intellectual virtues of central interest to virtue reliabilism. Sosa 2015, 42. 21. 22. In this chapter, I shall take up this issue of what constitutes knowledge in a somewhat roundabout way. I shall describe the accounts of two Chinese philosophers, Sun Tzu and Zhuangzi, on perspective and knowledge. As we shall see, Sun Tzu can perhaps be said to have been concerned with knowledge in the sense that Sosa is concerned with. THIS would dispel the tendency to think that, following Confucius, others in the tradition necessarily treated knowledge in the ethical sense. Stephen Owen, for instance, has said that the question that Confucius initiates is one of recognizing the good in a particular case, rather than knowing what the good is. Chinese literary thought began its development around this question of knowledge, a special kind of knowing as in knowing a person or knowing the conditions of the age. Owen 1992, 20. THIS claim that Confucius initiates the question of knowing in the Chinese literary tradition, including philosophy, as the special case of knowing a person may suggest that, thereafter, others too treated knowledge in the same way. Owen is not alone here. In discussing the term ji, which means, giving oneself, an aim or direction, James Bahuniak says with reference to the archery analogy that, for Mencius, ji is the all-encompassing ethical term. It simultaneously denotes the position from which aims are formulated and one's ability to discharge them with conviction. As Mark Lewis explains, the single term ji denotes the entire moral conception of personality for the early Confucians. It represents, in his words, the whole thrust of a person's being. Bahuniak 2010, 589. But Sun Tzu is an early Confucian who should not be lumped together with his predecessors, Confucius and Mencius, in how he handles the conception of knowledge. Traditionally, the disagreement between Sun Tzu and Mencius has been regarded as an ethical one. Sun Tzu is said to hold that human nature is bad, contradicting Mencius. But this is a mistaken reading, Chong 2003 and 2008. For Sun Tzu, human nature is neither good nor bad, in any essentialist sense. Instead, given certain human dispositions and limited resources, there is a tendency for disorder. Under these circumstances, through their cognitive and instrumental capacities, the sages were, cumulatively, able to discover and implement principles of ethical, social, and political order. The issue for Sun Tzu is cognitive and instrumental competence, not ethical. Sun Tzu holds that there are veridical perspectives when we exercise perceptual competence in the right external conditions. Zhuangzi, on the other hand, holds that perspectives are limited and calls for open-mindedness. In a sense, Zhuangzi's account complements Sun Tzu's. Following Sosa, it could be said that open-mindedness is a means toward or enables knowledge but is not knowledge constitutive. However, Sunzi and Zhuangzi were not engaged with epistemology per se. THEIR discussions of knowledge took place within a social and political context. Seen in terms of the context, their positions were not complementary but opposed. When Sunzi argues that there are veridical perspectives, he has in mind the discovery of social and political principles, which in the NAL analysis are Confucian principles. He was defending the Confucian social and political order. And Zhuangzi's call for 23. Open-mindedness opposes these principles, which he sees as contrived and overly restrictive. If we ignore the context, then we shall miss the perspectives in which they stand. In the conclusion, I shall contend that within particular contexts the belief in open-mindedness and its corresponding attitude can be said to be knowledge constitutive. I shall conclude with the suggestion that what constitutes knowledge should be more broadly construed, taking into account the different contexts of knowledge. Ths would include the context in which Confucius talks of knowledge as ethical competence. 2. Perspective. Let us briefly characterize two conceptions of the term perspective. Consider the following story. Thr was a man who lost an axe and suspected his neighbor's son. He observed that his walk, his expression, and his words were those of a man who would steal an axe. Every action and attitude of the youth betokened someone who would steal an axe. Later, when the man was clearing a ditch, he found his axe. When, on another day, he again saw his neighbor's son, there was nothing in his actions or attitudes that resembled those of one who would steal an axe. It was not his neighbor's son who had changed, but the man himself who had changed. His change had no other cause than that he had been prejudiced. Usuou yet. Knobloch and Regal 2000, 286-287. Two conceptions of what a perspective is may be discerned. First, the object takes on an aspect according to how it is perceived, and this in turn is a function of beliefs about it. Man's belief that the youth stole his axe makes him a thief, and this comes through his every action and expression. Under this conception, one's belief could be a mistake. Realizing this, the perception that goes along with the belief also undergoes a change. Thus, a perspective is corrigible since it is a function of one's beliefs. Second conception arises if we highlight what is stated at the end of the story, namely, that the object of perception can be different though physically the same. In other words, it need have no determinate description. It is one's perspective that determines what the object is. Instead of prejudiced, there is another reading of the concluding phrase Usuou yet. Following D.C. Lau, we may read this as the focus on something such that it is con ned, Lau 1991, 16-18. Here, being con ned means that there is some limit to one's perspective. Let us refer to the RST conception of perspective as veridical. Insofar as one's perspective is based on a belief, it could be mistaken. Ths means that there is a correct or veridical perspective. And call the second limited since one's perspective determines the nature of the object and is con ned in that way. Under the veridical conception, the aim of the agent is to make correct judgments and decisions. To succeed, it is necessary to acquire accurate information. An implication is that the agent needs to ensure accuracy of beliefs about such information. In contrast, under 24. The limited conception, seeing something as something is a function of custom, upbringing, character, and so on. 2. We now turn to the two texts, Sunzi and Zhuangzi, 3 to see how the two conceptions are developed. A particular term, xin, will occur in the two accounts. Ths has been translated as either heart or mind. For the early Chinese philosophers generally, the xin has both cognitive and affective capacities. Thus, I shall translate xin as heart-mind. It should also be noted that, in the following discussion, affective is used in a broad sense, to cover not just feelings and emotions, but also desires, aversions, dispositions, and motivational attitudes. 3. Sunzi. Sun Tzu, 298 to 238 BC, can be said to have responded to Zhuangzi, bet 399 and 295 BC. However, I discuss him earnest because some of Zhuangzi's stories and metaphors can be understood by posing them against Sun Tzu's more straightforward statements. In chapter 21 of the Sun Tzu, Dispelling Blindness, the word bai describes a common fault, namely, to be blinded, alternatively, blinkered or beclouded, by a single aspect of a situation and thus fail to see it comprehensively. Ths might involve intellectual faults such as holding on to an extreme position or insisting on a particular doctrine. Alternatively, it could involve more personal faults such as partiality toward one's own views and not being able to accept the praise of other views, or indulging private desires, such as for sex, power, at the expense of proper judgment on public issues. Sun Tzu does not differentiate between intellectual and other personal faults. In either case, what happens is that the cognitive capacities of the heart-mind fail to function properly. At one level, the heart-mind is described as authoritative and autonomous in commanding bodily movement and making judgments according to rational principles. Sun Tzu is impressed by its endless capacity for fresh input, its ability to make distinctions and to concentrate on specific purposes. At another level, however, it can be unsettled. Bulletin Ding, Li 1994, 495, Na Block 1994, 21.8. An analogy is made with a pan of water. If the pan is upright and still, sediment will sink and the water will be clear, reacting objects clearly. Similarly, the heart-mind's ability to make distinctions can be acted if it is unsettled. Na Block 1994, 21.7b. From the examples provided, it is clear that this occurs when the senses are acted by external conditions or impaired in some way. In other words, the heart-mind can function clearly only insofar as the senses are in good working order under appropriate conditions. Thus, poor lighting conditions affect vision and may lead one to identify objects wrongly. Alternatively, the senses may not be in good working order when a person is drunk. A drunk may jump across a ditch 100 paces wide, thinking it a drain half a pace wide, or may stoop down to go out the city gate, thinking it a small doorway, or when a sense organ is interfered with in some way, for example, pressing against the eyeballs makes an object appear double. Na Block 1994, 21.8. Ths makes it seem as if the heart-mind is passive and functions clearly only if the senses are not adversely acted, just as water can react clearly without the interference. 25. Of sediment. Although not mentioned directly, however, it is implicit that it has rational and logical capacities. Sun Tzu says, as a general rule, when examining things about which there are doubts, if the heart-mind is not inwardly settled, then external things will not be clear. If my reactions are not clear, then I will never be able to settle what is so of a thing and what is not so of it. Na Block 1994, 21.8. For instance, it can adjust for appearances due to distance and height. Oxen appearing the size of sheep from a mountain top will not be mistaken for sheep, nor will trees on the mountain be taken for chopsticks when observed from below. Sun Tzu mentions a psychological state such as fright, citing someone who took his own shadow to be a ghost. Those who think there are ghosts are startled or confused. They take what does not exist for what does and what does exist for what does not, and they settle the matter on the basis of their own experience. Na Block 1994, 21.8. In other words, subjective experience is inadequate for verication. Sun Tzu is arguing that veridical perspectives exist. Ths are cognized by a heart-mind that is thinking clearly, aided by senses in good working order under appropriate external conditions, and open to verication. We should mention one aspect of Sun Tzu's position, namely, that an austere lifestyle is not required for the heart-mind to function clearly. Sun Tzu says that certain people who practice austerity lack subtlety. He mentions someone who lives in isolation because if the desires of his eyes and ear were stimulated, then his thoughts would be shattered. Against this, the sage follows his desires and fulfills his emotions, but having regulated them, he accords with principles of order. Truly what need has he for strength of will, for endurance, or for keeping guard against unsteadiness? Na Block 1994, 21.7d. Zhuangzi is pessimistic about the authority of the cognitive over the aictive. Is apparent when he refers to the interminable debates of scholars who are described as gding with their heart minds. The doctrine that each puts forward is meshed with the scholar's own partialities, impulses, worries, hopes, fears, and so on. Against Zhuangzi, it might be objected that partiality can be discounted. But he seems to anticipate this. Describing the various organs of the body, Zhuangzi asks, which of them would I take as being intimately close? Would you be pleased with all of them? Or would there be a partiality here? Or would I just treat them all as my servants? Would these servants not adequately govern one another? Or would they take turns to be ruler and servant? Would there be a true ruler existing among them? Chen 1999, 52, my translation. Compare Watson 1968, 38. THSA remarks are intelligible if we pose them against Sun's statement that the heart-mind is the lord of the body and is its own authority such that it will accept or reject something according to whether it is right or wrong, Na Block 1994, 105. Contrary to this, Zhuangzi is denying the sole authority and autonomy of the cognitive. 26. Capacity. Referring to the disputing scholars, Zhuangzi says that they have a pre-established heart-mind, Chen Xin, Chen 1999, 56, my translation. For in other words, they already have established views. But what follows from this? Does it mean, for instance, that having a pre-established view precludes one from being open to another perspective and to realize that there are different possibilities? Consider the following story. Zhuangzi's friend, Hui Shi, complains of a gourd which was too huge and unwieldy to serve as a water container. Zhuangzi tells him of a man who had bought the formula to a salve from silk bleachers. For generations, it had been used to protect the bleacher's hands. His man sold the formula to troops of a certain state. With the aid of the salve, they won a naval battle in winter and the man was handsomely rewarded with a fiefdom. Zhuangzi suggests to Hui Shi, instead of being bothered by the gourd's failure as a container, why doesn't he ode with it on the rivers and lakes? He concludes, it would seem that you have a heart-mind that is clogged by weeds. Chen 1999, 30-31. Both the bleachers and Hui Shi are limited in their own ways. The former had used the salve for generations as a protectant with little pro-T. The latter is only able to think of the gourd's utility as a container. The suggestion to ode with it on the rivers and lakes indicates going beyond customary limits of thought. Thus, to answer the question raised above, it does not follow that having a pre-established view prevents one from being led to see that one's view is limited and the possibility of changing that view as a result. But it might be argued that having a pre-established heart-mind means that aictive interests are in operation in an unconscious way, such that it might seem arbitrary to deem the cognitive to be in control. However, it is unclear that Zhuangzi never allows for this. Stories of craftsmen and other characters with amazing skill suggest that the heart-mind can be focused on a cognitive and practical task. For instance, a cicada catcher describes training to the extent that he is aware of nothing but cicada wings. Titius character of Confucius comments that he keeps his will undivided and concentrates his spirit, Watson 1968, 200. In another case, an archer bets against opponents in a contest and becomes a nervous wreck when the bet is on precious gold, Watson 1968, 201. Ths might be thought to show that the cognitive has no control. However, the story ends by saying that one can succeed by ignoring outside considerations. Unlike Sun Tzu, Zhuangzi posits a variety of perspectives without asserting that any of them is the true or correct perspective. Is aided by the use of stories where an assertion or attitude is brought up short by showing that there exist other possibilities, as in the story of Hui Shi and the gourd. Other stories open our eyes to infinite possibilities. For example, Lord of the River takes pride in the vastness of his river during the autumn woods. Journeying eastward, he reaches the North Sea and realizes there is a vastness beyond. He meets Ruo of the North Sea, who tells him, there is no end to the weighing of things, no stop to time, no constancy to the division of lots, no XED rule to beginning and end. For great wisdom observes both far and near, and for that reason recognizes small without considering it paltry, recognizes large without considering it unwieldy, for it knows. 27. That there is no end to the weighing of things. Looking at it this way, how do we know that the tip of a hair can be singled out as the measure of the smallest thing possible? Or how do we know that heaven and earth can fully encompass the dimensions of the largest thing possible? Watson 1968, 78. Zhuangzi's conception of perspective as limited can be described in terms of being conned within a certain horizon. Under this conception, there is still room for the notion of a mistaken belief. We may be mistaken about something because there are limits to our perspectives on things. However, this is not because the horizon has an absolute outer limit which we have failed to capture. Instead, the metaphor of a horizon intimates not just a limit but at the same time an ever-broadening expanse and what lies beyond. Zhuangzi's stories also intimate that a perspective involves a joint cognitive/affective orientation of an agent. Consider Zhuangzi's own experience. Poaching for game in a park and aiming at a huge magpie, he observes it is about to pounce on a praying mantis, itself on the verge of snatching a cicada. Each is oblivious to what is behind it. Zhuangzi shudders and says to himself, things do nothing but make trouble for each other, one creature calling down disaster on another. He turns to leave and suddenly NDS the park keeper going for him. Zhuangzi is deeply shaken by the whole episode. Watson 1968, 218-219. David Nivison has given the following explanation. What he observed showed him that existence is a net of mutual trouble-making in which all creatures are caught, by their attachments, and his own experience of being rudely surprised by the gamekeeper showed him that the philosopher's conceit that he can distance himself by simply observing is itself a mode of involvement. You are in the world at all times yourself, and you can't get out of it. It was his philosophy of withdrawal itself that caused him to be so fascinated. That he forgot his own safety. Philosophy at that instant had self-destruct. Withdrawal itself is an entanglement. Nivison 2000, 179-180. His change of perspective is a cognitive/affective experience. Is no fact of the matter which Zhuangzi cognizes that is independent of his personal orientation or reorientation. His earlier belief that he could withdraw from worldly entanglements is now seen to be mistaken. However, this mistake is not a fact that stands independently of his new personal orientation. We necessarily see something from a perspective. For jointly cognitive and affective reasons, too, our horizons may change and we may be led to see new features of situations and things. Another example shows how someone is disposed to see things in a certain way. On a stroll above the river Hui Shi challenges Zhuangzi's assertion that the sh in the river are happy. Watson 1968, 188-189. After a brief exchange about whether and how one can know what another creature or person feels, Zhuangzi says, I knew it from above the how. It has been observed that what Zhuangzi is doing is getting Hui. 28. Shi to reorient himself to a perspective in which they have been strolling on the bridge above the Hao River and sharing all along the experience of witnessing the sh swimming easily and smoothly. And perhaps Zhuangzi is saying, do not exert yourself unnecessarily, let go of your personal interests and fears, as we witness the sh swimming easily and smoothly, we should be in the same state, be happy, and move easily and smoothly, 10 2006, 45. Th is supported by Roger Ames's observation about how knowledge applies here. One's posture or perspective is integral to and constitutive of what is known, and contributes immediately to the quality of the experience. Ames 1998, 220. 5. Although Zhuangzi was pessimistic about the cognitive being in charge, this does not seem to be ruled out, as seen in the stories about characters who have mastered certain crafts and skills, even though some would argue that they demonstrate knowing how instead of knowing that. 5. And despite the strategy of using stories without truth affirmation, Lord of the River's admission of limitedness, for instance, is an admission of a cognitive error, since he realizes that there is more to the universe than just his river. Similarly, Hui Shi is made to realize that there is more to a gourd than just being a container. THSA stories are in fact parables. THEY have a lesson, namely, to keep an open mind and not be shackled by customary practice and doctrine. As Ruo of the North Sea says, you can't discuss the ocean with a well frog, he's limited by the space he lives in. You can't discuss ice with a summer insect, he's bound to a single season. You can't discuss the way with a cramped scholar, he's shackled by his doctrines. Now you have come out beyond your banks and borders and have seen the great sea, so you realize your own pettiness. From now on it will be possible to talk to you about the great principle. Watson 1968, 175 to 176. Cramped scholar is a translation of Chu Shi. The word Chu here means corner, and a more literal translation is scholar in a corner. In his discussion of Bai, being blinded or blinkered, Sun Tzu mentions Bai Yu Yi Chu, Li 1994, 472. Th means to be blinkered by a corner, or one aspect, of a situation. The great principle refers to the way or the Dao, but more about this later. Given these similarities, it might be argued that Sun Tzu's and Zhuangzi's epistemic positions are not necessarily opposed and could be complementary. For instance, we should be careful not to overstate Zhuangzi's position that, as Roger Ames puts it, one's posture or perspective is integral to and constitutive of what is known, see above. If this statement is taken generally without reference to particular examples, it would be tantamount to epistemic relativism, a position commonly attributed to Zhuangzi. In the example which gives rise to this statement, however, Zhuangzi is alluding to Hui Shi's dispositional tendency to what he sees as 29. Tiresome logical questioning and telling him, instead, to relax, soak in the scene, and, in this sense, know that the sh are happy. What is true is that, for Zhuangzi, motivational attitude and dispositional character play a role in cognition, in the following way. For example, although Lord of the River's realization of his limitedness may be an admission of a cognitive error, this is not just the discovery of a new or hidden fact. Instead, it is a reorientation which makes it possible for Ruo of the North Sea to begin to have a discussion with him. Th's new orientation involves humble acceptance of his limitations, open-mindedness, and a willingness to learn from discussion. In an encyclopedic entry on virtue epistemology, John Turry and Ernest Sosa describe virtue responsibilists as follows. Responsibilists dne epistemic virtues as praiseworthy and rened character traits with a distinctive motivational pro-le, such as conscientiousness and open-mindedness, which underwrite robust, broad-based dispositions to inquire well across a wide range of circumstances. THSA epistemic traits share the same pro-le as the ethical traits featured in the Aristotelian tradition of virtue ethics, such as generosity, justice, and compassion. Turry and Sosa, 2013, 1041. In the context of virtue epistemology, the joint operation of the cognitive and the aictive could mean that open-mindedness and other character traits are epistemic virtues which have a necessary role to play in the pursuit of knowledge. Turry and Sosa, 2013, however, refer us to the work of John Doris, who has argued against the reliability, or even the existence of character traits, Doris 2002. Th's is controversial. But more to the point, Sosa has argued that we can best understand the responsibilist, character-based intellectual virtues highlighted by responsibilists as auxiliary to the virtues that are a special case of reliable competence intellectual virtue, Sosa 2015, 36. Furthermore, although virtues such as open-mindedness or intellectual courage may help one to reach the truth, they cannot be said to constitute knowledge, Sosa 2015, 40-41. The virtue reliabilist answer to what counts as an epistemic virtue is that it includes the subject's truth-conducively reliable doxastic dispositions, Turi and Sosa, 2013, 1041. We have seen how Sun Tzu emphasizes veridical perception and reasoning about and examining things under the appropriate external conditions. And in accordance with this, some remarks of his cited earlier are consistent with discounting the role of certain character traits as necessarily helpful to achieving knowledge. The sage follows his desires and fulfills his emotions, but having regulated them, he accords with principles of order. Truly what need has he for strength of will, for endurance, or for keeping guard against unsteadiness? See above. Sosa has argued that although, say, a healthy and disciplined regimen may help in the search for truth, sometimes it could be the other way around. It might be that someone's obsessive pursuit of truth, even at the cost of malnourishment and depression, puts them in a position to attain truths that are denied to their healthy rivals, Sosa 2015, 41. 30. Sun Tzu's description of how the senses could be distorted and how the agent could be misled by external conditions are akin to some of Sosa's examples, such as when lighting conditions AECT perception of the color of an object, Sosa 2011, 28. Sosa also distinguishes between RST order animal knowledge and reactive knowledge. The latter, more demanding, level requires that the subject also believe aptly that his order belief is apt, i.e., is one that manifests his competence, Sosa 2011, 92. Sun Tzu stresses something which has an A90 to this and which he refers to as comprehensive thinking. 6. We will see what he means by this below. Sun Tzu talks of the Xi and more as the mind than heart-mind. Not only is it lord of the body, Na Block 1994, 21.6a, that issues commands, it also has the ability to critically examine things. His examination brings out the patterns or principles, li, of things. He says, by laying out the warp and woof of heaven and earth, he, the sage, tailors the functions of the myriad things. By regulating and distinguishing according to the great ordering principle, he encompasses everything in space and time, Na Block 1994, 21.5e. The great ordering principle, Li, refers to the fact that, overall, the universe is structured by principles that may be discovered through critical examination. For Sun Tzu, this constitutes the way, or the Dao, of the universe. He also lays out the following general principle about the relation between the faculty of knowing and what is known, at the same time stressing the need for a boundary, having parameters, in the search for knowledge. As a general principle, the faculty of knowing belongs to the inborn nature of man. 7. At things are knowable is part of the natural principle of order of things. Men use their innate faculty of knowing, which allow things to be known. But if no boundary to the search is exceeded, then even to the end of your life you will be incapable of knowing everything. Although you may make countless attempts to master the natural principles of order, in the end your effort will be insufficient to encompass the complete cycle of the transformation of the myriad things, and you and the fool will be as one. Na Block 1994, 21.9. Being a sage involves focused thought and investigation so as to draw connections between things and to unify them in a principled way. In this regard, the sages were experts who articulated an ethical and social system. One who misses a single shot out of 100 does not deserve to be called an expert archer. One who travels a journey of 1,000 li, but does not take the last half step does not deserve to be called a carriage driver. One who does not fully grasp the appropriate connection between modes of behavior and the various categories of things, and who does not see the oneness between the requirements of the principle of humanity and the moral obligations that inhere in it, does not deserve to be called an expert in learning. Truly learned are those who keep this unity. Those who leave with one principle and return with another are men of the streets and alleys. Are experts in a few things, but inexpert in many. Be complete and whole in it, and then you will be truly learned. Na Block 1994, 1.13. 31. Sun Tzu does not specify the conditions under which the archer missed that one shot out of 100. Judgment that he/she is not an expert seems overly stringent. But the point is that, for the expert, ability or competence is not a random error. Instead, it is the result of learning and acting on the basis of a uni-ed and interactive system of principles. Possession of comprehensive learning is not a particular skill but an ability to oversee things at a reactive level. Someone with a particular skill may not necessarily be appointed director of the relevant trade or profession, for instance. On the other hand, another person without the RST order skill could be commissioned as director. Is similar to Sosa's example of the statistician coach observer who manifests full aptness, in a way which the basketball player does not, Sosa 2015, 71. He will treat things in all their combinations as things. Noble person is one with the way and uses it to further his testing of things. If he is at one with the way, then he will be right, and if he uses it to further his testing of things, then he will be discerning. If using the right frame of mind and proceeding with discernment he deploys things in their proper positions, the myriad things will perform their natural functions. Na Block 1994, 21.6b. Comprehensive thinking allows the sage to learn the rationale of the ritual principles so that they will come to dwell within him, to the extent that he would be averse to whatever is contrary to them and delight in whatever is in accordance with them. Na Block 1994, 1.14. Contra Mencius, this is not due to an innate ethical capacity, Chong 2003. Instead, the ability or competence to discover and to implement ethical and social norms involves the comprehensive exercise of cognitive and instrumental capacities. 6. Conclusion. In describing Sun Tzu's and Zhuangzi's discussions of knowledge, I have had Sosa's account of virtue epistemology in mind and, as such, my description of how they are situated in relation to one another could be said to have been guided and structured by his account. Accordingly, the central conclusion seems to be that despite Zhuangzi's limited conception of perspective, the epistemic virtue of open-mindedness in his account complements Sun Tzu's veridical conception. Zhuangzi emphasizes character traits such as humbleness, open-mindedness, and willingness toward discussion, in the pursuit of knowledge. Is complements Sun Tzu, who describes cognitive, instrumental thinking and non-distorted perception under appropriate external conditions as constituting knowledge. Is parallels Sosa's view that virtues such as open-mindedness and intellectual courage may be a means toward or enable knowledge but not knowledge constitutive. However, Sun Tzu's and Zhuangzi's discussions of knowledge were embedded within a certain social and political context. The context of Zhuangzi's concept of 32. Knowledge as encompassing an ever-expanding horizon of perspectives lay in his questioning the ethical, social, and political distinctions of his time, especially those endorsed by the pervasive Confucian ritual doctrines and practices which he thought were artificially imposed and overly restrictive. He opposed the Confucian justification of these doctrines and practices as endorsed by a moral Tian or heaven with his alternative conception of Tian as nature or the spontaneous Dao of the natural world with its wondrous diversity, Chong 2016. Sun Tzu agreed with Zhuangzi that Tian is nature and not a moral heaven. But for him, the Dao is the great ordering principle. In other words, the universe consists of patterns or principles which are open to discovery. The universe can be cut up at its joints, as it were, and there are patterns of social order which can be discerned and managed for the effective governance of human affairs. Although their accounts of knowledge may be said to be complementary from the view of Sosa's virtue epistemology, the situation is more complex when we take into account the social and political context. For Zhuangzi, being open-minded is closely integrated with his criticism of Confucian monistic principles as contravening the diversity of nature, including human diversity. In response, Sun Tzu defended the Confucian order through his account of cognitive ability and of how nature contains principles that may be discovered and implemented for the sake of social order. Instead of being complementary, Sun Tzu and Zhuangzi stand on different ground. In at least one instance, Zhuangzi parodies the sense of knowledge as based on perception and intellect, calling for a forgetting instead. I smash up my limbs and body, drive out perception and intellect, cast o form, do away with understanding, and make myself identical with the great Th or affair. Th is what I mean by sitting down and forgetting everything. Watson 1968, 90. 8. From the longer passage in which this occurs, it is clear that he has in mind the forgetting of Confucian values through casting aside the cognitive functions. Elsewhere, Zhuangzi says, a true person comes before true knowledge, Chen 1999, 178, my translation. 9. In other words, certain attitudes and states of mind of the true person entitle him or her to be said to possess true knowledge. But how does this mention of context relate to Sosa's project of virtue epistemology? I have in mind the broader context of Western epistemology. Here, I have to confess to being largely ignorant of the literature and debates and can only state my admittedly crude impression not of Sosa's project per se, but of the style of Western epistemology in general since the latter part of the 20th century. It seems to me that it has taken the concept of knowledge in a purportedly pure epistemic sense, to seek the necessary and sufficient conditions of knowledge, independently of context. At least this is the impression I get from the Gettier counterexamples to the traditional juste et true belief model, the paradoxes that they have generated, and the seemingly endless attempts that have been made to resolve them. It is to Sosa's credit that he attempts to go beyond these through his account of cognitive competence which discounts the role of luck in epistemic performance. His account, however, itself faces counterexamples such as the fake barn case. Someone accurately perceives the only real barn in an area full of barn facades and thereby manifests his competence as a perceiver. His belief is apt and quali es as knowledge. But this is counterintuitive since the case shows that the person does not have knowledge. Sosa's own response has been to explain away. 33. The counterintuitiveness of this result by emphasizing the lack of a further epistemically valuable state, which he calls reactive knowledge, Ichikawa and Stubb 2018. The examples, Gettier cases, fake barns, and so on, in these discussions are highly contrived. They have been generated for the sake of refuting a certain account and, to a bewildered outsider like myself, demonstrate the ingenuity of their inventors more than anything else. The style of discussion has been, a definition of knowledge is stated in terms of its necessary and sufficient conditions, doubts are raised about the adequacy of these conditions and counterexamples are given. This leads to responses that try to resolve the paradoxes generated by these counterexamples, others in turn question whether these responses are adequate, new theories are provided that try to go beyond these examples, these theories are in turn faced with further counterexamples. And so on. But it might be argued that Sosa's virtue epistemological account does have a context, namely, that of apt cognitive performance. He provides the example of ending out the contents of a closed box, for instance. In doing this, certain competences may be exercised, perhaps even including character traits such as persistence and resourcefulness and lead reliably to ending out what is in the box, ending the truth about a state of affairs. Sosa argues that, nevertheless, the exercise of such intellectual virtues need not and normally will not constitute knowledge, not even when that exercise does indirectly lead us to the truth. On the other hand, when we manage to open the box, we may immediately know what is in the box. With a perceptual belief, which manifests certain cognitive competences for gaining visual experience and belief. Perhaps this complex, knowledge constitutive competence RST leads to things seeming perceptually a certain way, and eventually to the belief that things are indeed that way, absent contrary indications. A belief manifesting such a competence, and crucially, one whose correctness manifests such a competence, does constitute knowledge, at a minimum animal knowledge, perhaps even full-edged knowledge, including a reactive component. Sosa 2015, 42. In talking about knowledge in terms of manifesting cognitive competence, Sosa has in mind activities such as accurate perception, ending something, solving a puzzle, ascertaining that something is or is not the case, discovery, ending evidence, and so on. But although these are no doubt important activities of what makes up knowledge, they are not the only ones. I would still emphasize the point I have made earlier. It is, what constitutes knowledge and competence cannot be specified independently of a fuller account of context. Here, we should take a look again at what Zhuangzi says in one of the examples discussed. Lord of the River comes to see and to believe that there are wider vistas. Is not just the exercise of cognitive competence as Sosa has described it. As I have argued, this is not to be described as merely the admission of a cognitive error and the discovery of a new or hitherto hidden fact. Instead, there is a new orientation that involves a humble acceptance of personal limitations, open-mindedness, and a willingness to learn from discussion. Sosa would claim that these are just knowledge. 34. Enabling. But Lord of the River's new orientation means that he possesses knowledge in terms of the virtues described. In this regard, there is a good sense in which these virtues are knowledge constitutive, especially within the context of what is seen as Confucian narrowness and Confucian monism. And this alerts us also to the fact that when Sun Tzu talks of veridical perception and comprehensive thinking as constituting knowledge, he has a conception of social order in Confucian terms. In other words, Sun Tzu's view of what constitutes knowledge is already loaded in Confucian terms. Zhuangzi would describe this as having a pre-established heart-mind, see the discussion of Zhuangzi above. In reply, it might be argued that, unfortunately, Sun Tzu's view of veridical perception is corrupted by prior assumptions about the rightness of the Confucian order, but he is on the right track in his account of knowledge which, as we have shown, broadly parallels Sosa's own. But this in turn raises an interesting question: can there be a pure and uncorrupted account of knowledge which stands independently of context and the assumptions of that context? I would reply negatively, given the contexts of Sun Tzu's and Zhuangzi's accounts. In the example of ending out what is in a box, Sosa mentions certain virtues or traits. In remarks that I have already cited in the beginning of this chapter, he admits that these are epistemically important traits, which are indeed of interest to a broader epistemology. In addition, they are of course worthy of serious study. Nevertheless, Sosa claims that they are not knowledge constitutive and do not belong to the charmed inner circle of traditional epistemology. In a handout responding to papers read at the conference on Sosa encountering Chinese philosophy, he coined the term gnoseology to delineate the area of this traditional epistemology with its special focus on issues of philosophical skepticism. I am reminded of the following remarks of Wittgenstein: when philosophers use a word knowledge, being, object, proposition, name and try to grasp the essence of the thing, one must always ask oneself, is the word ever actually used in this way in the language game which is its original home? Philosophical Investigations 116. THSA remarks would remind us that there are different contexts of knowledge and accordingly different ways in which what is knowledge constitutive may be construed. We began with a mention of how Confucius views knowledge in terms of ethical competence. I shall conclude with an example from Confucius. His disciple Yan Yuan had this to say of what he learned from his teaching. The more I look up at it, the higher it appears. The more I bore into it, the harder it becomes. I see it before me. Suddenly it is behind me. Master is good at leading one on step by step. He broadens me with culture and brings me back to essentials by means of the rites. I cannot give up even if I wanted to, but, having done all I can, it seems to rise sheer above me and I have no way of going after it, however much I may want to. Analects 9.11. There are a few things to note about this passage. First, Yan Yuan's statement refers to the essentials of the rights which cover a broad spectrum of rules governing individual ethical and social behavior. There is a close link here between knowledge and behavior. 35. In this context, knowledge is not simply intellectual knowledge which is divorced from character and attitude. For right from the beginning of a person's life, learning and knowledge are intimately linked with self-cultivation and ethical norms. Is remed by a second feature of the passage, namely, the reference to being broadened by culture. In this regard, the rites are closely integrated with music and literature. Ritual training also involves study of music and literature with the aim of instilling sensitivity to the various nuances of individual and social behavior and the making of a balanced personality. Referring to a passage from the Odes, Shi or Shai Jing, 10 for example, Confucius refers to joy without wantonness, and sorrow without self-injury, Analects 3.20. Means too that the rites are not purely formalistic. Ideal performances are imbued with the attitudes and values of aesthetic sensitivity, genuineness of feeling, grace, sincerity, earnestness, and so on. At the same time, one should guard against arrogance, presumptuousness, hubris, and mere display. There is a reference to knowledge and learning as a process with no end point. In other words, a cultured humanistic education gives one a sense of depth and subtlety of human problems in different dimensions. In this context, the competence that is exhibited or manifested in ending out or discovering pieces of information does not in itself prove, culminate in, or constitute knowledge. Instead, it is the whole orientation of the person in terms of the virtues described that matters and, as such, constitutes knowledge. It is this orientation involving the belief and attitude that learning is a task with no endpoint that Yan Yuan embodies through his remarks and which shows his knowledge. What constitutes knowledge in this context cannot be stipulated independently of the attitude shown. Western epistemology, generally speaking, has assumed that there is a pure epistemic understanding of knowledge that can be described in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. Has led, in Sosa's case, to the insistence that cognitive competence, manifesting accuracy, adroitness, and aptness, constitutes knowledge. There is no doubt that there are important contexts in which the manifestation of cognitive competence as Sosa has so intricately described constitutes knowledge. But these are not the only contexts of knowledge. I have tried to show that there are different contexts of knowledge and accordingly different ways in which what constitutes knowledge may be construed. 3. Epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Xunzi. Chris Fraser. 1. Introduction. Knowledge is an achievement manifesting a type of competence, akin in important respects to a skill. Accordingly, epistemic judgment is an exercise of agency. Ernest Sosa's work has elaborated these and related insights into a meticulous, persuasive version of a virtue epistemology. Given the framing assumptions of mid-20th century Anglo-American epistemology, developing a competence-centered explanation of judgment, knowledge, and justification required brilliant critical and creative thought. So it is intriguing and perhaps instructive to consider how some of Sosa's views relate to the outlook of early Chinese thinkers, for whom the idea of knowledge as a competent performance required no argument, being implicitly taken as an obvious, shared starting point. Here I will focus on Xunzi, whose epistemological concerns in some respects dovetail with, and in others complement, Sosa's. 1. I will draw on concepts from Sosa's framework to elucidate features of Xunzi's epistemology and in turn suggest how Xunzi's theoretical orientation might cast light on Sosa's project. In particular, I will suggest that Sosa's conception of full aptness helps to elucidate the sine cans of Xunzi's discussion of epistemic pitfalls, while Xunz's treatment of the epistemic agent's awareness of and commitment to norms of judgment helps to enrich Sosa's view of epistemic agency. TH's comparative exploration has interesting implications for the long-standing divide between virtue reliabilism and virtue responsibilism in contemporary discussions of virtue epistemology. A common way of characterizing the divide is that the reliabilist approach identities intellectual virtues with truth-conducive faculties such as perception and memory, whereas the responsibilist approach identities them with character traits such as epistemic conscientiousness, perseverance, and open-mindedness. Reliabilists focus more on the project of analyzing or explaining knowledge in terms of epistemic virtues, while responsibilists broaden the focus to explore what we might think of as the epistemic good life. On a Sunzian conception of epistemic agency, the ability to apply truth-conducive faculties in the full manner Sosa associates with human knowledge, rather than mere animal knowledge, is 39. 40. Grounded in normative commitments characteristic of responsibilist virtues such as intellectual conscientiousness, diligence, or perseverance. Xunz's approach thus suggests that reliabilist and responsibilist virtues may be constitutively intertwined. 2. Sosa on epistemic competence and agency. Judgment and knowledge are special cases of intentional action, suggests Sosa, and hence their nature can be clarified through a normative structure that applies generally to performances of all kinds. Epistemology is in EECT a special case in which we apply this normative structure to a domain of epistemic performance. Sosa proposes a framework in which any attempt to carry out a performance to attain some aim can be informatively evaluated along 3 dimensions. We can examine whether the attempt is successful, competent, and apt. A performance is successful I it achieves its aim. It is competent I it issues from the agent's competence in that type of activity. It is apt I it is successful because competent. Consider Sosa's canonical illustration of an archer attempting to hit a target. The archer's shot is successful I it hits the target. It is competent I performed in a way that usually would be successful. 3. It is apt I its success is due to the competence with which the shot was made and not, for example, a lucky accident in which a sudden gust blows the arrow course only for it to ricochet against a wall and hit the target anyway. Sosa distinguishes between animal, reactive, and full aptness, allowing us to recognize different dimensions and levels of competence. Animal aptness refers to the RST order aptness manifested in performances that are successful because competent, as when a shot hits the target because of the archer's skill. Reactive aptness refers a further, reactive dimension of competence extending beyond animal aptness. Normally a competent archer not only attempts shots but while doing so attempts to assess the chance of making an apt shot given the conditions, the distance and size of the target, the light, the wind, whether the archer is fresh or fatigued, and so on. In making such assessments, the archer aims at an apt second-order awareness of the likelihood of achieving a RST order, animally apt shot. For a reactively apt shot, then, is one that is animally apt and is attempted while the archer is aptly aware that the shot will be animally apt. Reactive aptness requires only the conjunction of RST order, animal aptness and apt second-order risk assessment. Full aptness is achieved through a causal connection between these. A performance is fully apt I it is guided to aptness through the agent's reactively apt risk assessment that the performance would indeed be apt. Sosa 2015, 69. Sosa proposes that full aptness is a normatively desirable status for performances in general, 2015, 85. Sosa's notion of full aptness is in EECT an attempt to explain how full-edged competence requires not only that one's RST order performances be reliably successful but that this success re-ECT a second-order grasp of the extent of one's own RST order reliability. TH's higher-order understanding works to increase reliability by reducing or eliminating failed attempts. It also removes the element of luck from what Sosa calls a epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Sons of 41. Creditable performance. For if our RST order performances are not guided by an apt second-order understanding of our own RST order competence, we could all too easily make inapt attempts, sosa 2015, 72. In that case, even when our attempts do succeed, they might as easily not have, and so our successes are partly a matter of luck. TH's framework for evaluating performances applies as well to judgment and belief, for these can be regarded as epistemic performances that constitutively aim at truth, sosa 2016, 11. Judgment is an exercise of epistemic agency in which we voluntarily attempt to represent aptly how things are. To judge that P is to arm that P in an endeavor to arm aptly that P, sosa 2015, 80. So judgment is fully apt when it produces an apt representation that is such partly because it was guided by the agent's apt self-assessment of competence. Human knowledge, as contrasted with animal knowledge, is then fully apt belief or, as Sosa also calls it, knowing full well, 2015, 85. Unlike judgments, beliefs are often not the result of voluntary attempts to represent how things are. Many beliefs seem to be states that simply occur in us as a result of the functioning of perceptual systems. For example, my belief that it is daytime right now is an attitude I just have, by virtue of being awake, not the result of an intentional performance. Acknowledging this point, Sosa suggests that we can explain such epistemic attitudes also as the result of performances, but implicit performances that are not intentional or voluntary. He draws an analogy to the functional teleology of an organ such as the heart. The heart's pumping can be regarded as a performance aimed at circulating blood, Sosa 2016, 5. Like intentional attempts, such non-intentional, functional aimings can succeed or fail. So functional capacities such as perception can be described as engaged in implicit performances that have a constitutive aim, such as true representation, Sosa 2015, 19, 51, and 87. Perception provides us with seemings, representational states that function as attractions to represent that such and such, Sosa 2015, 93. THSA seemings occur below the level of agentive control but nevertheless aim at correct representation, Sosa 2015, 93. We can think of them as inclinations to believe. When the inclinations are relatively strong, they amount to implicit, functional belief, Sosa 2015, 51, a distinct type of belief from the explicit, intentional, or judgmental beliefs that result from judgment. 5. When the strength of these inclinations passes a certain threshold, the agent acquires the disposition to arm a judgment and thus comes to hold a judgmental belief, Sosa 2015, 92. Like judgmental beliefs, functional beliefs can be assessed as to their success, competence, and aptness. 6. However, they are not subject to the same sort of deontic evaluation as judgmental beliefs concerning what one may or ought to believe, as such evaluation pertains only to intentional endeavors, Sosa 2015, 193. Is because functional beliefs are not endeavors, which derive from freely determined choices and judgments, Sosa 2015, 192. Sosa's account of the relation between functional and judgmental beliefs raises several issues that call into question aspects of his explanation of epistemic agency. The crux of agency for Sosa seems to lie in the capacity to freely determine one's aims or choices, 2015, 192. It thus contrasts with events we are passively or movements we make purely by re-ex. He recognizes two sorts of agency, agency simpliciter, in which we freely choose our endeavors, and an intermediate form of 42. Agency in which we do not freely determine our performances, which issue from implicit, passive functioning, but the outcome of these performances is nevertheless rationally derived from freely chosen endeavors and so also subject to a kind of rational evaluation, 2015, 193 to 194. 7. His characterization of the two varieties of agency makes it seem that epistemic agency for Sosa lies mainly in arriving at beliefs by explicit, voluntary affirmation through reactively self-conscious judgment. He seems to see the crux of epistemic agency as our free choice to judge affirmatively on some question provided we are aiming to get it right. 2015, 210. If this is indeed his stance, I suggest that this model is too intellectualist. Judgments that we make an explicit, free choice to ARM seem rare in practice and are probably implicated in only a small portion of our epistemic attitudes. 8. Hence they do not seem especially central to understanding epistemic agency. Sosa recognizes that exercises of epistemic agency can be subconscious, 2016, 10, and that performances can be apt, and agentive, when they spring from implicit, automatic reactions or involuntary operations that agents have trained themselves to perform, as when a tennis player automatically volleys a ball or we automatically remember a phone number we work to memorize. Sosa 2015, 94-95. Beyond this, I suggest that even when we do explicitly consider evidence and form a belief through self-conscious deliberation, often we do not experience the process of reaching a judgment as free or voluntary. 9. To be sure, sometimes we consider the evidence and self-consciously decide to change our belief or withhold judgment. But often, as we ponder the evidence, a judgment just comes to us through implicit functioning, much as the belief that it is day or night right now just comes to us. I suggest that, especially for highly competent agents such as professional athletes and performing artists, the distinction between a voluntary endeavor and an automatic, functional response seems neither as sharp nor as significant in explaining agency as Sosa takes it to be. He contrasts animal belief, which he describes as a constituted by a stored state that guides conduct subconsciously, with reactive, judgmental belief, which he sees as a disposition to judge affirmatively in answer to a question, in the endeavor to answer correctly, with truth, reliably enough or even aptly. 2015, 209. But both descriptions seem to refer equally to dispositions that guide action in various ways, sometimes self-consciously, sometimes not. Moreover, as we saw, when functionally produced seemings cross a certain strength threshold, the dispositions that constitute functional beliefs can instead be considered to constitute judgmental beliefs. Sosa 2015, 92, further blurring the line between the two. Sosa's approach as developed in Judgment and Agency, then, does not provide a sufficiently informative account of just what agency, and specifically epistemic agency, consists in. Elsewhere he provides hints of the direction in which he might develop such an account. He notes that beliefs sometimes seem not to be voluntary. For example, I seem not now to be free at will not to believe that I am awake, Sosa 2016, 10. Nevertheless, he suggests, what voluntary freedom requires is only the ability to override improper instances, 2016, 10. That is, the sort of freedom required for epistemic agency need not entail that we be able to arm or disarm any belief at all, but that we be free to correct and improve our beliefs so as to align our action with the requirements of reason, 2016, 10. Such correction, I suggest, might occur either. Epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Sons of 43. Through explicit judgment or through guidance by implicit, functional dispositions. Beyond this, Sosa proposes, epistemic agents are indeed free to believe that P or not insofar as they are free to decide whether to address the relevant whether P question at all, 2016, 11. Having committed to some end, agents are not free to decide at will what is an effective means to that end. Analogously, having committed to aptly answering whether P, we are not free to arm that not P when faced with strong evidence that P. But we do remain free to adopt or reject our ends, such as the end of answering whether P. Here Sosa's approach takes an intriguing turn toward xunzis, for xunzis' implicit conception of epistemic agency emphasizes self-improvement and presents commitment to an appropriate set of ends or norms as the fundamental attitude of the conscientious epistemic agent. 3. Xunzi. Like other early Chinese theorists, Xunzii explains knowledge in terms of competence in discriminating and naming things, specifically for the purpose of guiding action and carrying out the DAO way. The capacity for or faculty of knowledge he calls the knowing, ZHI, Huang 1966, 22/5. 10. Knowledge is demonstrated through the performance of discriminating correctly, with respect to some name, what is SHI, this, right, from what is FEI, not this, wrong, 2/12, such that the attitudes of the knowing match, HE, the distinctions between things, 22/5. In XUNZIIS framework, the functional counterpart to belief is the attitude of deeming something the kind of thing designated by some name. The counterpart to judging is distinguishing or discriminating something as properly taking some name. The use of names, mainly general terms referring to kinds, rests on our ability to distinguish SHI from FEI, two terms referring what is or is not relevantly similar and thus falls within the extension of the same name. The purpose of names is to distinguish different social ranks and similar from different things, so that intentions can be conveyed and tasks carried out, 22/14, 15. Names can be used for this purpose because, as creatures of the same kind, with the same sort of constitution, we have sense organs that detect things similarly. Enables us to establish conventions for the use of names by which to discriminate distinct kinds of relevantly similar things, 22/16, 17. Similarities and differences between features of things are differentiated by means of the sense organs and recognized by the heart, XIN, heart/mind, the organ of cognition, through a capacity called the verifying knowing, ZHENGZHI, 22/19. The sense organs record the features of things, sounds, shapes, and so on, and the heart varies, or recognizes, them, 22/20. To qualify as having perceptual knowledge of something, an agent's sense organs must record it, such that the agent is aware of it, and the heart must verify it, such that the agent is able to explain, it, 22/20, 21. Presumably, the point is that to count as knowing a thing, the agent must demonstrate competence by applying an appropriate name to it. 11. Xunzii and other early Chinese theorists do not specify a justification requirement for knowing. Knowledge is simply success in getting the distinctions right. Lucky. 44. Guesses are excluded because knowledge is implicitly associated with systematic competence across a variety of interrelated and contrasting cases. The knowing of a highly competent agent, for instance, is said to connect together a uni-ed system of kind distinctions, 8/122, or enable discourse on a myriad cases while demonstrating mastery of such a system of kinds, 23/78, 79. Arguably, Xunzii's conception of knowledge, ZHI, here converges with what we might think of as understanding or wisdom. It involves competence not merely in recognizing things but in grasping the patterns, LI, by which they are organized, including how they normally function and how they relate to each other. As we will see, Xunzii's concept of patterns is pivotal to his conception of epistemic excellence. A revealing feature of Xunzii's approach to knowledge is just how little he says about it. He takes it as obvious that knowledge is a competence in drawing distinctions between the kinds of similar things that take various names, so much so that the subject merits little discussion. His interest as an epistemologist is mainly not in the theoretical project of explaining knowledge but in the practical project of correcting and improving our distinction-drawing competence. The central topic of his most sustained epistemological discussion resolving obscuration is not knowledge, per se, but error. In particular, it is how to use our cognitive and reactive capacities to avoid or mitigate what he calls obscuring, blinkering, his catch-all term for conditions that can obstruct correct distinction drawing. Xunzii's central claim here is that difficulties in attaining and applying knowledge arise from being sat on and thus blinkered by only part of the relevant factors or circumstances, such that we are unclear about the broader patterns, LI, of how things work. All troubles that people have are due to their being blinkered by one bent, putting them in the dark as to the greater patterns, li. 21/1. The major issues that capture XUNZI's attention are how to avoid blinkering or falling victim to obscuration by managing the operations of the heart, XIN, the seat of cognitive, affective, and conative functioning, and how to seek clarity as to the broader patterns of things by committing to the right DIO way, and thus adopting appropriate norms of judgment. 12. Although he does not use this nomenclature, XUNZI's discussion of blinkering presents what amounts to a distinctive view of conscientious, competent epistemic agency. He regards epistemic activity as a eld of practical skill, which he calls arts of the heart or heart techniques, XINSHU. He discusses the performance of the gentleman or the sage, an epistemic agent who is not merely competent but expert. Such an agent seeks to excel in the arts of the heart, much as expert athletes or performing artists do in their endeavors. Here I want to call attention to three prominent features of XUNZI's epistemology that re-ECT his distinctive view of epistemic competence and agency and complement or contrast with Sosa's approach. THERST feature converges with Sosa's notion of full aptness, and indeed Sosa's ideas help to elucidate the sine cans of XUNZI's views. Epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Sons of 45. XUNZII contends that, in unclear circumstances, when in observation there are grounds for doubt or one's heart is unsettled, the competent epistemic agent withholds judgment. Whenever in observing things there is doubt or one's heart within is not settled, then external things are unclear. Our thinking being unclear, we can't yet X so or not so. 21/67, 68. His examples of unclear circumstances include perceptual illusion, intoxication, unreliable means, and incompetent testimony. 21/68, 73. Someone walking in the dark might mistake a horizontal boulder for a crouching tiger or a small tree for a person, for example, because the darkness obscures their vision. A drunk will stoop while exiting the city gate, taking it to be a low doorway, because the alcohol disrupts his spirit. 21/70. We do not judge how attractive we look by our reaction in moving water, because the water's position is disturbed. 21/70. Nor do we determine whether there are stars in the sky by asking the blind, because their functional prosciency is confused. 21/73. XUNZI's key claim about these examples is that competent agents are not misled in such dubious circumstances, because they attend to the greater patterns and so are not blinkered by the strictly partial resemblance between the objects they are observing and the reference objects they may seem similar to. So from a mountaintop looking down at oxen, they are similar to sheep, but someone seeking sheep does not go down to lead them away, the distance obscures their size. From the foot of a mountain looking up at trees, 10-meter trees are similar to chopsticks, but someone seeking chopsticks does not go up to break them. The height obscures their length. 21/71, 72. In settling whether things are so or not, the competent agent takes the broader context into account and avoids using the doubtful to resolve the doubtful. 21/74, or relying on unreliable means to settle questions whose answer is unclear. XUNZI's treatment of these examples converges with Sosa's view that one dimension of an epistemic agent's competence is competence in assessing the reliability of one's own cognitive operations in various contexts and in guiding one's epistemic attitudes accordingly. 13. When this self-reactive competence guides the agent to competently adopt correct epistemic attitudes, the result will be an epistemic status corresponding to Sosa's notion of full aptness. Obviously, XUNZI's theoretical apparatus is different from Sosa's, and he does not employ an explicit conception of aptness, let alone full aptness. He is not proposing an account of knowledge as fully apt belief. Nor does he explicitly conceptualize our grasp of our own reliability, given the conditions, as a second-order risk assessment concerning our own RST-order performance. He frames it instead as an awareness of how performance must be adjusted to circumstances, in particular how awareness of the broader context and our own psychophysiological states can prevent us from being blinkered, and thus misled, by a partial, limited view of our situation. 14. Clearly, however, Xunzii does share with Sosa the stance that the 46. Performance of a competent epistemic agent will be guided by a meta-awareness of how reliable the agent's normal means of generating epistemic attitudes will be in the situation at hand, and this meta-awareness includes a background competence in assessing and coping with difficult or abnormal conditions. Epistemic competence is not simply a matter of distinguishing things correctly in simple cases, just as competence in any field is not demonstrated by handling only trivial cases, because an agent who can manage only simple cases might easily become confused in more complex conditions. To demonstrate genuine competence, the agent must be able to avoid blinkering or obscuration, even in challenging circumstances, by drawing on a higher order competence in assessing and avoiding problems. The outcome is an epistemic status corresponding to Sosa's notion of full aptness. The second feature I want to underscore makes it clear that what Xunzii is describing here is indeed a second-order meta-awareness of one's own cognitive operations and how they relate to circumstances and broader norms. For Xunzii, a characteristic feature of agents with expert epistemic competence is a second-order concern to improve their competence. Arguably, this stance is a direct consequence of a performance approach to epistemology, which invites parallels between epistemic endeavors and, for example, athletic endeavors. Any athlete is concerned to play well, and agents who aim at success in sport typically devote attention to improving their performance. Analogously, on Xunzii's view, an aspect of epistemic competence is that the agent actively manages the operations of the heart so as to perform well epistemically. The agent seeks to improve both explicit judgment, which for Xunzii follows from deliberation, LU, and immediate, implicit distinction drawing. 15. To improve their competence, agents employ second-order knowledge of the difficulties that can arise in epistemic performance. The expert agent understands the problems that arise in the arts of the heart, 21/28. Such an agent prevents error by conscientiously employing the heart to recognize and avoid various sources of bias or misjudgment. His conscientiousness is the basis for the self-reflexive, critical awareness that enables competent agents to avoid epistemic pitfalls. Exemplary agents take charge of their hearts and manage them carefully, 21/11, so as to avoid blinkering and error. For if the heart is not employed at it, we can fail to recognize even the obvious, though black and white be right in front of us, the eyes fail to see them, though thunder drums be right beside us, the ears fail to hear them, 21/4, 5. To perform properly, the heart must maintain a calm, attentive equilibrium, just as in sports or the performing arts. A key to proper performance is to prevent the heart from losing balance, leading to bias, blinkering, and one-sided, erroneous performance. The human heart can be compared to a pan of water. Place it upright and do not move it, and the sediment settles to the bottom and the clear water rises to the top. And it is sufficient to see your beard and eyebrows and discern the any patterns on your face. A breeze passing over it, the sediment moves below and the clear water is disturbed on top, and you cannot get even the general outline right. Heart too is like this. So guide it with proper patterns, cultivate it with clarity, and let nothing bias it. And it will be sufficient to xshifei and settle doubts. If epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Sons of 47. Minor things pull it about, then externally one's uprightness will be altered and internally the heart will be biased, and it will be insufficient to decide even gross patterns. 21/54, 58. As this passage indicates, Xunzii holds that proper guiding and cultivating in the arts of the heart can train us to avoid error. To discriminate shifei and resolve confusing circumstances reliably, we can train ourselves to maintain an impartial, upright stance and an undisturbed, unbiased heart. For Xunzii, then, Fully competent epistemic agency requires that we actively take control of our epistemic performance and train ourselves to improve it. How exactly do we do so? Xunzii holds that differences between things are the basis for drawing distinctions and thus for cognition. At the same time, he explains, differences are a potential source of obscuration, disrupting our ability to sort or grade, things properly, 21/29. Things can be similar or different in various ways, with respect to various features. One-sidedly or injudiciously attending to any one feature may lead us to overlook or discount others that may also be pertinent. In attending to what is desirable about something, for example, we may overlook what is detestable about it, while in attending to what is beneficial about it, we may overlook what is harmful. 3/45-49. More broadly, our recognition of that one side of a distinction can interfere with our understanding of this one whatever falls on the other side. 21/38. To avoid bias, then, we need neutral, reliable criteria. We need a set of norms that specify the relevant distinctions and guide us in drawing them and thus forming correct epistemic attitudes. The question of criteria takes us to the heart of Xunzii's approach to epistemic agency and the third main feature I want to highlight. For Xunzii, the most fundamental aspect of epistemic agency is our higher-order capacity to approve and commit to a system of norms by which we check, correct, and improve our epistemic attitudes. Xunzii contends that, acting from a second-order awareness of the sorts of problems that can arise in the arts of the heart, the expert agent guides epistemic attitudes by reference to norms the agent explicitly identifies, endorses, and seeks to maintain. 21/29, 34. Setting aside potential grounds for bias, the sagely agent all-inclusively lays out the myriad things and weighs them on the scale. 21/29. The scale, says Xunzii, is the DIO. 21/29. 22/74, a normative way of conduct. An expert in the DIO avoids the biases produced by attending to only one side of a distinction or one part of a scene by approaching things comprehensively, in terms of their relation to everything else, and thus grasping the greater patterns. 21/51, 52. According to Xunzii, since such an agent is focused fully on the DIO, rather than on particular, partial interests or features, he is correct. Since he uses the DIO as a basis for examining things, he is discerning in how he discriminates them into kinds, and thus, since he uses correct intentions to proceed with discerning sorting of kinds, the myriad things and their proper place. 21/52, 53. Before we can apply the DIO in this way, however, our heart must recognize, know, and approve, it. 21/30. Approval is a normative attitude. To approve something is to deem it worthwhile and permissible. Elsewhere, in discussing moral. 48. Development, Xunzii takes the heart's approving things to be the central attitude that drives human agency, what most fundamentally controls our conduct. 22/55, 63. His stance on epistemic agency is thus a special case of his more general view of agency. In both contexts, the pivotal capacity that marks us as agents is the capacity to form and act on normative, action-guiding attitudes of approval or endorsement, whether explicit or implicit. In the case of epistemic agency, the relevant attitude is one of approving the norms by which to evaluate epistemic attitudes as correct or not. THSA norms then serve as the basis for checking and improving our epistemic competence. 4 reactions for further inquiry. For Xunzii, agency including epistemic agency lies most fundamentally in our capacity to commit to a normative DIO and apply it to correct and improve both our particular performances and our general competence. Xunzii would thus agree with Sosa that the ability to override improper instances and to decide what whether P questions to address is crucial to epistemic agency. Even more crucial for him, however, is the capacity to recognize, approve, and thereby aim to meet, Norms of correctness. Xunzi's epistemology explicitly presents this latter capacity as pivotal to expert epistemic competence. Sosa does not, but arguably his framework incorporates a parallel idea. For Sosa, a constitutive aim of epistemic performances is truth, which provides standards of correct performance. Epistemic agency, then, entails a higher order concern to aim at truth. There are two key concepts here, truth and aiming. Might Xunzi's epistemology enrich our understanding of them? For Xunzii, the norms that the epistemic agent approves and commits to are conceptualized not as truth but as a way or path of competent conduct that we aim to follow. In his theoretical scheme, DAO includes the norms that determine the correct use of words, thus seeing semantic content and in turn the content of epistemic attitudes. Hence whether some deeming or utterance is true Xunzii would say whether it is so, RAN, is ultimately determined by DAO. Truth is a byproduct of and explained by DAO specifically, the DAO of distinguishing different kinds of things. The upshot is that epistemic norms ultimately rest on a subset of norms of conduct and indeed on a normative conception of the proper way of life. Xunzi's epistemology reminds us of the tacit background assumed by the idea of agentive performances that aim at truth. To aim at something, Xunzii would contend, we must approve it. The attitude of approval expresses endorsement of certain values or norms. So an implication of Xunzi's stance is that ultimately epistemic agency, or at least competent epistemic agency, is a matter of our holding certain values of our approving, and hence valuing and committing to, certain norms of performance. Our capacity to be epistemic agents rests on our capacity to value, endorse, and act on norms. Hence to the extent that knowledge requires epistemic competence, we can attain knowledge only through a commitment to certain values. An implication is that a key feature that distinguishes the competent epistemic agent from a mere reliable mechanism, a reliable temperature reporting device, for instance, is the capacity for epistemic competence and agency in Sosa and Sons of 49. Axiological commitment, including the capacity to grasp how a system of norms commits us to various epistemic and inferential relations between our epistemic attitudes and the circumstances we end ourselves in. The sort of normative commitment Xunzii depicts here, I suggest, is characteristic of responsibilist virtues such as epistemic conscientiousness, diligence, or perseverance. On a Sunsian approach, then, a responsibilist commitment to relevant norms seems a necessary condition for competence in applying the criteria that underwrite reliabilist virtues. To possess the sort of systematic competence and reliability Xunzii associates with knowledge, one must be an epistemic agent who manifests at least some degree of responsibilist virtue. To reliably get things right, an agent must be conscientious about getting things right. An implication is that the reliabilist virtues needed for the advanced epistemic competence manifested in, for instance, fully apt belief are partly constituted by and intelligible only against a background of responsibilist virtues. An adequate account of epistemic agency will need to weave together both responsibilist and reliabilist components. 4. In favor of a comprehensive virtue epistemology. Gregor Paul 1 Introduction. His chapter deals with Ernest Sosa's distinctions between epistemic and moral characteristics, and, respectively, epistemology and ethics, critically examining these distinctions from the perspective of Sons's theory of knowledge, according to which knowledge results from and manifests both epistemic and moral competence. In my discussions, I focus on the question of how knowledge ought to be justly ed. Since Sonsa deals with this question mainly in his theory of communication, I devote some space to analyzing this theory. When I came across the label virtue epistemology, I immediately thought of the philosophy developed in the Sunzi, the Mencius, Menzi, and the Analects, the Lunyu. In these Chinese classics, epistemology is an integral part of, or at least overlaps with, virtue ethics, It is a normative philosophy that extensively focuses on character traits as sources of and/or catalysts to knowledge. The ethics developed in these three classics combines features of virtue ethics, role ethics, utilitarianism, and even deontological ethics. As a whole, this ethics may be categorized as a virtue ethics that incorporates the other three kinds. Role ethics and utilitarian ethics do not play a dominant role. One could even argue that the Sun Tzu advances a deontological ethics, since on 3 occasions, chapter 13.2, and twice at 29.1, the text says that one should follow the Dao and not the Lord. 29.1, Kong Dao Buletin Kong Jun. Hutton 2014, 325. However, following the Dao would entail behaving virtuously. Or one could simply state that following the Dao is itself a virtue. Conceiving of the ethics in the three classics as mainly or merely role ethics, as e.g. Roger Ames does, is mistaken. See my Aspects of Confucianism, Paul 1990, in which I criticize Ames's views on ethics, metaphysics, and rationality in the Lunyu. See also Paul 1991, Paul 1992, and, with particular reference to the Sun Tzu, Paul 2010. In another article, I again try to show that characterizing classic Confucianism, Ruhia, as a philosophy of rational thinking does not mean reading Western ideas in Eastern thought. Influential Japanese scholars, who knew nothing about Western interpretations, even denounced Confucianism as being too rational, Paul 2013. In 51. 52. Categorizing Sun Tzu's philosophy, one misunderstanding should be excluded. In spite of its features as practical philosophy, it does include theoretical parts, see Paul 1990. In what follows, I explicitly thematize only a few questions of how to interpret the book as a whole. Also, I do not expressly deal with Sun Tzu's theory of monarchy, hierarchy, and reward and punishment, as means of establishing and upholding social and political order. Nor do I discuss the intolerance Sun Tzu displays in his rejection of rival teachings. Such issues lie beyond the scope of my chapter. But when I then read Sosa, I soon realized a significant difference between his virtue epistemology and the Chinese version, s. Sosa conceives of such sources of knowledge as e.g. perception and reason, including inferential reason, not only as faculties, but also as virtues, Sosa 1991, 225 to 227, 270, whereas, in the mentioned classics, these sources are rather regarded as faculties that should be exercised in a virtuous way. One can of course call such faculties virtues. Sosa speaks of these faculties as virtues because of their contribution to something good, namely our quest for truth, ibid. He further justifies his naming by explaining that there is a sense of virtue, in which anything with a function natural or artificial does have virtues. The does, after all, have its virtues, and so does a knife, 1991, 271. 3. In mind, world relations, Sosa mentions that we even give credit to the efficiency of a sharp knife, 2017, 133. 2. Sosa's emphasis on intellectual virtues. Although having virtues may differ from being a virtue, and though virtues are usually regarded as morally significant faculties or character traits, which is also the case in the mentioned Chinese classics, the importance of naming should not be overestimated. One should not quarrel about words. But in Sosa, it is no mere question of naming. As I understand him, by calling perception etc. an epistemic virtue, for he intends two things, rst, to distinguish the epistemic from the moral, thus, so to say, saving epistemology as a discipline of its own, Sosa 2015b, 71, 2017, 144 to 145, 149 150, and, second, to argue for a normative epistemology. 5. To preclude any misunderstanding, Sosa does also thematize character traits that can be conducive to knowledge of truth, like e.g. courage, and he has even emphasized the importance of dealing with them. However, whereas he regards perception and reason, e.g. inferring, as constitutive of knowledge, he conceives of character traits as merely auxiliary virtues. Sosa 2015b, 2017, 2019. Again, this re-ex Sosa's intention to distinguish between the epistemological and the ethical. Not without justification, of course. As I would put it, without perception and or inference there could and would be no knowledge at all, and though e.g. courage may sometimes also be constitutive of knowledge, when facing threatening opposition, one may need courage to pursue one's quest for truth, courage is not always required. 6. In other words, the epistemic virtues of perception and or inferring are necessary conditions of gaining any knowledge at all, whereas character virtues are necessary conditions only under certain circumstances. Again, Sosa, if I understand him correctly, conceives of faculties such as perception, vision, inference, drawing, introspection, memory, and testimony as virtues since in favor of a comprehensive virtue epistemology. 53. They are competences conducive to knowledge. Knowledge he defines as apt belief, i.e. a true, adequate, belief that is true because of its resulting from, and manifesting, the competence, adroitness, of the believer. 2007, 23-24. Arabi, Sosa distinguishes between different levels of knowledge, namely between unreactive knowledge on the one hand and various higher levels of reactive knowledge on the other. Sosa 1991, 290-291, 2007, 32, 2015a, 63, 65, 73, 2016, and 2017, 100, 153-154. Among the motives that led Sosa to developing his epistemology is, his intention to solve problems of traditional theories of knowledge, especially what he regarded as shortcomings and or inadequacies of foundationalism and coherentism. 1991, 2. The challenges of skepticism illustrated by a believer's performance in dreams. 3. Performances caused by an evil demon, or by a brain in a vat. 4. The Gettier problem. 7. And v. The problem of the criterion, e.g. 1991, 2007, 2017. 3. Sun Tzu's emphasis on character virtues. Like Sosa, Sun Tzu distinguishes between natural and 2. Acquired sources of knowledge, namely, perception and reason on the one hand, and 2. Character traits on the other. Former, he calls senses, tianguan, and heart, xin. 8. Among the latter, 2. He emphasizes humanity, ren, and right, ius, nes, yi. Sun Tzu 22, 23. As should be clear from the above, it is only the latter that Sun Tzu regards as virtues. 4. According to Sun Tzu, the heart can also instigate evil deeds. Sosa's notion of the senses is similar to Sun Tzu's, and Sosa's notion of reason is a more general notion of the faculty of reasoning and reacting than Sun Tzu's notion of heart/mind. Corresponds to the respective differences in their virtue epistemologies. Like Sosa, Sun Tzu also held that there cannot be such a thing as propositional pure experience. According to Sun Tzu, it is due to the working of the heart that sense impressions enable knowledge. Sun Tzu 22, e.g. K.O. Stern 1967, 290, Dubs 1983, 490, Hutton 2014, 238, see also Sun Tzu 21.1, Hutton 2014, 224. Similarities go even further, for Sosa shares Sun Tzu's view that the heart/mind can also instigate evil deeds. However, whereas he uses his examples of immoral exercises, e.g. 2015b, 2017, of epistemic competences to illustrate the differences between the epistemic and the moral. Sun Tzu uses his examples to argue for a notion of epistemic competence that includes in an inseparable way evidence by moral standards. Sun Tzu attributes to Confucius the statement "Thirst of the VE worst traits is having a heart xin with penetrating insight and using it for dangerous things." 28.2, K.O. Stern 1967, 366, Hutton 2014, 318, see also Sun Tzu 31, Hutton 2014, 337, or 27. In stating that an auxiliary epistemic virtue might be an overall personal vice, Sosa also wants to clearly distinguish between the epistemic and the moral. Sosa 2017, 144. According to the Sun Tzu, but also in keeping with the Mencius and the Lunyu, the main goal of human life is following the Dao, i.e. the way, principles, rules, practices etc. of humaneness and right, eus, ness, and, in a wider sense, established civilized convention, li, always striving after and/or displaying knowledge, wisdom, ji. Is implies becoming and/or being a humane and cultivated person, Junzi. 54. Realizing this goal requires being a knowledgeable, or even wise, person. Therefore, human beings ought to develop and cultivate respective faculties and virtues. Among the faculties discussed are the faculties of correct sensory perception and correct usage of the heart/mind, especially arguing consistently. Utilizing these faculties, speech should be in accordance with, what, for the sake of brevity, may be called reality or, sense, objects, and free of contradictions. For instance, diurent things ought to be named/called diurently, etc. Sun Tzu 22, 23. Also, faculties ought to be employed in a virtuous way. In the Sun Tzu example and the impressive notion that a person who engages in discussion without supporting his propositions by reasons, likes quarreling, what a humane person should not do. 9. As to character virtues, besides, humaneness/benevolence, and, 2, righteousness/rightness, 3, respect for civilized conventions, li, and, 4, interest in knowledge, ji, and eagerness to learn how shui, are emphasized. Further, honesty, uprightness, trustworthiness, xin, open-mindedness, modesty, Sun Tzu 5.5, 22 and 23, Paul 1990, 80-81, and courage, Yong, Sun Tzu 5.5, Hutton 2014, 24-25, are regarded as important. 4. Intellectual virtues, faculties, versus character virtues, character traits. Question of which relevance should be attributed to intellectual virtues and character virtues, and how the relationship between these two kinds of virtues should be conceived of in virtue epistemology, remains a disputed issue. Sosa 2015b, 2017, 2019, Bear 2015, Bodily 2016, 2019. In what follows, I pursue this question by taking into account the approach in the mentioned three Chinese classics. Let me note that I have some difficulties in understanding Sosa's solutions, and especially in attributing them to his theory as a virtue epistemology. As indicated, the question of whether to call only intellectual virtues epistemic ones is probably no problem of mere wording but rather a problem of how to evaluate the epistemic relevance of e.g. character traits. Further, in my opinion, the challenges of skepticism are not really important problems. From commonsensical points of view, they appear far-fetched. Although commonsensical convictions can be mistaken or false, they ought to be taken into account in epistemology. Sosa does this of course, e.g. 2017, 218-219, but not as thoroughly as adequate criticism of skepticism would require. I do not deny that some skeptics regarded the question of e.g. undoubtable knowledge as an issue of existential relevance. However, one need not agree with their view, but could rather regard it as over-sophisticated and practically irrelevant. Most skeptics lived a life of pragmatic self-contradiction. Also, given the many problems humans have to cope with, the intellectual brilliance in arguing for a skeptic position should perhaps be devoted to solving basic problems of everyday human life. Is also the position taken by Sunzi, who, however, even goes as far as maintaining that, in almost every case, skepticism displays egoism and longing for fame. In the history of philosophy in the East and West, this kind of argument has been brought forward repeatedly against subtle and differentiated reaction, especially rened logical. In favor of a comprehensive virtue epistemology. 55. Reaction and so-called sophistic reasoning, it is of course far from being generally true. For instance, Zhuangzi was probably no egoist, just craving for fame. In Chinese philosophy, Zhuangzi was one of the earnest who raised the skeptical question of how to distinguish between performances in a dream and in a wake station. So-called Chinese sophists of his time also called into question the possibility of real knowledge. Sunzi admits that such attempts could display intellectual brilliance. He dismisses them as far-fetched, non-commonsensical, not in accordance with Binchale, human conventions, and in my view most important hindrances to acceptable knowledge and, thus also, hindrances to successful human communication and, as a matter of consequence, socially ideal behavior. Sunzi, Example 8, Hutton 2014, 56-57, 22, Dubs, 494-498. 10. In other words, the Sunzi attributes the skepticism voiced by contemporary Chinese philosophers to persons who lack epistemic and/or moral virtues. We would, however, not accuse Getty of lacking virtue. 11, as indicated above, according to Sunzi, their display of intellectual brilliance manifests self-love, egoism, and craving for fame, whereas someone who refrains from such misbehavior acts virtuously, ibid. In short, Sunzi regards the differences between different kinds of knowledge, acquiring, cultivating, justifying, and communicating knowledge, as differences due to differences between different kinds of persons. He expressly distinguishes between the understanding of four kinds of men, the understanding of the wise, Shengren, the Junzi and man of breeding, Shijunzi, the petty man, Ziren, and the menial, Yufu, Sunzi 22 and 23. Sunzi's notion of knowledge comprises/implies both epistemic and moral competence. To quote from the Sunzi, Junzi explains with the mind of Ren, Yiren Xianchuo, Sunzi 22.12. Junzi's actions are not guided by selfishness, but by altruism and empathy, Ren, avoiding anything that does not contribute to improving the character and life of other persons, including their knowledge, or that may even confuse them. Menial's talents are varied and many but of no practical use. He is full of subtle distinctions and elegant turns of phrase that serve no practical purpose. He ignores the differences between this and not this, i.e. the rules of consistency and/or right and wrong. This is the understanding of the menial. Sunzi 23.22, see also Dubs 1983, 548, Hutton 2014, 255-256, Paul 1990, 80-81. As to pragmatic self-contradiction, the famous Chinese sophist Gongsun Long, 3rd century BC, maintained, a white horse is no horse. However, according to an anecdote, when crossing a border with his white horse, he had to pay customs for taking a horse with him. 56. 5. In favor of a comprehensive virtue epistemology. Focusing on the question of how to communicate and justify knowledge. Central problems of epistemology can be phrased as follows. 1. What is truth? 2. What is knowledge of truth? 3. How to gain knowledge? 4. How to justify that the knowledge gained is indeed valid knowledge? 5. How to communicate to and convince others that something is true? 12. Justi cation can be of different kinds and levels. I mention only two. First, and generally, one can conceive of justi ed knowledge as knowledge gained in a reliable way, i.e. a way that not easily fails, e.g. Sosa 1991, 145, 293, 2007, 87-88. According to Sosa, this would mean acquiring knowledge through adequately exercising one's epistemic virtues in appropriate conditions, thereby ensuring comprehensive coherence of one's beliefs. Sosa 1991, 145, 293, 2007, 110-111. Th's definition or understanding of justi cation is indeed expressly a concept of virtue epistemology. However, it seems to attribute only minor importance to a second, specie level of justi cation which is usually required in communication. 13. In contrast, the Sunzi devotes much space to this issue, advancing an epistemology that is part of a theory of communication, which asks for expressions that reality, Sunzi 22, 2, logical, consistency and comprehensive coherence of one's beliefs and behavior, 3, correct, established, clear, etc., language use, 4, honesty, uprightness, truthfulness, and, if necessary, courageous behavior, and, nevertheless, becoming, modest, polite, open-minded, rened, way in dealing with one's communication partners, Sunzi 22, 23. 14. If I cannot discuss the issue of how notions of truth are, or ought to be, understood, i.e. the RST of the above questions, I should like to point out that, according to probably every viable epistemology, knowledge, of truth, must be, RST, somehow connected/related to reality, and, second, coherent. Is implies that it must take account of experience and fulfill the law of non-contradiction. Philosophers in India and Sino-Asia were also among those who put forward epistemologies according to which a kind of reality connection and logical consistency, and even a kind of overall coherence, are necessary conditions of truth. Sunzi sharply criticized superstition and contradiction, Sunzi 5, 17, 21.13, Hutton 2014, 233. 15. In his The Raft and the Pyramid, Sosa 1991, Sosa tries to solve what he regards as basic problems, or shortcomings, of traditional, foundationalist and coherentist epistemologies. To put it roughly, and presupposing that knowledge is true and justi ed belief, Sosa 1991, 165, Sosa rightly states that neither foundationalist notions of experience, especially pure experience, nor coherentist notions of mere conceptual consistency can justify a belief as knowledge, Sosa 1991, 169-173. In his attempt to adequately taking into account the salient features of both approaches, as I understand it, to do justice to the requirements of empiricalness and consistency, Sosa developed his theory of justi cation according to which it is the human, intellectual faculties, especially the faculties of perception, inference, introspection, and memory, e.g. Sosa 2015b, 66. That can reliably generate or preserve knowledge, i.e. produce or preserve, true and justi ed belief. As mentioned above, he calls these faculties intellectual virtues. On page 10 in his Introduction to Knowledge in Perspective, Sosa states to know the truth is to believe through a faculty or intellectual virtue. He adds, note 13, that his approach is akin to a certain kind of reliabilism, a classication shared by other epistemologists, Baer N.D., Turi, Alfano, and Greco, N.D. In his criticism of traditional empiricist epistemologies, Sosa also points out that they neglect faculties such as memory, stating that e.g. knowledge of names is, in many cases, a function of memory. his virtue reliabilism is often compared to, or confronted with, what is called virtue responsibilism. Whereas the RST theories conceive of knowledge as, primarily, a function of intellectual virtues, the second theories conceive of knowledge as, primarily, a function of character virtues. In what follows, I argue that the so-called reliabilist/responsibilist divide is no longer as sharp or deep as may have been thought until around 2015. Sosa himself calls this orthodox dichotomy deeply misleading, 2015b, 62, 2017, 8, and states, 2017, 8, that a true epistemology will approximately combine all four elements of the two camps, namely reliability, competence, responsibility, and character. 16. Tying in with these assessments, I try to show that if one argues for a liberal epistemology, as Sosa does in his criticism of traditional theories of knowledge by including as a means of knowledge e.g. memory, and if one, thereby also argues for, what in my view could appropriately called, a virtue epistemology, one should perhaps advocate a comprehensive virtue epistemology that does not only combine, but integrate the different approaches, thus aiming at a unifying and uni-ed theory. In so doing, I again bring into play the above indicated arguments put forward by Sunzi, whose epistemology does already combine all four elements. In his two forms of virtue epistemology, Sosa himself acknowledges that, so-called, virtue responsibilism is an important and interesting eld. However, as mentioned above, he maintains that epistemic virtues are competences that constitute knowledge, in contrast to character virtues that are merely conducive or auxiliary to attaining knowledge, though Sosa, by saying this, does not want to devaluate virtuous character traits. Sosa further shows that some character traits, as for instance love of truth, often do not at all contribute to, or at least do not play an important role in, gaining knowledge. Also, the knowledge a murderer acquires and employs, Sosa emphasizes, as indicated above, is certainly no manifestation of a virtuous character, though it remains of course knowledge, Sosa 2015b, 72, 2017, 150-151. Sosa thus insists that epistemology is not a department of e.g. ethics, Sosa 2017, 149, but a discipline of its own that should be understood as such. Responsibilists of course reject calling the truth-conducive competence manifested by a murderer a virtue at all. In contrast to Sosa, e.g. 2015b, 70, 2017, 149, bodily 2016, 101-106, they insist that only what is good and praiseworthy, is and/or should be called a virtue. In another analysis of murder, Sosa, 2017, 114-115, arrives at the conclusion that there is no objective, intrinsic value in trivial enough truth. The value attributed to such truth must be something extrinsic to it, or truth combined with something else. It could be certain consequences, a certain use, conduciveness to human welfare, or simply a combination of knowledge of truth and moral responsibility, etc. One answer Sosa gives is that certain knowledge can contribute to human nourishing. 58. Sosa 2017, 115-116, namely to improving one's individual life and the life of one's fellow beings. However, is to say that, such, knowledge is valuable because of its instrumental power, its usefulness for e.g. character cultivation, for improving morality, and so on. In other words, Sosa thus perhaps willy-nilly extends his reliabilism to a combination of reliabilism and responsibilism, for the attempt to contribute to human nourishing is a function of character traits, perhaps of one's disposition to strive for self-respect and one's humaneness/benevolence/altruism/empathy. If this does indeed follow from Sosa's account of the value of knowledge, it would be a consequence very similar to the position advanced in the Sun Tzu. At least the value Sosa attributes to knowledge as conducive to human nourishing cannot be explained as being merely due to epistemic virtues like perception and logical thinking, etc. Sosa would probably agree with this. Sun Tzu emphasizes that intelligence and courage can, also, lead to robbery and murder. 13, Dubs 1983, 161-162. As mentioned above, Sun Tzu attributes to Confucius the statement THERST of the VE worst traits is having a heart XIN with penetrating insight and using it for dangerous things. Sun Tzu thus also argues that knowledge, as knowledge is understood by Sosa, is of no intrinsic value, and is of course no virtue. Going further, he even maintains that if one is no Junzi, one cannot have knowledge. Sun Tzu 4, Dubs 1983, 66. Without Ren and Yi and without following Li, even a scholar ought not to be regarded as a man of knowledge or wisdom. Sun Tzu 1, Dubs 1983, 18-20. Also, according to Sun Tzu, knowledge requires putting it into practice, etc. Sun Tzu 8, Dubs 1983, 160, raises the interesting question whether, according to Sun Tzu, only conceptions varied by practical proof, are knowledge. Pursuing this question is however beyond the scope of my analyses. In any case, according to Sun Tzu, a belief is knowledge, only if the belief is put into practice, which again may indicate a moral component of knowledge. Sosa calls his epistemology a competence virtue epistemology, 2017, 141, implicitly thus referring to his definition that belief is knowledge since its truth is due to the epistemic competence of the believer. Again, such competence he calls a virtue because of its truth conduciveness. However, in his two forms of virtue epistemology, he seems to restrict this notion to a notion of truth constitutiveness. Is to say, as explained above, that epistemic faculties, such as e.g. perception, are virtues because they are not merely truth conducive but also truth constitutive. Does this mean that his epistemology is actually a theory of knowledge constitution? But then one may ask, is a faculty like memory indeed constitutive of knowledge? In his continuing attempts to re-eny his notion of epistemic competence, Sosa expressly included personal skill, state, and situational adequacy among its characteristics, speaking of an SSS competence. 17 Sun Tzu's epistemology is of course much less explicit, though he also deals with the impact that skill, state, and situation has on epistemic performance. For example, he repeatedly discusses a Junzi's intelligence, skill, and courage, shape, in encountering/criticizing a ruler, situation. In any case, Sun Tzu developed what could be called a comprehensive virtue epistemology, although there was of course in his time no respective label. In one way or the other, Sun Tzu deals with and answers all VE questions formulated above. To indicate his solutions. 1. A belief/speech is true if it accords with the Deo, He Deo, insofar as it is, I, free of contradictions, Buletin Fu, Ci He Shuo, and, 2, consistent. In favor of a comprehensive virtue epistemology. 59. With/ts reality, Yuan Tianguan, Zhi Cheng. However, it is, to say the least, difficult to identify in the Sun Tzu such a narrow notion of truth. Rather, the Sun Tzu's notion is a more complex one, referring to a truth that is also a moral or social achievement/good. 18.2. Knowledge, is acceptable, true belief manifest in one's behavior and actions. It is an appropriate means to contribute to individual and social perfection/nourishing. Ideal knowledge, often called wisdom, is a kind of highly reactive and, almost, infallible knowledge. As reactive knowledge, it is a belief the believer is aware of, resultant from his conscious reaction on the Deo and, as Sosa would put it, on his, the believer's, skill, shape, and situation. There are also phrases similar to definitions of knowledge such as, example, to know that the right is right and the wrong is wisdom, Sun Tzu 2, Dubs 1983, 28, 19 or, strongly reminiscent of Lunya 2.17, when you say you know, when you do not know, you say you do not know, Sunzi 8.21, Dubs 1983, 156, Hutton 2014, 63, also Sunzi 29.5. 20 As to the relation between knowledge and reality, the Sunzi, 22.2, Dubs 1983, 484, Hutton 2014, 236, states, knowledge which corresponds to reality is called wisdom. 21.3. Knowledge is gained by sensory perception, logical thinking, and learning, especially learning, shui, from others/teachers and from, reliable, tradition/transmission/testimony, excluding as a source any kind of superstition. Like Sosa, the Sunzi regards e.g. testimony as an important source of knowledge, in this respect also advocating a liberal epistemology. 22.4. Knowledge can be justified, or defended, by being, I, in accordance with and/or, 2, founded in the Dao and reality. 3. Actual justification is possible as, a. justification for oneself and/or, b. intersubjective justification. Thuv, b. presupposes or implies, a. b. is of much greater social relevance. Thus, the Sunzi focuses on, b. Is point quali es Sunzi's epistemology as both, I, a kind of coherentism and, 2, foundationalism. 4. According to the Sunzi, justifiable knowledge is, I, consistent belief within a coherent whole of beliefs, all of which accord with the Dao, and is, 2, founded in the Dao and in reality. 5. Intersubjective justification requires communication. Successful communication, however, usually presupposes more than mere truth of an argument. That is to say that, in many cases, truth, if understood as mere accordance with reality and/or logical consistency etc., is no sufficient criterion of acceptability. Sometimes, it may even be better to lie than to speak the truth, e.g. Lunya 13.18, and 17.20. 23 Also, truth/knowledge/understanding, g, may be used to successfully cause social unrest. Accordingly, the Sunzi distinguishes between, I, truth on the one hand and, 2, its usage on the other. As indicated, in communication, what one says ought to be acceptable for otherwise one's attempt to convey to others and/or convince others of the truth of one's knowledge, and/or to intersubjectively justify it, is doomed to failure. Is, in turn, demands that knowledge should be expressed in a becoming way, discernible as a manifestation of modesty, politeness, quan, wrong, open-mindedness, honesty, truthfulness, xin, cheng, and, unpretentious, humaneness, e.g. Sunzi 22 and 23. Most. 60. Importantly, communicative, justification of knowledge requires supporting arguments with explanations and expressing oneself as clearly as possible. 24 For otherwise one would rather display arrogance than e.g. honest interest in furthering the knowledge and well-being of others. Now, since without acceptable usage no belief can constitute knowledge and since such usage depends on one's character traits, it is these character traits that are decisive. So, if the issue of intersubjective justification is regarded as a legitimate topic of epistemology, then character traits deserve comprehensive and detailed treatment in virtue epistemology. More so, since in certain cases virtues like courage may perhaps, also, be constitutive of knowledge. 25. Successful learning, shui, which is probably the most important source of acquiring truth and knowledge may also depend on certain character traits, especially eagerness to learn, persistence, open-mindedness, and a kind of modesty and honesty, that excludes self-betrayal. For example, the Sunzi says that one should listen with a heart of learning, yi shui xin ting, Sunzi 22.12, Dubs 1983, 502, K. Oster 1967, 294, see also Sunzi 1. Thus, the question arises again whether, under certain normal conditions, in Sosa's sense, certain character traits do not only facilitate, but also contribute to, constituting knowledge. In other words, are there normal situations in which one would not be able to acquire knowledge if one did not possess certain character traits? And if so, would this question be e.g. a merely psychological and/or social question, or, also, an epistemological one? Anyway, according to the Sunzi, communication of knowledge ought to be a function and/or manifestation of personal virtues. 6. In favor of both specific and comprehensive virtue theories of knowledge. I need not emphasize that it is not only possible, but even desirable, to develop different forms of virtue epistemology, and that such forms can very well be compatible with each other, even fruitfully complementing each other, and that it is of course also desirable to expressly distinguish between e.g. moral and non-moral faculties, though one perhaps should not rule out that moral faculties, as far as they are, actually, conducive to knowledge, are also epistemic powers. Perhaps one should admit that there are epistemically and morally inseparably complex virtues. In certain cases, constitution of knowledge is due to and manifests both, intellectual virtues, in Sosa's sense, and character virtues. Although one can, and should, analytically distinguish between different virtue concepts, actual acquisition of knowledge may be due to an exercise of insolubly combined virtues, or competences. Thus, Sunzi's virtue epistemology can enrich the specter of Western virtue epistemology. Sunzi does not deal with the faculties of perception and inference as separate means of gaining and justifying knowledge, or understanding, but as integral parts of a whole of interrelated and interdependent powers/virtues, which in Chinese could be called de, that comprise epistemic and moral features. 26. Further, Sunzi's pragmatism and the communication theory it entails may also further the endeavor to develop a comprehensive virtue epistemology. 27. Perhaps one should even try to develop a universally valid transcultural virtue theory of knowledge. Is what I would advocate. Or should one inquire into certain culturally relevant distinctions? Except for fundamentalist positions, there are probably none. 28. At least one could further re-ECT on the methodology and criteria of a viable virtue epistemology. Appendix. Responsibilist reliabilism in the Sunzi. Hutton, 2014, OERS translations of important passages in the Sunzi that suggest impressive systematic concurrences with Sosa's virtue epistemology, though the differences in Sunzi's and Sosa's notions of truth and knowledge/understanding, G and G, and the differences in their estimations of character traits/moral virtues as means of, and contribution to, knowledge remain. Hutton several times renders the Chinese Chang as reliable, or reliably. Since the basic meaning of Chang is probably constant/li, thereby often implying regular/li, Matthews 1963, 25, Hutton's choice is just ed. Among the phrases of particular interest is the following exemplary/paradigmatic one, which Hutton, 2014, 27, translates as Ren, Yi, and virtuous conduct de, virtue, power are reliable means to safety. Sunzi 4.9, but that does not mean that one will never encounter danger. Is to say, RST, that certain virtues reliably, constantly, regularly, enable realizing safety. Second, and even more important, these virtues not only include character virtues, but also intellectual virtues. In this respect one may regard Sunzi's epistemology as wider or more comprehensive than Sosa's. Since safety, as a result of Ren, Yi, and De, also, ultimately, requires exercising e.g. correct perception and inference, and an even overall consistent reaction, for otherwise there would be unrest, etc., the whole phrase can be justly understood as implying that epistemic virtues, no matter whether of a responsibilist or reliabilist kind, are reliable sources of knowledge, which is thus also justi ed. Since the Sunzi emphasizes the RST kind, one may even speak of a responsibilist reliabilism, the more so, since notions such as e.g. ren comprise both kinds in an actually inseparable manner. One may even argue that speci notions of ren, which implies speci notions of character traits, logically imply the notion of correct perception and inference, i.e. a notion of intellectual virtue. Ultimately, Sunzi's epistemology proves to be a virtue theory, since according to Sunzi, but wording it similarly to how Sosa would express it, belief is knowledge, only if it derives from and manifests, correct exercise of, the, comprehensive, virtue of a Deo-based attitude. As a matter of consequence, knowledge thereby ts reality, is coherent, and is no question of luck. The speci difference, namely that g. 62 includes respective practice, of course remains. For example, understanding correct government entails obeying humane government and criticizing tyranny. 5. Detachment. A trait reliabilist virtue in Linji's Chan Buddhism. Taojiang. 1. Introduction. It has been 40 years since Ernest Sosa published his landmark paper, The Raft and the Pyramid, Coherence vs. Foundations in the Theory of Knowledge, 1980, which heralded a new approach to epistemology, i.e. virtue epistemology, VE. The popularity of VE has been attributed to its unique ability to tackle difficult philosophical problems that are central to epistemology in contemporary analytic philosophy, e.g. coherentism, foundationalism, internalism, externalism, and, of course, the Gettier problem, etc. Th's chapter is an attempt to bring the considerable conceptual resources developed in virtue epistemology to Chinese philosophy, especially Chinese Buddhist philosophy, in order to tread a new path in the study of the latter. In so doing, I also hope to complicate the landscape of contemporary virtue epistemology, which is divided between reliabilists and responsibilists. One important contribution of Sosa's approach to virtue and epistemology, for the purpose of this chapter, is his call to differentiate moral and intellectual virtues in his 1980 article. We need to consider more carefully the concept of a virtue and the distinction between moral and intellectual virtues. In epistemology, there is reason to think that the most useful and illuminating notion of intellectual virtue will prove broader than our tradition would suggest, and must give due weight not only to the subject and his intrinsic nature but also to his environment and to his epistemic community. Sosa 1980, 23. Indeed, studies of virtue within the eld of Chinese and Buddhist philosophies tend to be overwhelmingly focused on moral virtues without paying much attention to intellectual virtues. In this connection, engaging virtue epistemologists like Sosa has offered me an opportunity to read some texts through a different lens, especially the transformation of Buddhism from India to China, and to see the broader Buddhist 69. 70. Project from a new perspective in a way that is unexpected and constructive at the same time. In this chapter, I will characterize the Chan/Zen Buddhist epistemology as a version of virtue epistemology, using some of the conceptual innovations developed in virtue epistemology to OER a new interpretation of the Chan project of enlightenment. More specifically, I will make the case that detachment, one of the key characteristics of enlightenment in Buddhism, should be understood as a reliabilist trait virtue that is constitutive of the enlightened knowledge in Chan Buddhism, leading to the truth of emptiness celebrated in Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. The chapter has two goals in mind. RST, it brings a particular epistemic virtue, detachment, articulated and celebrated within the Buddhist tradition, to a broader discussion on epistemic virtues in contemporary philosophy. Second, it calls into question the way epistemic virtues are framed by reliabilists and responsibilists in the contemporary discourse. My discussion will be anchored on a general contour of the Buddhist approaches to knowledge, with the Linji Lu, a Chan Buddhist text traditionally attributed to the famous 9th century Chan master Linji, as the locus. To debate about two kinds of epistemic virtues. Virtue epistemology is an alternative to the traditional approach to the study of knowledge in contemporary analytic philosophy. Traditional epistemology is primarily concerned with propositional knowledge in the form of S knows that P. Such a knowledge is understood as justi et true belief, JTB, in that knowledge has three individually necessary and collectively sufficient components: belief, truth, and justi cation, namely S knows that P if and only if P is true and S is justi et in believing that P. The traditional approach to epistemology is concerned with the subject's belief in examining whether it is true and justiably so. Since the discovery of Gettier problems in the 1960s, epistemologists have attempted to OER an amended definition of knowledge, much of which has taken the form of JTB plus X, wherein X refers to whatever further condition or qualication is required to safeguard knowledge proper, although pinning down X still largely eludes the epistemic community. Gettier-type problems have shaken the belief-based approach to epistemology, so much so that it is fair to say that epistemic luck presents one of the greatest, if not the single greatest, threat to knowledge in contemporary philosophical discussions. Virtue epistemology seeks to provide an alternative approach to the study of knowledge. Sosa, the earliest proponent of VE, proposes that knowledge should be grounded in the epistemic virtues of the agent. Here primary justi cation would apply to intellectual virtues, to stable dispositions for belief acquisition, through their greater contribution toward getting us to the truth. Secondary justi cation would then attach to particular beliefs in virtue of their source in intellectual virtues or other such justi et dispositions, Sosa 1980, 23. Th means that, for Sosa, the primary object of evaluation should be intellectual virtues and vices of an agent, whereas individual belief, the basis of knowledge in traditional epistemology as we have seen previously. Detachment 71. Should be relegated to secondary justi cation. Abrol Fairweather and Mark Alfano helpfully summarize the shift brought about by virtue epistemology. The essential shift in virtue epistemology is from belief-based epistemic norms to agent-based epistemic norms. The former confers epistemic good-making properties on agents due to the epistemic good-making properties of their beliefs, and the latter confers epistemic good-making properties on beliefs due to the epistemic good-making properties of the agent, their epistemic virtues. The direction of analysis where normative properties of agents confer normative properties on beliefs is essential to virtue epistemology. Some form of this virtue theoretic direction of analysis is accepted by all virtue epistemologists. Fairweather and Alfano 2017, 8-9. Sosa has been widely acknowledged as someone who stands at the very beginning of such a major shift in epistemology. He is the proponent of what has come to be characterized as virtue reliabilism, which uses the competently successful performance as the criterion to evaluate a subject's epistemic virtues and vices. The relationship between cognitive competence and successful performance determines the normative status of a performance, i.e. whether a particular performance is knowledge proper or not. In this EORT, the nature of competence and the relationship between competence and performance are key to Sosa's virtue epistemology, Vargas 2016, 3-4. With respect to the nature of competence, Sosa has proposed what he calls the SSS, skill, shape, and situation, framework in order to determine the epistemic competence of an agent, one for the relationship between competence and performance, Sosa OERS the AAA, accurate, adroit, and apt, framework to better understand the various normative relationships between the two. One area of dispute in VE is what kind of virtue should count as an epistemic virtue. In this respect, there are two competing camps among contemporary virtue epistemologists. Sosa's reliabilist virtue epistemology is often cast against what has come to be known as virtue responsibilism, with the former focusing on epistemic competence in perception, memory, and inductive and deductive reasoning, and the latter on the moral character or moral virtues in epistemic pursuits, such as curiosity, open-mindedness, and intellectual courage, etc. John Greco provides a helpful summary of the rationale behind Sosa's version of intellectual/epistemic virtue. According to Sosa, an intellectual virtue is a reliable cognitive ability or power. Coherence-seeking reason is thus an intellectual virtue if reliable, but so are perception, memory, and introspection. Greco 2002, 293. Since reliabilist virtues are cognitive faculties, they are often called faculty virtues. In the following passage, Sosa lays out his case for touting the faculty virtues. For example, it may be one's faculty of sight operating in good light that generates one's belief in the whiteness and roundness of a facing snowball. Is possession of such a faculty a virtue? Not in the narrow Aristotelian sense, of course, since it is no disposition to make deliberate choices. But there is a broader sense of virtue, still Greek, in which anything with a function natural or artificial does have. 72. Virtues. Thei does, after all, have its virtues, and so does a knife. And if we include grasping the truth about one's environment among the proper ends of a human being, then the faculty of sight would seem in a broad sense a virtue in human beings, and if grasping the truth is an intellectual matter, then that virtue is also in a straightforward sense an intellectual virtue. Sosa 1991, 271. Clearly, Sosa is using the term virtue in a sense that is broader than its moral usage. Virtue here includes function, ability, power, potency, or competence. Such an employment of the term virtue is precisely what has prompted criticism from philosophers who are more aligned with virtue in its Aristotelian use. For example, Linda Zagzebski, one of the most prominent voices advocating what has come to be characterized as virtue responsibilism, criticizes Sosa's use of the term virtue in this context. Sosa makes no attempt to integrate intellectual virtue into the broader context of a subject's psychic structure in the way that has been done by many philosophers for the moral virtues. What's more, Sosa's examples of intellectual virtues are faculties such as eyesight and memory, which are not virtues at all in traditional virtue theory. It turns out, then, that his plea for a turn to the concept of intellectual virtue actually has little to do with the concept of intellectual virtue as a virtue in the classical sense. Zagzebski 1996, 8-9, original italics. In fact, Zagzebski accuses Sosa of confusing the function of a cognitive faculty with its virtue, Zagzebski 1996, 9, FN 4. For her, the reliabilist faculty virtues do not provide any added value to knowledge besides their conduciveness to truth. According to Zagzebski, knowledge is a more valuable state than true belief. It follows that the value of the knowing state is more than the value of the truth that is thereby possessed. So what knowledge has in addition to true belief has value, Zagzebski 1996, 301. In other words, it is insufficient for knowledge to be produced by a reliable belief-producing apparatus, since as such there would be no additional value to that belief state than its truth. Therefore, Zagzebski defines intellectual virtues as acquired character traits of the agent that consist of two components: they are reliably conducive to truth and they re-ect the agent's virtuous motivation, Zagzebski 1996, 311. By contrast, for Sosa the intellectual virtues are cognitive abilities rather than character traits, they need not be acquired, and their acquisition and use need not be under one's control, Greco 2002, 295. At the heart of Zagzebski's critique of virtue reliabilism is her questioning of a strong distinction between intellectual and moral virtues, made by Aristotle. In fact, she argues that intellectual virtues are best viewed as forms of moral virtue, Zagzebski 1996, 139. By making intellectual virtues a subset of moral virtues, Zagzebski attempts to integrate intellectual and moral virtues into the agent's overall psychic structure, something she thinks Sosa's reliabilism fails to do. Sosa acknowledges the importance of trait virtues favored by the responsibilists, e.g. curiosity, open-minded, intellectual courage, etc. However, as Sosa sees it, the Detachment 73. Responsibilists do not differentiate the virtues that are constitutive of knowledge from those that are merely facilitative. It is such knowledge constitutive competences that are of main interest to a competence virtue epistemology aiming to explain human knowledge. Other epistemically important traits such as open-mindedness, intellectual courage, persistence, and even single-minded obsessiveness are indeed of interest to a broader epistemology. THEY are of course worthy of serious study. But they are not in the charmed inner circle for traditional epistemology. THEY are only auxiliary intellectual virtues, by contrast with the constitutive intellectual virtues of central interest to virtue reliabilism. Sosa 2015, 43. Put simply, the faculty virtues belong to the charmed inner circle of traditional epistemology in that they are knowledge constitutive competences, whereas the trait virtues are only auxiliary intellectual virtues that can assist the epistemic eort but are not constitutive of such eort. Greco echoes such an assessment when adjudicating the reliabilist/responsibilist virtues in pointing out that a simple case of perceptual knowledge does not have to involve Zagzebski-type intellectual virtues, Greco 2002, 296. However, there are important epistemic virtues that have largely remained outside the purview of the discussions between the reliabilists and the responsibilists. To make the case, I would like to look into how epistemic virtues are conceptualized within a very different intellectual context, namely that of Buddhism, especially Chan Buddhism in China. We will see that the way a core epistemic virtue, detachment, is articulated in Chan Buddhist philosophy does not the reliabilist-responsibilist framework. It is a reliabilist trait virtue which takes on both reliabilist and responsibilist features. Is implies that the trait virtue of detachment does not settle into the auxiliary role within Chan Buddhist epistemology. Rather it is constitutive of a particular kind of knowledge, namely enlightened knowledge in Chan Buddhism. Is trait reliabilism, as opposed to faculty reliabilism or trait responsibilism, would complicate the disputation between virtue reliabilists and virtue responsibilists about what should count as a constitutive epistemic virtue and whether a reliabilist virtue can be a character trait instead of a faculty. 3. Detachment as a reliabilist virtue in Buddhist epistemology. Many, if not most, traditional Chinese philosophers can probably be characterized as virtue epistemologists in the sense that normative properties of agents confer normative properties on beliefs. Fairweather and Alfano 2017, 9. Zhuangzi's, late 4th century to early 3rd century BCE, dictum "there is a true person, and afterwards there is true knowledge" is one of the most famous manifestos of such an orientation. Of course, questions about what is a true person and what is true knowledge in Zhuangzi's context would immediately arise. However, I will not get into the 74. Zhuangist ideas of a true person and true knowledge in this chapter. Rather my focus will be on a later development of these ideas in the context of Chan Buddhism. The term true person is picked up by Chan Buddhist Linji, d. 866, whose deliberations of true person represent his most vigorous effort to sketch out the relationship between knowledge and agent in his project of enlightenment. Much of the text attributed to Linji, the Linji Lu, recorded sayings of Linji, is devoted to the portrayal of true persons as well as how to become one. Linji Personae is the climax of Chinese Chan Buddhism that has come to any later iconoclastic expressions of Chan in Chinese and other East Asian cultures. He has been revered as the last, arguably the most famous, and certainly the most colorful, Chan patriarch in the orthodox Hangzhou lineage during the so-called Golden Age of Chan Buddhism in Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907. Linji is legendary for his blasphemous and iconoclastic teachings as well as unconventional teaching methods, such as shouting at his disciples and hitting them with a stick, all of which have now become part of the stock images of Chan enlightenment. Chan Buddhists are privy to the intellectual legacies of both Buddhist and pre-Buddhist indigenous Chinese traditions. 3. While Indian Mahayana Buddhist epistemologists, most famously Din Ana, c. 480 to 540 CE, and Dermak Irti, c. 600-660 CE, advocate some versions of coherentism and foundationalism. Later Chinese Buddhists, especially Chan Buddhists like Linji, favor virtue epistemology of sort, likely due to influence of the broader orientation of the indigenous Chinese intellectual tradition mentioned earlier. TH's chapter will examine a character trait valorized in Buddhism, namely detachment, and investigate its place within the Buddhist project of enlightenment by exploring its epistemic qualities, inspired by the contemporary discourse on virtue epistemology. I will construe Linji's Chan epistemology as one that is primarily geared toward cultivating the epistemic virtue of detachment, constitutive of the enlightened knowledge in Buddhism. More specifically, I will make the case that detachment is both a reliabilist virtue and a trait virtue in Linji's Chan epistemology. The case will be made in two steps. First, I argue that detachment is reliabilist in nature by situating Linji's thought within the broader context of Buddhist epistemology. Second, I make the case that detachment is a character trait keenly cultivated in Linji's approach to enlightenment. TH's section is devoted to the RST step, while the next section will deal with the second. 3.1 Root ignorance and attachment. The primary motivation for Buddhist philosophers is how to overcome ignorance or illusion as the cause of suffering. Due to the critical role of ignorance and illusion in the Buddhist project of enlightenment, the Buddhists have devoted a significant amount of effort to investigating the nature of illusion and its causes. In this respect, they are mainly interested in two kinds of illusions, those due to faulty cognitive faculty or deceptive circumstances and those due to imputation of substance/essence to cognitive objects, empirical or mental. THSA two kinds can overlap under certain conditions, but they are treated as distinct cases here. Between the two kinds of illusion, the RST is the more obvious one, as it is very much part of our everyday experience. For example, when we mistake something, e.g. a rope, for something else, e.g. a snake, in darkness, or see something that is not out there, for example due to cataracts in the eyes. Although such illusions are not necessarily easy to deal with, they are relatively easy to understand. However, due to their supposed obviousness as an error, at least in theory, if not in practice, they are often employed as an analogy to make sense of the second kind of illusion, which is far more difficult to appreciate, let alone to overcome. Philosophically, the Buddhists are much more invested in the second kind of illusion. Th's kind of illusion does not reject the existence of empirical objects. Rather, it challenges our naive views about the way of their existence. That is, the apparent existence of empirical objects tricks most of us into believing that they are substantive and independent of conditions at their core. In this sense, empirical objects are rather deceptive because they appear to be substantive and really out there on their own, independent of the conditions that make them possible. For the Buddhists, empirical objects are thoroughly dependent on conditions and causes, and outside such conditions and causes there is nothing in and of the objects themselves by way of substance or essence that is irreducible to the conditions and causes. Substance and essence, which are by definition, according to the Buddhists, unconditioned, uncaused, and cannot be reduced to anything else, are in fact illusory, since their substantive existence cannot be empirically varied from the Buddhist perspective. In fact, the unconditioned and changeless substance and essence are anti-empirical, since change and impermanence deny empirical reality. Th's second kind of ignorance and illusion is what the Buddhists refer to as the root delusion or ignorance. As Dale Wright acutely observes, Buddhists envision a systematic distortion that pervades all human understanding. Rather than establishing a framework for the discrimination of truth and falsity, Buddhists entertain the possibility that the frameworks we employ for the process of securing truth are themselves subject to the distorting impacts of desire and ignorance. Wright 1998, 137. Root ignorance or illusion is such a systematic distortion of reality that is embedded in the way our cognitive apparatus is structured and habituated. For the Buddhists, the cause of root delusion or ignorance is the pernicious and ubiquitous attachment that permeates all of our cognitive activities. That is, we impute substance and essence to empirical objects through the mechanism of recation and attachment that is deeply entrenched in our cognitive apparatus. Recation is the culprit that distorts our cognition of the world, whereas enlightenment is understood as a qualitatively diurent cognitive state wherein things and events are perceived without distortion or illusion. However, overcoming such a deeply entrenched recation and attachment in our conceptual and linguistic apparatus is an extraordinarily challenging endeavor and cannot be accomplished by a simple act of will. As J. Gareld observes, simply by resolving to abandon attachment one cannot thereby succeed in shedding it. It is difficult to accomplish this. Attachment arises as a consequence of the persistent, pervasive psychological, verbal, and physical habits that together constitute what Buddhist philosophers call the root delusion, the ignorance of 76. The true nature of things. Delusion consists in confusing existence with inherent existence and issues inevitably in one of the two extreme views, recation or nihilism. Only through extensive meditation on the nature of phenomena and on the nature of emptiness can these habits be abandoned, and only through an understanding of the ultimate nature of things can the fruit of actions done through abandonment, that is, liberation from the suffering of cyclic existence, be attained. Gareld 1995, 236-237. In order to overcome such a systematic distortion of recation and attachment, the Buddhists propose a solution that trains our mind through vigorous meditation practices. It is through such vigorous meditation that a practitioner's cognitive competence can be enhanced, enabling her to see things as they are. 3.2 Detachment and emptiness. See things as they are, a famous Buddhist dictum, is to see all forms of existence as impermanent, dependently arisen, and non-substantive. THSA attributes would be coalesced later into the notion of emptiness in the hands of Mahayana Buddhists, which maintains that every existent in the world is empty of self-nature since it is thoroughly dependent on others, such that there is nothing in and of itself outside of such dependency. The radical aspect of this vision has to do with the Buddhist recognition that there is a profound disconnect between the emptiness of the world, truth, and our engagement with it, knowledge, that is inevitably mediated by our conceptual, linguistic, and other cognitive apparatus that reify objects by endowing them with essence and substance. If knowledge can be broadly understood as the way to obtain truth, for the Buddhists the apparatus or instrument of knowledge we use in navigating the world is inadequate in achieving the enlightened knowledge that leads to realization of emptiness, the ultimate truth in Mahayana Buddhism. Means that for the Buddhists there is a fundamental disconnect between the ultimate truth of the emptiness of the world and our knowledge apparatus that hinders our realization of that truth. We should point out that the Buddhists are not skeptics or agnostics, at least not the radical kind, when it comes to knowledge. As Gareld points out, there is a sense in which Buddhist epistemologists do want to undermine some of the pretensions of ordinary perceptual knowledge, but they do not want to reject the entire framework of everyday knowledge. Gareld 2015, 218, original italics. Indeed, one of the challenges for the Buddhists is how to accommodate the everyday knowledge that is necessary for living in the world. Mahayana Buddhists often resort to what is known as the two-truth strategy, reserving the ultimate truth for the realization of emptiness and cognitive transparency while relegating truth in the everyday activity to the conventional realm. For the Buddhists, everyday knowledge, in their concrete particularities, is provisional at best. As Gareld explains, as he unpacks the notion of convention in the Buddhist philosophical discourse. For one thing, it depends upon our biology, our conceptual apparatus and our language. For another, it does not deliver reality in a way that withstands analysis, reality as it is independent of how we engage with it. Analysis reveals the properties we take ourselves to register to be mere imputations. And nally, in virtue of this, conception is always deceptive. While it is an instrument of knowledge, it is a second-rate instrument, standing behind perception as a guide to reality, simply in virtue of always presenting itself as engaging with that which is not real. Gareld 2015, 222. THIS means that for the Buddhists the Gettier-type problems that have shaken up contemporary epistemology will never be solved satisfactorily, since they are embedded in the very way our cognitive apparatus, our biology, and our habits operate. Furthermore, such problems are features of the world that is innately conditioned and ultimately out of our control, and as a result we can never really know the various possible layers of conditions of a given phenomenon. In this sense, the Buddhists are fallibilists when it comes to everyday or conventional knowledge. However, their attitude toward enlightened knowledge, which leads to the ultimate truth of emptiness, is different. At this juncture we need to take note of the fact that ultimate truth, especially the one formulated by Mahayana Buddhists, has very little to do with what are often considered the big questions in the history of philosophy and religion. In one of the most famous Buddhist parables, the Buddha remains silent when asked to shed light on questions like whether the universe has a beginning or not, whether it is night or in night, what happens to the Buddha after his death, etc. Buddha brushes aside such questions, using a poisonous arrow parable to illustrate the irrelevance of such questions to the pressing problem of suaring that is central to the Buddhist project. As the Buddha narrates it, if someone is hit by a poisonous arrow, the most pressing need is to get the arrow out of the body, instead of wondering about the person who makes the shot, what that person is dressed in, what class he belongs to, what motivates the shooting, etc. This is a clear indication that the Buddhists are primarily interested in the kind of knowledge that leads to enlightenment and the overcoming of suaring, not speculative knowledge that does not advance such a goal. 3.3 Mind versus belief. What distinguishes the Buddhists from many contemporary philosophers in their epistemological effort is that the Buddhists locate the source of the deception within the structure and activities of the mind, whereas many contemporary philosophers locate it outside, often under the guise of a deceptive Cartesian demon. Buddhist enlightened knowledge, what I have called a state of cognitive transparency, Yong 2014, is free from the Gettier-type problems. Gettier-type problems pose a challenge to any claim of knowledge in a particular setting. Due to the intractable nature of circumstances, our seemingly just yet true belief is not necessarily the equivalent of knowledge. However, the challenge posed by Gettier-type problems is not really a 78 problem for the Buddhists, since what Gettier does is to simply add another layer of conditioning, often deceptive and unbeknown to the agent involved. This additional layer of conditioning and unpredictability, in any given particular circumstance, does in no way invalidate the emptiness of any object, whether it is empirically real or illusory. Although contemporary philosophers are still trying to come up with effective ways to deal with the challenges posed by the Gettier problem, the Buddhists have long moved on, since they are fundamentally uninterested in the particularity of the intractable, therefore deceptive, empirical reality. What interests them is the deception that is caused by the deluded and ignorant mind. For the Buddhists, the stake about the deceptive empirical world, due to its innate conditionality, is not as high as the deceptive mind that prevents us from enlightenment. This brings us to another critical distinction between Buddhist theory of knowledge and epistemological theories in contemporary analytic philosophy. It is, for the Mahayana Buddhists, knowledge is a mental episode, Stoltz 2007, 404, what I have called cognitive transparency, Yong 2014, which presents the truth about the world, i.e. its emptiness. On the other hand, for most contemporary analytic philosophers knowledge is based on belief, JTB+, and is not a mental episode even though belief is. Furthermore, the separation between justification and truth at the heart of contemporary epistemology is hard for the Buddhists to accept. Even if the Buddhists can be persuaded about the usefulness of this separation in matters pertaining to the conventional or empirical realm, they would not accept it when it comes to enlightened knowledge about the emptiness of all forms of existences, because such a separation would mean that there is always a possibility for divergence between truth and justification, Stoltz 2007, 397. For the Buddhists, the challenge about justification is not primarily due to the challenges posed by unpredictable circumstances, e.g. epistemic luck, but rather due to the root delusion or ignorance as we have discussed previously. So what kind of knowledge can get the Buddhists to the truth of emptiness? In this respect, they primarily rely on penetrating cognitions achieved in deep meditative states as that knowledge. In other words, cognitive transparency achieved in deep meditative states is the enlightened knowledge that avails a Buddhist practitioner of the ultimate truth of emptiness. Detachment is a constitutive component of such a cognitive state. Given the perniciousness of rekatayan in almost every aspect of our cognitive activities, overcoming attachment becomes the central task in the Buddhist enlightenment project, since detachment is a requirement for the cognitive transparency that leads to the truth of emptiness for the Buddhists. In this respect, it is interesting to note that while early Indian Buddhist epistemologists are primarily concerned with cultivating cognitive transparency, a meditative cognition that penetrates things events in the realization of their thorough conditionality, there is a subtle but significant shift to the training of a character that cultivates the competence of detachment in the hands of Chinese Chan Buddhists. That is, whereas detachment is treated as concomitant with enlightened cognition in much of the Indian Buddhist tradition, later Chinese Buddhists like Linji regard it more as a character trait required for the embodiment of enlightened knowledge. Therefore, in the second step of my argument I will make the case that detachment is a trait virtue, by looking into the aspect of detachment as a character trait portrayed in one of the most important Chan Buddhist texts, the Linji Lu. For detachment as a cultivated character trait in the Linji Lu 4. The problem with attachment in Buddhism is often framed in terms of its objects, i.e., the illusion of self, sensuous pleasures, views/dogmas, etc. The reasoning is that attachment to those objects leads to suering, as the Buddha's second noble truth points out. However, later Mahayana Buddhism has expanded the notion of attachment to the dualistic mechanism of subject/object structure in the apparatus of our everyday cognition. The element of grasping is added to the subject/object cognitive apparatus such that the everyday cognition is no longer merely cognitive, but also reifying. Is cognition plus rekatayan characterizes the later Buddhist approach to cognition that problematizes the embedded rekatayan component in the everyday cognitive activity. In this way, attachment is re-articulated as cognitive rekatayan, not just an emotive, either positive or negative, investment in particular objects by a cognitive agent. Mahayana Buddhism promotes the cultivation of what are known as the six perfections: generosity or almsgiving, dana, moral behaviors in accordance with Buddhist precepts, sila, tolerance or forbearance, ksanti, energy or vigor, virya, meditative absorption, dhyana, and wisdom, prajna. Although detachment is not listed as one of the six perfections, it is considered a critical component of wisdom. So what is wisdom within the Buddhist tradition? For Mahayana Buddhists, wisdom refers to a specific kind of cognition, the enlightened cognition that is the realization of the empty and thoroughly dependent nature of all forms of existence and has the transformative power to overcome attachment, understood to be the root cause of suering in Buddhism. For the purpose of this chapter, it is critically important that detachment is regarded as constitutive of enlightened cognition or wisdom. Much of the Mahayana Buddhist discourse can be understood as directed at overcoming the rekatayan component of the everyday cognition within the cognitive structure described above. What distinguishes the approaches proposed by Chan Buddhists like Linji is that they shift the focus of the Buddhist enlightenment project from enlightened cognition to enlightened character. The central character trait cultivated and celebrated in Linji's Chan practice is the trait of detachment. Such a trait consists of three components: courage, confidence, and freedom. Let us take a closer look at how detachment is understood in the Linji Lu. 4.1 The hurdles to enlightenment in the Linji Lu. Linji calls an enlightened person a true person with no rank or position, Wuyavai Genren. Is someone who enjoys genuine spiritual freedom, zio, zaize, or jechuo, unfettered by various traps in both the mundane, fan, and sacred, sheng, realms. In the Linji Lu, such a true person is someone who 80. realizes the ultimate truth of emptiness. 5. My focus here is on what Linji considers to be the biggest challenge to enlightenment, namely, entrapments of a practitioner by Jing. Jing is usually translated as circumstances, surroundings, environment, or objects in the Buddhist context, but in the Linji Lu it takes on an outsized role, becoming an almost all-inclusive term that encompasses any situation or object, both mundane and sacred, that ensnares a Chan practitioner and prevents one from attaining enlightenment. It can be divided into two broad categories, past and present. Past Jing refers to karma. It points to the fact that we are the products of karma and continue to be conditioned by the past. Sasaki Trans, 12. Present Jing, which is the focus of the text, refers to the psychophysical constituent of the human existence. The grosser part of you is at the mercy of the four elements earth, water, and wind. The subtler part of you is at the mercy of the four phases, birth, being, decay, and death. Followers of the way, you must right now apprehend the state in which the four elements and four phases are formless, so that you may avoid being buoyed about by Jing. Sasaki Trans, 14, with Modi cations. The four elements of earth, water, and wind are the traditional categories in the Buddhist discourse on the physical world. Here they refer to the constituents of the human body as well as its biological stages from birth to death. In the next passage, Linji expands the four elements to encapsulate mental activities by correlating them with specific mental phenomena, doubt with earth, lust with water, anger with and joy with wind. Sasaki Trans, 14-15. The four elements are expanded to include both the physical and the psychological constituents of human beings. Therefore, Jing in the Linji Lu refers to both bodily and mental aspects of human existence. To overcome the entanglement by the four elements, a practitioner should strive to see their formlessness, synonymous with the famous Mahayana doctrine of emptiness that points to the insubstantiality and the thoroughly conditioned nature of all existence, including human existence. A more serious hurdle problematized in the Linji Lu pertains to various forms of spiritual attachment in a Chan practitioner's practices, i.e. scriptural studies and meditation. With regards to scriptural studies, to be a Chan Buddhist obviously requires one to follow the example set by the Buddha and the patriarchs as well as their teachings. However, those Buddhist icons and ideals can themselves be read and become objects of attachment. From Linji's perspective, committed Chan followers can become slavish to Chan teachings, which is antithetical to the Buddhist project of enlightenment. Linji dismisses read Buddhist teachings as the words of some dead old guy, Sasaki Trans, 27, and ridicules those who are attached to them as blind idiots, ibid. Clearly, for Linji, rote learning and scholastic deftness are inadequate as far as achieving enlightenment is concerned. The cognitive and discursive approach to Buddhist teachings reads those teachings by turning them into objects to be studied and memorized. Learning in such a fashion might enable a practitioner to engage in sophisticated conceptual games, but those games can become obstacles to reaching enlightenment if one is attached to them. Overcoming such an attachment requires cultivating a strong character of detachment. 4.2 Cultivating the character of detachment. According to Linji, the key to overcoming such hurdles to enlightenment is to cultivate a strong character of detachment that can withstand our emotional volatility and to train one's mind to be so agile and detached that it is not ensnared in any state associated with the four elements or attached to revered Buddhist icons. A practitioner with a strong character and a nimble mind is a person of freedom, free to go or stay as one pleases, who does not refi or attach to any of those states and is in the state of formlessness. Linji devotes much of his teaching to training his disciples how to act spontaneously, rather than how to think things through. For Linji, enlightenment is more than enlightened cognition. Rather, it requires an enlightened character of detachment, marked by courage, confidence, and freedom. An enlightened character is one that spontaneously manifests itself in a Chan practitioner's engagement with the world, especially under challenging circumstances. Such a singular focus on the practitioner's character is also evident in Linji's teaching on meditation. The practice of meditation is widely recognized as being central to the Chan project of enlightenment. However, as Linji sees it, the misunderstanding of meditation is rampant among Chan practitioners. Accordingly, many people mistake all the prescribed postures of the seated meditation, sitting down cross-legged with one's back against a wall, tongue glued to the roof of one's mouth, completely still and motionless, as the quintessential practice of Chan. He dismisses all of them as misguided, as they direct practitioners toward obsessing over the external form. Sasaki Trans, 24-25. For him, Chan practice is about transforming a practitioner's character, not the particular bodily posture or meditation-induced visions. Linji's emphasis on the cultivation of a set of forceful character traits through meditation is an interesting contrast with the traditional Buddhist teaching that focuses more on the cognitive aspect. Focusing on the cognitive dimension of meditation in one's Chan practice, for Linji, can easily lead to the rekatayan of various kinds of meditation-induced visions. Linji sternly warns Chan practitioners of the grave danger posed by various meditation-induced hallucinations, SMARA, c. In certain advanced meditative states, a practitioner can sometimes have a powerful experience of catching a glimpse of Buddhist icons like the Buddha or Chan patriarchs. Given the intensely meaning-charged nature of these icons for a Chan Buddhist, a practitioner can easily mistake such experiences in a meditative state as signs of enlightenment, whereas they are actually manifestations of subtler rekatayan and attachment at a more advanced level of the spiritual journey. Clearly, the extraordinarily demanding nature of Chan meditation practice means that it is not for those with a weak character of attachment and slavishness, since they can be easily seduced and misled by certain images seen in meditation, especially those of the Buddha or Chan patriarchs, whereas all images should be dismissed as MARA. Is critical in cultivating detachment to Buddhist icons that is at the heart of Linji's 82. Teaching against attachment to Buddhist icons and images, a particularly potent kind of attachment for a committed Chan follower. Someone asked, "What is Buddha MARA?" The master said, "One thought of doubt in your mind is MARA. But if you realize that the 10,000 thoughts never come into being, that mind is like a phantom, that not a speck of dust nor a single thing exists, that there is no place that is not clean and pure, this is Buddha." Thus Buddha and MARA are simply two states, one pure, the other impure. In my view, there is no Buddha, no sentient beings, no past, no present. Anything attained was already attained, no time is needed. There is nothing to practice, nothing to realize, nothing to gain, nothing to lose. Rough out all time, there is no other fa than this. If one claims there's a fa surpassing this, I say that it's like a dream, like a phantasm. Is all I have to teach. Sasaki Trans, 12-13, with Modi Katayans. Interestingly, Linji appears to take two contrasting positions on the relationship between Buddha and MARA here. In the RST paragraph, Linji characterizes the Buddha and the demon, MARA, as two states of mind, pure and impure, respectively. On the other hand, he dismisses even the Buddha and argues that all is empty in the second paragraph. One way to account for the apparent inconsistency is, following Nag Arjuna's famous teaching of two truths, widely known to Chinese Buddhists, that the RST passage explains Buddha versus MARA from the conventional perspective which separates the Buddha from MARA, whereas the second passage explains it from the ultimate perspective. Since both Buddha and MARA are conventional constructs, all constructs are conventional, and are ultimately empty. In other words, any image experienced in meditative state is MARA, and only imagelessness and formlessness is the state of enlightenment wherein all rekatayans, gross and subtle, are overcome. Such an interpretation is consistent with Linji's advice to cut representations of enlightenment, i.e. the Buddha, the patriarchs and arhats, as well as objects of mundane action, i.e. parents and kinsmen. The following signature passage cements Linji as the ultimate iconoclast in the Buddhist tradition. Followers of the way, if you want insight into Fa as it is, just don't be taken in by the deluded views of others. Whatever you encounter, either within or without, slay it at once. On meeting a Buddha, slay the Buddha; on meeting a patriarch, slay the patriarch; on meeting an arhat, slay the arhat; on meeting your parents, slay your parents; on meeting your kinsman, slay your kinsman, and you attain emancipation. By not cleaving to things, you freely pass through. Sasaki Trans, 22, with modifications. In other words, attachments to both mundane and spiritual objects need to be overcome in order to attain enlightenment promised in Linji's Chan teachings. Given the centrality of meditation in Chan practice, misunderstanding meditative experiences is an easy trap to fall into. It is critically important for Chan practitioners to be unwavering and resolute in the recognition that true enlightenment is formless and cannot be read or attached to. True Buddha has no gur, true Fa has no form. Sasaki Trans, 20, with modifications. The rather violent rhetoric in the above passage is obviously not to be taken literally, but should be taken as reactive of Linji's wariness of the seductiveness of meditation-induced hallucinations that can be easily read and clung to as signs of enlightenment, as well as his clear-eyed awareness of the challenge in cultivating the trait of detachment. As I have argued elsewhere, what is central to Linji's teaching is that true awakening is to transform this very structure of attachment, not just to substitute one set of attached objects for another. An attachment to spiritual objects does not, ultimately speaking, make the attachment better, since what is changed is simply the object of attachment while the underlying structure of attachment remains RMLY entrenched and intact. Much of Linji's teaching, as recorded in the Linji Lu, is geared toward helping his devout disciples to transform this structure of attachment. Zhang 2011, 259. To overcome attachment to spiritual ideals and to transform the underlying structure of attachment have to be extraordinarily difficult for Buddhist practitioners, since those Buddhist icons and ideals represent the very fabric and structure of the Buddhist spiritual universe that gives meaning to the Buddhist practices. Therefore, to transcend a practitioner's spiritual attachment and mundane action requires a strong trait of detachment that can persevere in the course of the inevitably traumatic spiritual transformation. Analogous to the overturning of one's world, heaven and earth could turn upside down and he wouldn't have a doubt. The Buddhas of the 10 directions could appear before him and he wouldn't feel an instant of joy. The 3 hells could suddenly yawn at his feet and he wouldn't feel an instant of fear. Sasaki Trans, 20. Here Linji is pointing out that Chan practices are riddled with terrifying as well as seductive experiences wherein one's established sense of self and the world would be turned upside down. A strong character of detachment can provide a secure anchor for a practitioner to explore perilous aspects of spiritual practices that are unavoidable in one's spiritual journey. Clearly, the enlightened trait of detachment, characterized by courage, confidence, and freedom, is at the heart of Linji's project of enlightenment. 5. Conclusion: Detachment as a trait reliabilist virtue. In this chapter, I have used Sosa's virtue epistemology and the debate between virtue reliabilists and virtue responsibilists on epistemic virtues to frame an inquiry of a characteristically Buddhist trait, namely detachment, especially as it is portrayed in the Linji Lu. I have argued that detachment can be fruitfully understood as a trait virtue that is constitutive of the enlightened knowledge in Buddhism, leading to the realization of the truth of emptiness about all forms of existence. As such, detachment is both a reliabilist virtue, in that it is constitutive of enlightened knowledge that leads to the 84. Ultimate truth of emptiness, and a responsibilist virtue, in that it is not a faculty virtue but a trait virtue, encapsulating the components of courage, confidence, and freedom, that needs to be cultivated and vigorously trained in Buddhist practices. If my interpretation of the Buddhist detachment is plausible, it can provide a useful example of a trait virtue that is reliabilist in nature, therefore blurring the line sharply drawn between reliabilist faculty virtues versus responsibilist trait virtues in the contemporary discourse on virtue epistemology. 86. 6. Apt performance as unity of knowledge and action. A comparative study on Ernest Sosa's virtue. Epistemology and Wang Yangming's Metaethics. Xiang Huang. 1. Introduction. One important feature of Ernest Sosa's virtue epistemology is that it takes performance and performer's competence as the primary theoretical variable to understand the nature of knowledge. His character is not only unconventional in contemporary epistemology but also in Western philosophy in general. However, it may seem familiar in Chinese philosophy. As Xu Xianlu observes, Chinese philosophy in general and Wang Yangming's philosophy in particular are existential and practical in nature, very different from Greek cosmology, which is speculative in nature, though they do not lack cosmological implications when they were developed into comprehensive systems of philosophy. Lu 2009, 406. The starting point for my comparative study on Sosa's epistemology and Wang Yangming's 1472-1529, metaethics is to explore some consequences of this existential and practical character. THERST section argues that the AAA structure proposed by Sosa to model the ontological and normative structure of epistemological practices also underlies Wang's metaethics. Addressing this point may help us clear up some confusion about Wang's philosophy. The second and the third section aim to show that Wang's philosophy can help us understand better the unconventional and even revolutionary character of Sosa's virtue epistemology. In order to do this, in the second section, I introduce Wang's doctrine of the unity of knowledge and action, and argue that Sosa's virtue epistemology based on the AAA structure can be considered as a theory of the Ths may let us see more clearly why Sosa's virtue epistemology allows a sort of epistemic luck. And second, in the third section, I explore in what sense the and Wang's metaethics can let us reconsider both the nature of intellectual virtues and the relationship between Sosa's competence-based virtue epistemology and the virtue irresponsibilism. 87. 88. 2. The AAA structure and Wang's metaethics. In Sosa's virtue epistemology, a belief or a judgment can be taken as knowledge when it is an apt performance. A performance is apt when it falls under a so-called AAA structure. It is accurate i.e. it attains its aims. It is adroit i.e. it is an exercise of competence. It is apt i.e. it is accurate because of competence. The content of a belief or a judgment is quali-ed as knowledge only if the belief and the judgment satisfy the AAA structure. A belief P of an agent S can be considered as knowledge when 1. P is accurate, i.e. it is true, 2. P is adroit, i.e. it manifests S's epistemic virtue and competence, 3. P is apt, i.e. it is true because of S's competence. Sosa 2007, 23. For example, S aptly believes and hence knows that her textbook is on the table when it is true that her textbook is on the table, and S's visual faculty lets her see that her textbook is on the table, and S has the belief of her textbook on the table because she saw that her textbook was on the table. In this sense, animals can also have apt belief and knowledge. A frog can know that its food is approaching when the frog successfully catches a coming Y, and the frog's sensual capacity lets it detect the Y's coming, and the frog catches the Y because of the frog's detecting of the Y. We human beings share with animals this kind of knowledge, but we also have reactive knowledge that animals do not have. We can reactively consider, when we saw the textbook was on the table, whether our perceptual faculties and environmental conditions were reliable. It is, our reactive capacity can let us aptly believe that our beliefs are apt. As a consequence, there are two kinds of knowledge: animal knowledge based on apt belief simpliciter and reactive knowledge based on apt belief aptly noted, Sosa 2007, 32. Both of them fall under the AAA structure. One important character of Sosa's virtue epistemology based on the AAA structure is that it is an attempt to understand the nature of knowledge through understanding epistemic actions. It is a methodological character different from that of most other epistemological theories, which usually take beliefs as the primary theoretical variable, but it is more similar to moral theories that usually take action as the primary theoretical variable. In fact, as Sosa has pointed out, the AAA structure can be more general and is applicable to other performances besides epistemic ones, Sosa 2011, 23, N1, 2016, 6. In a simple application to a moral performance, we say that, it is accurate I it attains its aim of being a good deed, it is adroit I the performer has the competence of doing a good deed, and, it is apt I it is accurate because of competence. Is AAA structure applied to the moral performance can be an interesting resource for reacting on the normative structure of moral principles. In the present section I continue to use the AAA structure to study the normative and ontological structure of Wang Yangming's metaethics. 1. The basic structure of Wang's metaethics is summarized in the so-called four-sentence teaching, Sijijiao. Wang put it forward in 1527, 2 years before his death, and therefore it has been considered as his NAL view. It is read as the following. In the original substance of the mind there is no distinction of good and evil. When the will becomes active, however, such distinction exists. The faculty of innate knowledge is to know good and evil. The investigation of things is to do good and remove evil. Chen 1963b, 243. The 4 sentences describe 4 ethical statuses. In order to understand them and their relation with the AAA structure, some technical notions and their logical relations need to be clarified. I will use Wang's inquiry on the great learning, Dixuewen, to do the task. It is a short treatise written around 1527, almost at the same time as the 4-sentence teaching was articulated. In the RST sentence, the notion the original substance of the mind, xingti, refers to human nature. Mencius, 371–289 BCE, is the RST Confucian who explicitly claims that human nature is originally good. Wang accepts this thesis of Mencius's. In order to prove it, he says that, when anyone with his original substance of the mind sees a child about to fall into a well, he cannot help a feeling of alarm and commiseration. 2. Shows that his humanity, Ren, forms one body with the child. It may be objected that the child belongs to the same species. Again, when he observes the pitiful cries and frightened appearance of birds and animals about to be slaughtered, he cannot help feeling an inability to bear their suffering. Shows that his humanity forms one body with birds and animals. It may be objected that birds and animals are sentient beings as he is. But when he sees plants broken and destroyed, he cannot help a feeling of pity. Shows that his humanity forms one body with plants. It may be said that plants are living things as he is. Yet even when he sees tiles and stones shattered and crushed, he cannot help a feeling of regret. Means that even the mind of the small man necessarily has the humanity that forms one body with all. Such a mind is rooted in his heaven-endowed nature, and is naturally intelligent, clear, and not beclouded. For this reason it is called the clear character, Mengd. Chen 1963a, 659–660. The paragraph shows that 1. The original substance of the mind is universally good. 2. It is the beginning of humanity. 3. It is an innate and internal intuition and everyone is capable of having it. THERST sentence means that, as the original substance of the mind is universally good, there is no need for anyone who keeps it to make a distinction of good and evil, as what she does is always good. Second sentence identifies the origin of evil, it comes from the will. Says Wang, what arises from the will may be good or evil, and unless there is a way to make clear the distinction between good and evil, there will be a confusion of truth and untruth. Chen 90. 1963a, 664. The reason why the will may diverge from the original substance of the mind is that it can be obscured by different sorts of sh desires, when the mind is aroused by desires and obscured by selfishness, compelled by greed for gain and fear of harm, and stirred by anger, he will destroy things, kill members of his own species, and will do everything. In extreme cases he will even slaughter his own brothers, and the humanity that forms one body will disappear completely. Chen, 1963a, 660. The third sentence explains the nature of the most basic moral competence. Is a capacity of extending the innate knowledge of the good, Zhiliangzi. Innate knowledge of the good is the recovery of the original substance of the mind from the stirrings caused by the will. Here, the term knowledge does not refer to the knowledge of external objects but to the knowledge of moral principles of right and wrong. Facing the evil brought by the will, having innate knowledge of the good is having the competence of extending it. Extension of knowledge is not what later scholars understand as enriching and widening knowledge. It is simply extending one's innate knowledge of the good to the utmost. Innate knowledge of the good is what Mencius meant when he said, sense of right and wrong is common to all men. Sense of right and wrong requires no deliberation to know, nor does it depend on learning to function. Is why it is called innate knowledge. It is my nature endowed by heaven, the original substance of my mind, naturally intelligent, shining, clear, and understanding. Chen 1963a, 664-665. Elsewhere, Huang describes the innate knowledge of the good as the pure intelligence and clear intuition of the mind, Lingming. 3 It oers us the intuition of the principle of nature, Tianli, which is not only the principle of right and wrong but also the principle that naturally extends, Chen 1963a, 656. Fourth sentence explains the reactive part of moral practices. Reactive part is necessary for moral practices in order to avoid the following situation: when the will brings with it self-deception, our innate faculty can be descient or obscured. Says Huang. Suppose I do not sincerely love good but instead turn away from it, I would then be regarding good as evil and obscuring my innate faculty which knows the good. If I did not sincerely hate evil but instead carried it out, I would be regarding evil as good and obscuring my innate faculty which knows evil. In such cases what is supposed to be knowledge is really ignorance. Chen 1963a, 665. Now, the proper way to keep away from the ignorance is the investigation of things, Zhu, suggested by the fourth sentence. A thing is an event. For every emanation of the will there must be an event corresponding to it. The event to which the will is directed is a thing. To investigate. 91. Is to rectify. It is to rectify that which is incorrect so it can return to its original correctness. To rectify that which is not correct is to get rid of evil, and to return to correctness is to do good. Is what is meant by investigation. Chen 1963a, 665-666. Four sentences put together demonstrate the basic structure of Huang's metaethics. Human nature is originally good, however, sh desires may obscure it and bring the evil to us. Moral tasks for anyone who wants to be good consist in extending their innate knowledge of the good to the utmost. Besides, in order to extend esciently their innate knowledge, they also need to investigate things. For some scholars, Huang's theory is the most sophisticated and consistent metaethics that Chinese Confucian philosophy has ever developed. However, my task is not to evaluate it here but to relate it to Sosa's virtue epistemology. The most direct way to establish the relation is in seeing how the AAA structure underlies the four-sentence teaching. According to the RST three sentences, a moral performance is accurate I. It is done by a performer who keeps her original substance of the mind. It is adroit I. The performer has the competence of extending her innate knowledge of the good. It is apt I. It is accurate because of the competence, that is, I. The performer's doing good because of her moral practices of extending her innate knowledge. The possibility of doing such an apt moral performance lays the foundation of moral practices. Now, what the RST three sentences display is the innate part of moral practices. The capacity of extending one's innate knowledge of the good is an innate and unlearned capacity that anyone is capable of having. However, the function of this capacity can be damaged by sh desires. In order to prevent or repair the damage, Huang introduces the fourth sentence about the investigation of things as the reactive part of moral practices. The capacity of investigating things is a learned capacity that needs to be cultivated during the processes of moral practices. If the rest three sentences correspond to the apt performance simpliciter, the fourth sentence corresponds to the apt performance aptly noted. Th's self-reactive stage can be reconstructed at the meta-level in the following way. The performer's reaction on her performance is accurate I she successfully thinks about it, or rectes the performance in its original place, through the practice of the investigation of things. It is adroit I the performer has the capacity of investigating the performance. It is apt I it is accurate because of the competence, that is, I the performer rectes the performance in its original place because she has the capacity of investigating it. In this sense, the fourth sentence can be understood as a process through which the AAA structure has been applied again at the meta-level. 92. Seeing that the AAA structure underlies the four-sentence teaching in this way helps us understand more clearly the normative and ontological structure of Huang's metaethics and dispels some doubts on it. Let's see one example. Wingtse Chan raises the following doubt: actually Huang's theory is entirely subjective and confuses reality with value. It is difficult to accept his version of Kou, Ju, the investigation of things, for if the term means to rectify the mind, why should it be Kou, to Ko things, instead of Kohsin, to Ko the mind? Chen 1963a, 655. From the perspective of the AAA structure, Huang's version of the investigation of things or Kou neither is entirely subjective nor a confusion of reality with value. It is a reactive stage of moral practices different from the mere function of the faculty of innate knowledge, just as in Sosa's virtue epistemology, the reactive knowledge produced by apt belief aptly noted is different from the apt belief simpliciter. As we have seen, an apt belief that satisfies the three conditions of AAA, the accuracy, the adroitness, and the aptness, can be taken as knowledge. Is a kind of knowledge that human beings share with animals. Under normal conditions, appropriate functioning of the eyes can allow human beings and animals to gain visual knowledge. What human beings do, and animals do not, have is at a second level, where human beings can aptly re-ECT on the normalcy of conditions and the reliability of their competence. Similar to this epistemic configuration, in Huang's metaethics, a performance that satisfies the three conditions of the AAA structure is an apt moral performance. As we have seen, we can call this kind of moral performance, delivered by extending innate knowledge, apt moral performance simpliciter. It is an innate stage of moral practices. Anyone, including the people who are affected by sh desires, has the potential to deliver moral performances, as they have the innate faculty which knows the good, e.g. they have the innate capacity of feeling alarm and commiseration when they see a child who is about to fall into a well. However, the sh desires can obstruct their capacity of extending innate knowledge so gravely that their performances fail to be apt. In order to repair the damage incised by sh desires, the investigation of things as a reactive stage of moral practice is introduced. In this reactive stage, the object of investigation is the moral principles or the principles of nature, whose contents are not different from the innate knowledge when it is extended to the utmost. Once found, the moral principles can be used to rectify the incorrect so one's performance can aptly return to its original correctness. In this sense, the investigation of things is an apt moral performance aptly noted. Seeing the investigation of things in this way, we can say that it is not entirely subjective, as the principles of nature in things can be shared among people who have the innate faculty of knowing the good. As a consequence, the investigation of things is a normative moral practice that need not lead to a confusion of reality with value, as Chan suspects. 3. Unity of knowledge and action. If the AAA structure helps us understand the normative and the ontological structure of Huang's metaethics as the above section shows, This and the next sections aim to show that Huang's metaethics also helps us see more clearly the revolutionary character of Sosa's virtue epistemology. His character is concerned with the attitude toward the relationship between knowledge and action in the theoretical construction of epistemology. Different from traditional epistemological approaches that concentrate on epistemic statuses of beliefs, Sosa's virtue epistemology takes actions as the primary theoretical variable. His difference has some profound consequences, and we can see them more clearly with Huang's intuition of the relationship between knowledge and action. Huang's doctrine of the unity of knowledge and action, Wuka, has been considered one of his major contributions to Chinese philosophy, Chen 1963a, 656. Its basic idea is that knowledge is the beginning of action and action the completion of knowledge. Wuka has been articulated and explained in his conversation with his disciple and brother-in-law, Sui, 1487–1518, around 1517, 10 years before the four-sentence teaching. Conversation is included in Instructions for Practical Living, a collection of Huang's conversations with his pupils, letters, and several short essays. Wuka is expressed in the following way: I have said that knowledge is the direction for action and action the end of knowledge, and that knowledge is the beginning of action and action the completion of knowledge. If this is understood, then when only knowledge is mentioned, action is included, and when only action is mentioned, knowledge is included. Chen 1963a, 669–670. Huang gives the following examples. Therefore the great learning points to true knowledge and action for people to see, saying, they are like loving beautiful colors and hating bad odors. Seeing beautiful colors appertains to knowledge, while loving beautiful colors appertains to action. However, as soon as one sees that beautiful color, he has already loved it. It is not that he sees it earnest and then makes up his mind to love it. Smelling a bad odor appertains to knowledge, while hating a bad odor appertains to action. However, as soon as one smells a bad odor, he has already hated it. It is not that he smells it earnest and then makes up his mind to hate it. A person with his nose stewed up does not smell the bad odor even if he sees a malodorous object before him, and so he does not hate it. Amounts to not knowing bad odor. Suppose we say that so-and-so knows leal piety and so-and-so knows brotherly respect. They must have actually practiced leal piety and brotherly respect before they can be said to know them. It will not do to say that they know leal piety and brotherly respect simply because they show them in words. Or take one's knowledge of pain. Only after one has experienced pain can one know pain. Same is true of cold or hunger. How can knowledge and action be separated? Chen 1963a, 669. Unless one is capable of reacting appropriately to a bad odor, one cannot be taken as knowing what a bad odor is. Unless one is capable of reacting appropriately to one's parents, one cannot be taken as knowing leal piety. Is a normative notion of knowing that is a necessary condition under which a cognitive status can be taken as a status of knowledge. Knowing something implies appropriate actions toward it. Without having the capacity of doing appropriately towards something, one cannot. 94. Be considered as knowing it. One question asked by Sui is why we need the notions of knowledge and of action separately. Huang responds in this way. The reason why the ancients talked about knowledge and action separately is that there are people in the world who are confused and act on impulse without any sense of deliberation or self-examination, and who thus behave only blindly and erroneously. Therefore it is necessary to talk about knowledge to them before their action becomes correct. Are also those who are intellectually vague and undisciplined and think in a vacuum. They are not willing at all to try to practice. They only pursue shadows and echoes, as it were. It is therefore necessary to talk about action to them before their knowledge becomes true. Chen 1963a, 670. THERST kind of people do not allow moral principles to lead their actions and hence cannot have accurate performance. Second kind of people do not have enough competence of doing the good and hence cannot have adroit performance. Both of them fail to do apt moral performance. Notions of knowledge and of action are used in order to correct, persuade, and educate them. Huang puts forward the Wuka, aiming to differentiate his metaethics from the predominant Confucian metaethical model at that time, especially the model of Zhu Xi, 1130 to 1200, in which knowledge is prior to action. In Zhu Xi's model, the empirical mind, Rengzhen, from which evils ensue is different from the mind of Wei, Dioxin, that acts in accordance with moral principles, Tianli. Moral principles come from one ultimate principle, Taiji, manifested in different forms underlying and within all things in the universe. A person has both kinds of mind, and in moral practices she needs to cultivate her mind of Wei through learning and self-cultivation procedures called investigation of things, Zhu, and the extension of knowledge, Zhizi. As Lu Shuxian describes, in self-discipline, one has to take the gradual approach, investigating things in order to have better understanding of principles up to a certain extent that there is an enlightenment to get hold of the principle, the origin of various principles, Lu 2009, 401. Is a dualist metaethical model in the sense that on the one hand moral principles built on some metaphysical and cosmological basis exist and do not act, and on the other hand the mind of an agent in moral practices needs to search actively for the moral principles through learning and self-cultivation. In this dualist model, one needs to obtain the knowledge of moral principles RST and act accordingly later. Contrary to this dualist model, the Wuka brings the moral principles back into the mind from the metaphysical and cosmological area. It is why the dualist model is usually called as learning of principle, Lixu, and Wang's model as learning of mind-heart, Xingxiu. The way of bringing moral principles back to the mind is through recognizing that everyone can have innate knowledge of the good. As we have seen with the RST 3 sentences of the 4-sentence teaching, a person's doing morally accurate due to her competence of extending the innate knowledge of the good leads to her performance being aptly moral. Investigation of things is required only when one's innate knowledge of the good is obscured by soul-sh desires and needs. 95. To be repaired through a reactive process. Contrary to this order, in Zhu Xi's dualist model, a moral practice starts with a process of investigation of things in order to and know the moral principles, and only once the moral principles are already known, can they lead people to act morally. In order to relate the Wuka to Sosa's virtue epistemology, there is a point to be clarified. The term knowledge that Huang uses in the cited paragraphs refers to the knowledge of moral principles and not to the knowledge of external objects that an epistemological theory tries to understand. Moral practices and epistemic practices are different in many aspects. Different from practical knowledge, theoretical knowledge about some external objects need not necessarily require corresponding actions to them. At least many epistemologists think so. However, we can still relate the Wuka to Sosa's virtue epistemology by taking the Wuka as a methodological strategy for theoretical construction. Just as Huang adopts the Wuka as a strategy to differentiate his metaethics from the orthodox dualist model at the methodological level, when the AAA structure takes performance and performer's competence as the primary theoretical variable, it also adopts an unconventional methodological strategy to understand the nature of knowledge with a resource from telic characters of actions to which many previous epistemologists fail to pay attention. As we have seen with the AAA structure, once knowledge in general is considered as apt performances or as cognitive achievements of the function of certain intellectual virtues, both knowledge of external objects and knowledge of moral principles share a similar normative and ontological structure of apt performance understood as achievements of the function of certain cognitive competences. It is in this sense that we can take Sosa's virtue epistemology as a version of Wuka. In the remaining space of the chapter, I will explore two consequences of taking Sosa's virtue epistemology as a version of the Wuka. First, in this section, I try to show that the UCA provides an interesting resource to re-ECT on the relationship between epistemic luck and epistemic competence. Second, in the next section, I argue that the UCA allows us to reconsider the nature of intellectual virtues and the relationship between Sosa's virtue epistemology and virtue responsibilism. From the point of view of the UCA, Sosa's performance epistemology is quite revolutionary in the contemporary epistemological theories. THs can be shown by Sosa's attitude toward the question of epistemic luck. UCA requires a kind of anti-luck condition for both moral and epistemic practices, according to which the success of a practice should be attributable to the performer's competence, so that the accuracy of the performance is a result of responsible efforts rather than mere luck. A deed done by mere luck is an irresponsible deed even though it obtains the same result of a deed that has been morally or epistemologically done. Let's call this anti-luck requirement the responsibility anti-luck requirement. Both Huang's metaethics and Sosa's performance epistemology comply with this requirement. For Huang, failing to satisfy the responsibility anti-luck requirement is mainly due to the separation between knowledge and action. In the paragraph cited above about why we need the notion of knowledge and the notion of action, Huang distinguishes two kinds of people that lack the competence to act responsibly. THERST are people who are confused and act on impulse without any sense of deliberation or 96. Self-examination. THSA people's innate knowledge of the good has been obscured by their soul sh desires, and if they do a good deed, they do it blindly or luckily. THEY lack the knowledge of moral principles, and according to Huang, they need to obtain the moral principle through the extension of innate knowledge and the investigation of things. The second kind of people may know the literal meanings of moral principles but lack the motivation to put them into practice. For if they happen to do a good deed, they do it by luck. Both kinds of people lack the competence of doing both responsibly and correctly. The remedy resides in putting the UCA in practices. THSA two kinds of irresponsible situations in moral practices can easily and analogues in epistemic practices. THERST kind of people are those who, for example, give the correct answer in an examination with a lucky guess. An example of the second kind of people could be someone who has studied a textbook of swimming but has never put herself into water. If Huang gives us examples of the violation of the responsibility requirement, Sosa gives a positive safety condition of it in his principle C. C for any correct belief that P, the correctness of that belief is attributable to a competence only if it derives from the exercise of that competence in appropriate conditions for its exercise, and that exercise in those conditions would not then too easily have issued a false belief. Sosa 2007, 33. THs is a principle that specifies under what condition a correctness of a belief can be attributable to the corresponding competence or to the adroitness. The last phrase of the principle is a safety condition, which claims that if the competence had been exercised in appropriate conditions it would not easily lead to false beliefs. In this sense, when the competence is exercised in appropriate conditions, reaching the correct result will not be an accident. TH's safety condition is precisely what the responsibility anti-luck requirement wants. Let me paraphrase Principle C with Huang's terminology for moral practices. C. For any morally right conduct C, the correctness of C is attributable to a competence only if it derives from the exercise of that competence, which consists in the extension of innate knowledge of the good, and the investigation of things, in appropriate conditions for its exercise, and that exercise in those conditions would not then too easily have led to morally wrong conducts. It is not difficult to prove that the four-sentence teaching satis ESC, as we have seen that the AAA structure underlies it, and the AAA structure certainly satis ES principle CTHE satisfaction of C will eliminate the lucky or irresponsible situations caused by the two kinds of people who fail to put the UCA into practice. THERST kind of people lack the competence of extending the innate knowledge of the good and of investigating things. The second kind of people lack the motivation and resource to exercise their competence. In this sense, the responsibility anti-luck requirement guaranteed by the safety condition expressed in the last phrase of Principle C is what Sosa's performance epistemology and Huang's metaethics both are committed to. 97. However, some contemporary anti-luck theories tend to require a safety condition stronger than the satisfaction of the responsibility anti-luck requirement. More specifically, they require that the appropriateness of the exercise condition of a competence should be safe and no accident. That is, they require that when a competence is exercised, the conditions in which it is exercised would not easily be inappropriate. For example, Duncan Pritchard argues that the safety condition articulated in Principle C avoids only the type of luck that intervenes between ability and success, such as Gettier-style luck. But there is another type of luck called environmental luck that Principle C fails to deal with. It is a kind of factor that ensures that the agent could very easily have not been successful without intervening between her ability and success. Pritchard gives the following example. Suppose that the archer chose her target at random from a range of targets on the range, but that, unbeknownst to her, all of the targets bar the one that she actually chose contain a force L that repels anything that goes near it. As with the Gettier-style case. Then, in which two freak gusts of wind interfere with the shot, the agent could very easily have missed. Crucially, however, environmental luck of this shot seems to in no way undermine the aptness of the shot. Pritchard 2009-2012, 121. In this case, if the archer's shot hits the bullseye, we still consider the accurate shooting as an apt performance, as it is a result of the archer's competence, even though the appropriateness of the shooting environment depends on a twist of luck. With regard to this sort of environmental luck, Sosa explicitly allows it in the AAA structure, Sosa 2007, 121. Huang certainly also allows this kind of environmental luck, as it is well known from the beginning of Confucian philosophy. In a recent study, Sean Drysdale Walsh shows that Confucius, just as Aristotle, allowed luck in the development, maintenance, and exercise of moral virtues, Walsh 2017. 5. Atypical environmental luck that Confucian philosophy deals with is fate, Ming. As Chen observes, there is a Confucian doctrine of fate articulated by Mencius and Rmly maintained in the history of Confucian philosophy. According to the doctrine, man should exert his utmost in moral endeavor and leave whatever is beyond our control to fate. It frankly admits that there are things beyond our control, but that is no reason why one should relax in his moral endeavor. Chen 1963a, 79. Doing something morally right necessarily depends on a variety of environmental lucks. To be able to do something good, one should be lucky enough to be alive, the environment should be lucky enough to be appropriate, the objects involved in moral practices should be lucky enough to be accessible, etc. THSA are things beyond our control. Even though these environmental lucks always accompany everyone's moral practices, one still can be considered to accomplish satisfactorily her practices as long as her performances are apt. THE structure that underlies Sosa's performance epistemology and Huang's metaethics do not give any more resource beyond the responsibility safety condition to eliminate this sort of environmental luck. The Confucian doctrine of fate gives us a good reason why a metaethical theory need not give a normative condition for eliminating it when it is out of our control. The reason can be extended to the area of empirical knowledge. R. 98. Knowledge based on empirical evidence is defeasible. We are lucky enough that our perceptual faculties usually are reliable though always fallible. We are also lucky enough that the state of affairs supported by our empirical evidence is sufficiently durable though always changeable. Is the cognitive situation for human beings, including the most intelligent. In this situation, the AAA structure with the responsibility safety condition is sufficient to characterize empirical knowledge, without intending to resort to some externalist safety condition to eliminate the environmental luck. 6. Is an important difference between Sosa's virtue epistemology and Pritchard's anti-luck virtue epistemology. At this point, The doctrine of fate adopted by Huang's metaethics helps us to see why the former is preferable. 4. On intellectual virtues. It is widely known that there are two kinds of virtue epistemology corresponding to different ways of understanding the intellectual virtues. The faculty-based or reliabilist approach conceives of intellectual virtues as reliable agential faculties like vision, hearing, memory, introspection, and reason. The character-based or responsibilist approach argues that intellectual virtues are certain states of character like open-mindedness, fair-mindedness, inquisitiveness, attentiveness, carefulness, thoroughness in inquiry, intellectual courage, honesty, etc. Sosa is the leader of virtue reliabilism. He proposes that the two approaches can be related. According to his proposal, reliabilist intellectual virtues are competences that constitute knowledge, and a competence can constitute knowledge only if it is a disposition to believe correctly, one that can then be manifest in the correctness of a belief. Sosa and Baer 2015, 69. THSA virtues belong to the charmed inner circle for traditional epistemology. Character virtues are located outside this inner circle, and they manifest dispositions that reliably put one in a position to know. As they cannot constitute knowledge, we can best understand the responsibilist, character-based intellectual virtues highlighted by responsibilists as auxiliary to the virtues that are a special case of reliable competence intellectual virtue. Sosa and Baer 2015, 63. TH's way of accommodating virtue responsibilism into virtue reliabilism is controversial. Jason Baer contends that the division between the constitutive faculty-based virtues and the auxiliary character-based virtues is far from clear, and that some character virtues do constitute knowledge. For example, if we try to re-ECT in the second order about ARST order judgment, we certainly need to avoid intellectual vices like hastiness, shallowness, superficiality, provincialism, cowardice, etc. In this case, intellectual characteristics like honesty, fairness, carefulness, thoroughness, openness, courage, etc., must be constitutive for having reactive knowledge. Sosa and Baer 2015, 83. What I want to argue here is that the UCA provides to us with a new perspective from which to see this controversy between Sosa and Baer over the relationship between the two approaches of virtue epistemology. In order to see this, let us consider what Huang thinks about the moral virtues. In Huang's metaethics, having innate knowledge of the good is a most fundamental virtue. We ordinary people can 99. Have it. But, due to our soul-sh desires, we need to extend our innate faculty through concrete moral practices. As we have seen, as an example to support the UCA, Huang claims that one who knows leal piety and one who knows brotherly respect must have actually practiced leal piety and brotherly respect before they can be said to know them. Now, what are moral virtues in the practices of leal piety according to Huang? We can see this through Huang's response to a question asked by his disciple Sui. Take the matter of serving one's parents. The leal son is to care for their comfort both in winter and summer, and to inquire after their health every morning and evening. THSA things involve many actual details. Should we not endeavor to investigate them? Teacher Huang said, why not endeavor to investigate them? Main thing is to have a basis. Main thing is to endeavor to investigate them by ridding the mind of soul-sh human desires and preserving the principle of nature. For instance, to investigate the provision of warmth for parents in the winter is none other than the extension of the leal piety of this mind to the utmost, for fear that a trie of human soul-sh desires might creep in, and to investigate the provision of coolness for parents in the summer is none other than the extension of the leal piety of this mind to the utmost, for fear that a trie of soul-sh human desires might creep in. It is merely to investigate this mind. If the mind is free from soul-sh human desires and has become completely identical with the principle of nature, and if it is the mind that is sincere in its leal piety to parents, then in the winter it will naturally think of the cold of parents and seek a way to provide warmth for them, and in the summer it will naturally think of the heat of parents and seek a way to provide coolness for them. THSA are all offshoots of the mind that is sincere in its leal piety. Nevertheless, there must rst be such a mind before there can be these offshoots. Compared to the tree, the mind with sincere leal piety is the root, whereas the offshoots are the leaves and branches. There must rst be roots before there can be leaves and branches. Chen, 1963a, 667-668. Some interesting points relevant to our discussion can be taken from this paragraph. 1. Moral virtues in the practices of leal piety include caring for the provision of warmth for parents in the winter and caring for the provision of coolness for parents in the summer. They are dispositions whose exercises manifest the actions of leal piety. We cannot say anyone who is not capable of exercising these sorts of virtues knows leal piety. 2. When sh desires creep in, we need to investigate these virtues and keep the innate knowledge of the good that underlies leal piety. It means that these virtues often need reactive cultivation. 3. The innate knowledge of the good that underlies leal piety is like the root from which these virtues grow like branches and leaves. From this root, different sorts of branches and leaves grow up in different domains of moral practices. The innate knowledge of the good that underlies brotherly respect grows virtues in respect to 100. The practices of brotherly relations. In Wang's philosophy, the relationship between the root, the innate knowledge of the good, and the branches/leaves is the relationship between his meta-ethics articulated by the four-sentence teaching, hence by the AAA structure, on the one hand, and the concrete moral practices on the other. What interests us the most is this relationship between the root and the branches/leaves. It gives us a new model to understand both the relationship between Sosa's virtue epistemology and different sorts of intellectual virtues, and the relationship between virtue reliabilism and virtue responsibilism. From the point of view of this model, the root is the virtue epistemology based on the AAA structure, and the branches and leaves are different sorts of intellectual virtues functioning as norms that guide concrete epistemic practices. Now, questions with regard to the nature of these intellectual virtues can be asked. Are they faculty-based or character-based virtues, or both? If both, what is the relationship between them? More specifically, are faculty-based virtues necessarily knowledge-constitutive and character-based virtues necessarily knowledge-auxiliary, as Sosa claims and Baer denies? In order to answer these questions, we need to realize the importance of the contextualist character of the root and branches/leaves model. According to this character, in different domains of epistemic practices, from the same meta-epistemological root based on the AAA structure, different sorts of intellectual virtues as branches and leaves can be developed. Let's look at the example given by Sosa. Suppose a mysterious closed box lies before us, and we wonder what it contains. One direct way to unravel the mystery is to open the lid. In this case, faculty-based virtues like perception certainly play a constitutive role for having apt belief, as Sosa correctly points out, Sosa and Baer 2015, 68. However, in a slightly different practice, the situation can change. During security inspections at airports or train stations, the workers need to check passengers' luggage. Suitcases and bags are sent to the X-ray detection equipment, and the workers check their contents without opening them but through seeing the detector's screen, trying to ND out from different item images shown on the screen the illicit items such as knives, weapons, lighters, etc. In the checking process, the workers need to pay attention constantly to the images of moving items appearing on the screen, trying to distinguish among them the illicit items. In this case, both the faculty virtues like visual perception and the character virtues like attentiveness of the workers play the constitutive role for having apt beliefs. Also, the machine's capacity and its reliability also contribute to having apt beliefs. Now, let's continue to suppose that some X-ray security inspection machines have installed an artificial intelligent program that can automatically identify the images of illicit items. Once an illicit item is identified, its location is marked with a colored arrow on the screen, and the alarm bell buzzes. What the workers need to do is, on hearing the alarm, go to pick out the luggage already marked by the colored arrow and turn on the alarm. In this case, the machine's capacity becomes more prominently constitutive for having the apt belief of the luggage's content. TH's example shows that die-errant epistemic practices may require die-errant sorts of intellectual virtues and die-errant combinations of these virtues. In a determinate 101 epistemic practice, we can identify which intellectual virtues are constitutive for having apt beliefs and which play only an auxiliary role. But when the context has been modi-ed, some sorts of intellectual virtues that are auxiliary in one practice can be constitutive in other practices. In this sense, the root and the branches/leaves model supports Baer's claim that some character virtues can constitute knowledge in certain epistemic contexts. Besides, character virtues such as attentiveness, open-mindedness, inquisitiveness, etc. need not play a normative role in all epistemic practices. As Sosa shows, someone's obsessive pursuit of truth, at the cost of malnourishment and depression, should not be considered as epistemic competence on many occasions. Terms such as attentiveness, inquisitiveness etc. refer to die-errant cognitive statuses. In some epistemic practices these statuses are cognitive excellences, while in other practices they can be irrelevant, and in some extreme situations they can even be intellectual vices. The contextualist character of the root and the branches/leaves model suggests a way alternative to that of Sosa and of Baer, if not totally incompatible with them, to understand the nature of intellectual virtues. It is the concrete epistemic practice that determines which sort of virtues constitute knowledge, just as the concrete moral practice of caring for parents determines the virtues of filial piety. Corresponding to a particular epistemic practice, some cognitive systems of excellent dispositions or competences can be identified as intellectual virtues. THSA intellectual virtues are of die-errant sorts. THEY can be faculty-based or character-based virtues. Some of them can be reliabilist prosthetic instruments like telescopes, eyeglasses, X-ray security inspection equipment, electron-positron colliders, etc. Some of them can be reliabilist social resources such as collaborative deliberation, information sharing, etc. In a determinate epistemic practice, some of these intellectual virtues and their combinations can be constitutive, but in other epistemic practices, they need not be. It is, no intellectual virtue can always be knowledge constitutive in all epistemic practices, even though in a determinate epistemic practice we can always determine some virtues are constitutive and some are auxiliary. What all epistemic practices share is the AAA structure, the root that can explain die-errant sorts of intellectual virtues as the branches and leaves in die-errant practices. The root and the branches/leaves model has at least two methodological advantages worth mentioning here. First, without losing the basic insight of the AAA structure, it opens up the possibility of including a broader range of recent developments of die-errant versions of virtue epistemology. Taking cognitive systems composed by die-errant sorts of intellectual virtues and their die-errant combinations as the branches and leaves growing up in die-errant epistemic practices allows the approaches that emphasize not only the individual, but also the material and social resources, and hence the so-called epistemic situationism can be related to Sosa's performance epistemology through the root and branches/leaves model, Turi 2017, Section 9. In this sense, Jonathan Kvanvig's classic study on how intellectual virtues develop in social contexts can also be considered as a way to investigate how some branches and leaves grow up, Kvanvig 1992. Incorporating the material and social components into this broader sense of intellectual virtues will give Sosa's performance epistemology more resources to deal with the cases in which knowledge credits go beyond the individual. 102. Agential virtues, such as testimonial knowledge, knowledge obtained from reliable equipment, etc. Second, the root and the branches/leaves model can provide a way to connect epistemology and the philosophy of science. In the RST half of the 20th century, philosophers of science such as Carnap, Popper, Sellers, Lakatos, etc. considered their own studies also to be epistemological studies. But after knowledge being understood as justy ed true belief, epistemology and the philosophy of science began to talk about different issues. Whereas epistemology focuses largely on the epistemic condition under which a piece of true belief converts into knowledge, philosophy of science investigates epistemological, methodological, and ontological questions of science. Now, the root and the branches/leaves relation can be used to relate virtue epistemology based on the AAA structure as the root on the one hand and the epistemology of science as branches and leaves on the other. One possible objection to our way to understand the nature of intellectual virtues is the following. One reason why the faculty-based virtues are considered as knowledge constitutive and the character-based virtues as knowledge auxiliary is that the former are in the charmed inner circle of traditional epistemology and the latter are not. Sosa and Baer 2015, 69. To this objection I have two observations. First, it is a fact that the faculty virtues like perception, memory, reason, etc. have been discussed frequently in traditional epistemology as basic sources of knowledge, and the character virtues have been comparatively less discussed. However, this fact does not lead to the conclusion that the character virtues cannot be knowledge constitutive, if we define knowledge constitutive as dispositions manifest in the correctness of beliefs. As we have seen, non-faculty virtues can manifest and explain saliently the correctness of beliefs. Second, taking Sosa's virtue epistemology as a meta-theory of knowledge committed to the UCA allows us to reconsider its relationship with traditional epistemology. It is true that when Sosa introduced the notion of intellectual virtue into analytic epistemology, he tried to use it to resolve many classic problems, including the Justy-Cation conditions, the Gettier problem, the skeptic problems, etc. It is an approach that already diverges from previous approaches that are belief-based. As Heather Bodley characterizes, in belief-based epistemology, beliefs are the primary objects of epistemic evaluation, and knowledge and Justy-Cation, which are evaluation of beliefs, are the fundamental concepts and properties in epistemology. Bodley 2008-2012, 4. In contrast, in virtue epistemology, agents' competences and volitional epistemic characters rather than beliefs become the primary objects of epistemic evaluation. When the AAA structure is put forward, it becomes clearer that appropriate actions and their telic aspects should be taken as the primary object of epistemic evaluation. The methodological modification in the meta-level of epistemic practices may suggest new epistemological problems different from those of the traditional epistemology. That is why some virtue epistemologists claim that directions and inquiries of virtue epistemology should be largely independent of traditional concerns about the nature, limits, and source of knowledge. Baer, 2008-2012, 36. I do not think that the problems of traditional epistemology are not worth investigating. It is important to diagnose why traditional epistemology produces the problems and why it lacks resources to solve them. However, it is also important to see that when the AAA structure takes appropriate actions as the primary object of epistemic evaluation, it 103 already suggests a new, if not totally different, direction of inquiry. In consequence, the inner circle of traditional epistemology need not be considered an important constraint on settling the inner circle of virtue epistemology. 5 Closing remarks. Rough this comparative study, I have drawn two conclusions. First, the AAA structure is a power telic theory that articulates the normative structures of both epistemic and moral practices. Understanding of this telic normativity helps us to see more clearly the ontological congruation of Huang's metaethics. Second, taking telic notions, such as competence, aptness, etc., as theoretical variables, Sosa's virtue epistemology is unconventional and revolutionary in comparison with many traditional epistemological approaches, and Huang's notion of the UCA can help us see this more clearly. His second conclusion is more controversial. Sosa will not deny that his virtue epistemology is unconventional, as it does develops an approach alternative to other ones such as indirect realism, the knowledge RST approach, contextualism, etc. However, he does not think it is as revolutionary as I think. He insists that his virtue epistemology still keeps the gnosiological conscientiousness that aims to advance a satisfactory theory of knowledge, capable of not only explaining the nature and the scope of knowledge but also responding to the skeptical challenges. It is according to this conscientiousness that the charmed inner circle for traditional epistemology is formed. I agree that this gnosiological conscientiousness has been the basic driving force for the development of both epistemology and philosophy in general in the West, and that Sosa's virtue epistemology represents a solid achievement of it. It is certainly legitimate to keep on holding this conscientiousness for future investigations. However, I still have two observations about this point. First, the gnosiological conscientiousness does not give a free ride to the telic virtue epistemology. Many epistemological approaches such as foundationalism, coherentism, innitism, knowledge analysis theories based on a sensitivity condition or on a safety condition, the knowledge RST approach, contextualism, etc., do not take competence, aptness, and other telic resources as the theoretical variables, though they seriously take for granted this conscientiousness. Recently, Sosa pointed out that Descartes can be interpreted as a virtue reliabilist, Sosa 2017, ch. 1. There is no doubt that this interpretation helps to prompt a renewed push on telic understanding of the normativity of epistemology. However, it is still an interesting question why, in the history of the gnosiological development, the telic character of epistemic faculty in Descartes epistemology has not been well noticed, and what has been highlighted is the rationalist character of it as something contrasted with, or opposed to, or independent of, empiricist resources. Diarrhent forms of non-telic understandings of epistemological normativity have been quite common for the gnosiological conscientiousness. The existence of so many belief-based and non-telic epistemological approaches is one of the reasons for thinking that Sosa's telic virtue epistemology can be considered as unconventional and even revolutionary. 104. Second, even though it is a historical fact that epistemological approaches based on the gnosiological conscientiousness have achieved quite profound and systematic understandings about the nature of knowledge and about the strategies to respond to the skepticism, this does not mean that the inner circle of traditional epistemology cannot be modified, as the scope and the focus of the gnosiological conscientiousness are historically formed. New conceptual resources introduced in diarrhent historical moments, such as rationalism versus empiricism, foundationalism versus coherentism, internalism versus externalism, contextualism, sensitivity or safety condition, knowledge RST, etc., have expanded the scope and even changed the focus of the gnosiological conscientiousness in diarrhent ways. The shift from the non-telic understanding of epistemological normativity to the telic one through Sosa's virtue epistemology is one important eort of this kind of expansion. In last the two sections I have intended to explore some consequences of this eort with Huang's notion of the uka, and that this eort can be quite revolutionary. 7. Heroes conditions for accepting testimony. Winnie Sung. 1. Sosa's account of testimony. In Knowledge, Instrumental and Testimonial, Sosa, 2010, argues that the kind of knowledge one gains from testimony is the same kind of knowledge that one gains from relying on instruments such as GPS devices and cellular phones. Both instruments and testimony are sources that reliably deliver a true proposition. As Sosa explains, a deliverance of a proposition by an instrument is epistemically reliable only if that proposition belongs to a eld, and that instrument is so constituted and situated, that not easily would it then deliver any falsehood in that eld. Sosa 2010, 219. Instruments are constituted and situated in such a way that they would not easily deliver false propositions. Hence, one who consults instruments can gain knowledge by believing the outputs the instruments yield. Similarly, people who provide testimony would not easily deliver false propositions. A hearer can gain knowledge by believing what the speaker says. In Sosa's words, interpretive knowledge of what a speaker thinks, says, is thus instrumental knowledge that uses the instrument of language. Language is a double-sided instrument serving both speaker and audience. Hearers rely on the systematic safety of the relevant deliverances. Not easily would the speaker's utterance deliver that the speaker thinks, says, that such and such without the speaker's indeed thinking, saying, that such and such. Sosa 2010, 135. Sosa also maintains that instrumental knowledge cannot be reduced to testimonial knowledge. Instead, human testimony stands with the senses in providing default rational justification, Sosa 2010, 139. What is interesting about Sosa's proposal is that, on one hand, he compares testimonial knowledge to instrumental knowledge. Seems to suggest that Sosa is on the side of the reductivists, who maintain that testimonial justification is reducible to the reliability of deliverances from instruments. And yet, on the other hand, insofar as Sosa also maintains that testimony is like perception in providing default traditional justification, it seems that he is on the side of the non-reductivists, who maintain that testimonial justification is unique. Faulkner. 107. 108. 2007. Hence, on the standard reductionist versus non-reductionist way of carving up the debate, Sosa's account of testimony falls in the middle. In this chapter, I will draw on insights from Sun's thought and suggest a way of understanding testimony that leaves open the possibility that the claim that testimony and perception provide default justification and the claim that testimonial knowledge is a kind of instrumental knowledge are compatible. 2. Sun's remarks on testimony. Confucians have not explicitly discussed questions concerning the epistemology of testimony. However, Sun Tzu, an early Confucian thinker, makes a remark that hearing something is not as good as seeing something, not having heard something is not as good as having heard it is not as good as having seen it is not as good as knowing it is not as good as putting it into practice. Sun Tzu 8, Na Block Trans 8.11. Sun Tzu seems to be expressing here the worry that hearing something is not as good as seeing something, suggesting that there is something less, perhaps less direct, about hearing that P than seeing that P. A clue to why Sun Tzu might think that comes from his discussion of the role of the heart/mind, xin. It is said that heart/mind is ruler of the body and the master of the spiritual intelligence. It issues orders but does not receive orders. On its own it prohibits or causes, renounces or selects, acts or stops. Heart/mind cannot be forced to change its thoughts. If the heart/mind thinks something right, it will accept it, but if it thinks something wrong, then it will reject it. Sun Tzu 21/44, 45, Na Block Trans. 21.6 Amodi ed. Point of this passage, I take it, is that if the heart/mind registers that a piece of information might change one's view, regardless of the reliability of the source or content, necessarily, the heart/mind goes through the steps of rejecting or accepting it. Applying this to the case of testimony, Sun Tzu probably has in mind that the heart/mind will always make a decision whether it accepts or rejects a piece of testimony. To do that, the heart/mind has to register that some thoughts are being presented to it for acceptance or rejection. Suggests that it is possible that a hearer's heart/mind does not register a piece of information as being presented as testimony that is up for acceptance. Since her heart/mind does not register that something is presented to it for acceptance, her heart/mind will not initiate the state that considers whether the piece of testimony should be accepted or rejected. 3. Accepting testimony. In the following, I attempt to develop Sun Tzu's idea that the heart/mind has to accept or reject any idea that is presented to it. Questions I raise might not be the questions that Sun Tzu himself was interested in. My aim is not to do Sun Tzu exegesis but to develop. 109. Sunza's remarks and speculate on what Sunza might have had to say about testimony. To understand Sunza's thoughts that the heart/mind has to accept or reject any thought that is presented to it, I will suggest a distinction between a hearer's forming a belief on the basis of an utterance, which is in fact a piece of testimony, and a hearer's forming a belief on the basis of what she takes to be a piece of testimony. If a hearer does not register that something is being presented as a piece of testimony, she might hear an utterance and believe it without accepting it as testimony. I will argue that the acceptance of testimony necessarily occurs at a reactive level where the hearer concludes that it is the case that P.Th. leaves open the possibility that one's conclusion is made just on the basis that it is a piece of testimony. My focus is different from the kind of questions that divide the reductivist and non-reductivist theories of testimony. Traditionally, non-reductivists argue that testimony is a distinctive kind of knowledge. When one knows that P from testimony, one acquires testimonial knowledge of P because testimony to P itself provides warrant for the belief that P. We cannot further reduce the reason for believing testimony to P other than it is a piece of testimony. For this reason, testimony is like perception in being its unique source of warrant. Reductivists agree that we can gain knowledge from accepting testimony, but deny that we gain a distinctive kind of knowledge. We can reduce our reason for believing testimony to P to other reasons, such as that testimony is normally reliable. The focus of the debates in testimony thus tends to be on the justification question, namely, whether testimony is itself a source of justification or warrant. The focus of this chapter is not on how testimony justifies the beliefs a hearer acquires from it, or on whether testimony transmits knowledge, or on whether there is a distinctive kind of testimonial knowledge. The focus is on how a hearer acquires beliefs when she accepts a piece of testimony. Sorting out this question will also have a bearing on the way we understand knowledge gained from testimony. The kind of acceptance that is relevant here is the kind that potentially results in the hearers believing that P. We will exclude instances of accepting testimonies that only issue in a state of acceptance and make no difference to the hearer's belief about P1. In order to understand what it means to accept testimony, we need to understand what counts as testimony for the hearer. Note that I am not saying what in fact counts as a piece of testimony. I am only thinking of what counts as testimony for the hearer who accepts it as testimony. For one to accept something, one has to recognize that something is being heard. One cannot accept a proposal if one is never heard a proposal. One cannot accept a job if one is never heard a job. Similarly, for a hearer to accept a piece of testimony, she has to at least think that she is being heard a piece of testimony. In other words, the hearer has to register that a speech act providing testimony has occurred before she can be in the state of accepting testimony. I suggest the following principle for a hearer's registering a speech act as a piece of testimony. I shall specify these three necessary conditions in turn. 1. H must register that an utterance is made. An utterance is a series of actions, which can be verbal or nonverbal, by means of which G means something. Grice 1957. THs can accommodate a wide range of circumstances in which H accepts testimony, such as from drawings and gestures. For example, I ask my colleague if she has a pen during a meeting and she shakes her head. I take my colleague to be hearing me testimony that she does not have a pen. The utterance does not have to be directed at H or anyone in particular, Sosa 1991. H can count what she overhears from a lecture as testimony or what she read from a private diary as testimony. 2. H believes that G means by you that P. Grice draws a distinction between what an utterance means and what a speaker means by his utterance. For example, when a professor writes a reference letter and comments only on the student's English ability, what the professor means by the utterance is that the student is not good at philosophy. But in order for H to register an utterance as a piece of testimony to P to H, it is not necessary for G's utterance to mean P or for G to mean P by her utterance. What matters is that H takes the utterance to mean P. In order for H to register that she is given a piece of testimony to P, she has to take the utterance to mean P. When G utters "my brother is sitting on the fence," G does mean by her utterance that her brother has not made up his mind. H can register the utterance as a piece of testimony to G's brother has not made up his mind, instead of a testimony to G's brother is sitting on a railing. There are also cases where G by her utterance does not mean P, but H can still register that a piece of testimony to P is aired. For example, someone with red, green color blindness says, "It is a blue ball," and he means by his utterance that it is a blue ball. And suppose it is a blue ball. H knows that G sees purple hues as blue hues and mistakenly takes the utterance as a piece of testimony that there is a purple ball. In this case, the hearer thought that she was presented with the testimony that there is a purple ball when in fact she was given testimony that there is a blue ball. Nonetheless, this does not accept the fact that to H's mind, H is presented with testimony that there is a purple ball. By conditions 1 and 2 alone, H does not have to attribute a belief to the speaker. If I see someone putting on their jacket, I might believe that she is cold without believing that she believes that she is cold. 3 requires H to form a belief about G's belief. For H to register an utterance as a piece of testimony to P, H has to believe that G believes what she means by her utterance. H does not take utterances by which the speaker is not committed to a view about the world, such as raising a question, performing in theater, and relaying messages, as testimonies. 2 If I hear someone utter, "It is raining" in the context of a play, I will not take her to be airing a piece of testimony. Is does not mean that H has to believe that G is presenting P as true. H does not have to take G to be airing evidence for P to count the utterance as testimony to P for H, Graham 1997, 27. G herself might not be aware that she is presenting something to be the case to an audience. For example, when N writes in her private diary that she had a fever on January 1, 1945, she is not presenting it as true to anyone. Still, a reader can take this diary entry as providing testimony that N had a fever on January 1, 1945. Note that 3 does not require H to believe that G believes that P. It only requires G to believe what her utterance means. Imagine case A. There are contact lenses fitted in G such that he sees red hues as green and green hues as red. There is a red ball. H knows that there are lenses fitted in G and that G does not know that there are lenses fitted. G tells H that there is a green ball. H registers G's utterance as testimony that there is a red ball. H takes G to mean by his utterance that there is a green ball. H herself takes the utterance to mean that there is a red ball. 3 is satisfied because H believes that G believes what he means by his utterance, namely, there is a green ball. Hence, for H to register that testimony to P is presented, H does not have to believe that G believes that P. H only needs to believe that G believes what he means by the utterance. Whether G in fact believes what he means by his utterance does not make a difference to whether H registers an utterance as a piece of testimony. Suppose, in case B, neither G nor H knows that there are lenses fitted in G. G lies and tells H that there is a red ball when in fact G sees a green ball. H still registers G's utterance as testimony that there is a red ball. In everyday life, there are many cases where one accepts what one takes to be testimony which then turns out not to be false. 3 Is does not accept the point that, to H's mind, she is taking G to be providing testimony to P even though G himself does not believe what he means by his utterance. It is a separate question whether H's belief is justified. Our focus here is on whether H takes an utterance as a piece of testimony. THSA are two different questions. Contrasted different case, C. H knows that there are lenses fitted in G and that G does not know that there are lenses fitted. H also knows that G lies to her. G tells H that there is a red ball. On the basis of G's utterance and her background knowledge, H believes that there is a red ball. 4. H's case does not count as accepting testimony even though G presents P as true and H ends up acquiring the true belief that P To H's mind, G never aired her testimony to P because G does not believe what he means by his utterance. By his utterance, G means that there is a red ball when in fact he believes that there is a green ball. Some might think that there are cases where, even though the speaker does not believe P, the hearer can acquire knowledge of P on the basis of testimony to P, Lackey 1999. But that is a different consideration, one about whether one can acquire knowledge of P on testimony in cases where the speaker does not believe that P. The point here is that, to the hearer's mind, if she does not believe that the speaker believes what she means by her utterance, the hearer would not have registered the utterance as a piece of testimony. If a student believes that her teacher does not believe evolutionary theory, then she will not take the teacher as giving testimony. Even if the student herself ends up believing evolutionary theory, to the hearer's mind, she has never accepted testimony from the teacher. Rather, she comes to believe evolutionary theory from 112. Making up her own mind. Is like how a student might come to believe a philosophical theory T from a professor's talk whose goal is to reject T. The professor's explanation of T is so clear that it helps the student to understand the theory. Student then makes up her own mind and believes that T. Even though the student hears about T from the professor's talk, she does not take what the professor says as testimony because she believes that the professor does not believe that T is true. My point here is different from the distinction, drawn by Fricker, between a first-level belief of the hearer and a second-level belief, Fricker 1987, 69. For Fricker, a first-level belief is the belief in the content of what is asserted. A second-level belief is the belief as to what speech act has been executed. The relevant second-level belief for testimony is the belief that the speaker has made an assertion. Our focus here is on the side of the hearer accepting testimony. What concerns us is whether the hearer believes that a piece of testimony is provided. Hence, in addition to the hearer's believing that an assertion has been made, she also has to attribute the relevant belief to the speaker. If the hearer does not attribute the relevant belief to the speaker, then even if the speaker is in fact providing testimony, the hearer will not register the speaker's utterance as a speech act of providing testimony and hence will not initiate the state of acceptance. Since accepting testimony requires a hearer to attribute the relevant belief to the speaker, if a hearer fails to meet the above three conditions, then even if the speaker is in fact providing testimony to P, the hearer will not register the speaker's utterance as a speech act of providing testimony and hence will not consider whether she should accept testimony to P. Among the three conditions, 3 is probably the more demanding. It requires more than just the hearer monitoring the speaker's trustworthiness. Elizabeth Fricker, for example, thinks that ordinary hearers typically monitor for signs of untrustworthiness at a non-conscious level, Fricker 1994, 150. Even if this is right, such subpersonal monitoring of untrustworthiness is not enough for the hearer to satisfy. 3. Monitoring untrustworthiness at a subpersonal level does not require the hearer to form a belief about the speaker's belief. It only requires the hearer to monitor for some telltale signs of untrustworthiness. Such monitoring may occur at a subpersonal level. When I see someone pressing her fingers to her lips when she tells me that P, I might detect a sign of dishonesty. But my detecting the sign of dishonesty does not always turn into consciously believing that the speaker believes that not P5. It is possible that, despite the hearer's monitoring of trustworthiness at the subpersonal level, she still fails to form the corresponding belief about the speaker's belief. Once a hearer registers that she is being aired testimony to P, she will have to decide whether to change her mind. Accepting testimony is an activity. The hearer has to draw a conclusion about P on the basis of the testimony presented. The activity of accepting testimony terminates when the hearer has concluded that P is the case. Does not mean that the hearer has to provide reasons to justify for the truth of P6. It depends on how we in an account of the testimonial justification we adopt. If we subscribe to a theory which says that testimony provides irreducible warrant, then on that picture, as soon as a hearer registers that a piece of testimony is aired, she will take the piece of testimony to be decisive evidence for P. The reason for her acceptance is as simple as because she said so or because I trust her. The mind will not have to engage in further reasoning about what to make of the piece of testimony. As soon as she registers that it is a piece of testimony, she concludes that it is the case that P. If we subscribe to a theory which says that acquiring beliefs from testimony is normally reliable, then we may think that, once a hearer registers that testimony is provided, she will then deliberate about whether this particular piece of testimony is to be accepted. Regardless of whether testimony is an irreducible warrant or is normally reliable or something else, on the proposed account the hearer still has to infer that it is the case that P because she is at a level on which she has to decide whether she should change her mind. Th's process is analogous to how an OCHAL has to sign a document to make it effective. She might sign all the documents simply because they are certain kinds of documents, or she might sign only those that meet certain standards. The structure of the process is one to which she must put her signature in order to conclude the process. Similarly, a hearer has to conclude it is the case that P to conclude the process of accepting testimony. There might be a worry that this account sounds overly intellectual. Intuitively, hearers do not normally take a lot of effort to accept testimonies, such as how to get to the train station or whether the tickets are sold out. Two responses may be made. One response is that the phenomenological character of meeting the conditions for accepting testimony does not have to be one that is noticeably slower and more effortful. From the hearer's perspective, it does not make much of a phenomenological difference to attribute a belief to someone who says, I just finished teaching my class, or to someone who says, the economy is now in recession. One might not have the same level of readiness to accept these two, but in both cases the hearer can process two utterances as testimonies in a way that is not significantly phenomenologically different for her. The second response is this. I agree that, in many everyday exchanges, we often readily believe what we are told under normal circumstances without thinking too much about whether the speaker believes what she told us. My explanation for this phenomenon is that hearers need not construe the utterance as a speech act of providing testimony. Perhaps, more often than not, hearers do not construe what they hear as pieces of testimonies. Imagine that N has never been to Singapore and she watches a LM set in Singapore. THELM begins with many skyline shots. When watching the LM, N acquires many beliefs about Singapore. In one scene, two characters are depicted as talking about visiting an island near Singapore called Bintan. When watching the scene, N forms the belief there is an island near Singapore called Bintan. In another scene, the same two characters are depicted as talking about visiting another island near Singapore called Huang. When watching this scene, N also forms the belief there is an island near Singapore called Huang. It turns out that the part about Bintan Island is true, but the part about Huang Island is fictional. But this does not accept the point that, in both cases, N can come to believe that P after hearing that P without accepting what she heard as testimony to P. It does not matter why N believes that. 114. P here. Perhaps the vividness of depiction somehow has led N to think that P is the case. Even though N knows that the LM is fictional and that the actors are not providing testimonies about Singapore, she still forms the belief that there is an island near Singapore called Bintan. Her belief results from what she heard, not from her mind accepting what she heard as testimony. The above example shows that it is possible for a hearer's mind to move from hearing that P to believing that P without accepting testimony to P. For an average epistemic responsible agent, chances are that she will at some point believe what she heard without accepting what she heard as testimony. This could happen when she watches LMS, reads SHN, hears a commercial on the radio, or glances at the headlines of gossip magazines. She might later re-ECT on her beliefs and correct them, but that is a separate issue. Similarly, the way a hearer's mind moves when she hears something from what we standardly take to be sources of testimonies could be the same as the way her mind moves when she watches a LM. She believes what she heard without accepting what she heard as testimony. THs could happen when she watches documentaries, reads nonfiction, hears news on the radio, or glances at the titles of peer-reviewed science articles. Suppose Anne reads in a history textbook that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819. Her mind moves in the same way as her mind moves when she watches the LM about Singapore. She comes to believe that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819 just as she comes to believe that there is an island called Bintan near Singapore from watching the LM. Just because the history textbook is a source of testimony, it does not mean that Anne has accepted what she reads as testimony. So even if she ends up believing that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819 through what she reads, she never processed what she read as testimony. Contrast this with another reader, Ben. When he reads Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819 in the same history textbook, he takes the history textbook as a source of testimony and believes that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819. In Ben's case, his belief that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819 results from his accepting testimony that Ra-es landed in Singapore in 1819. Even though both Anne and Ben come to believe the same thing from reading the same sentence from the same book, their minds move differently. Anne's mind moves from hearing to believing P without accepting testimony to P, whereas Ben moves directly from hearing to accepting testimony to P. It is another question whether for both Anne and Ben their beliefs that P are formed on the basis of testimony to P. We should not confuse the question about the nature of testimony with the question about whether a hearer accepts what she heard as testimony. If we focus on how a hearer accepts testimony, we do not have to assume that just because a hearer acquires the belief that P through what is in fact a piece of testimony the hearer must have accepted the testimony. On my account, in many of the mundane cases where the hearers do not seem to process testimony in an overly intellectualized manner, the hearers simply form beliefs through what they heard without taking what they heard as testimony. Suppose I am on the plane and my fellow traveler tells me that she lives in London. I come to believe that she is from London. It is possible that my processing of her utterance and her trustworthiness all happened at a subpersonal level. I think she is trustworthy. I understand what she is saying. And I come to believe what she said. But I am not monitoring what she believes and have not attributed a belief to her. In this case, even though I come to believe what she said, I have not accepted what she said as testimony. It is not that I do not accept the testimony, it is just that it has not occurred to me that her speech act is one of testifying. THs is unlike in a job interview situation where I am the interviewer. In such a situation, I am poised to consciously monitor her beliefs and take what she said as testimonies. Hence, I form beliefs about what the interviewee told me from what I take to be testimonies from her. 5. Senses of uptake. When Fricker talks about how one may gain knowledge from testimony, she writes, when two individuals S and H are masters of a common language, the following can happen: a belief of S gives rise to an utterance by him, which utterance produces in his audience H a belief with the same content, and all this happens in such a way that, if S's belief is knowledge, then we may allow that title to H's belief too. Fricker 1987, 57. I agree with Fricker that this is how a speaker may pass a belief to a hearer. The speaker believes her belief that P to the hearer. The hearer upon hearing the utterance comes to believe that P. But this is only a broad description. Is like saying how a postal worker can pass a parcel and the parcel ends up in my house. Is a broad description of what happened. We can further describe more precisely the way in which the parcel ends up in my house. Is can happen when the postal worker just slips the parcel through the mail slot on the door. This can also happen when I accept the parcel and put it in my house. A hearer who successfully registers an assertion at the subpersonal might not register the assertion as a piece of testimony. Is analogous to saying how one might acquire a parcel without ever accepting the parcel. It is only when a hearer registers an assertion as a piece of testimony that she is in a position to accept the testimony. Is analogous to saying it is only when she registers that it is a parcel for her that she will then go through the step of accepting the parcel. In summary, the transmission of belief from a speaker to a hearer may happen in at least two different ways. A. Hearing P rightward arrow believing that P. B. Hearing P rightward arrow accepting testimony to P rightward arrow believing that P. Rightward arrow here indicates a sequence. If I am right about the distinction between A and B, then we may talk about uptake of testimony in two different senses. By uptake, I mean one's believing that P as a result of hearing that P. We may refer to A as the broad sense of uptake and B as the narrow sense of uptake. On both A and B, a hearer's mind is changed by a speaker's utterance. THERD-WORLDISM is that on A, one's mind is 116. Changed without the hearer accepting the speaker's utterance as testimony. On B, one's mind is changed as a result of the hearer accepting the speaker's utterance as testimony. An account of how we gain knowledge from testimony must explain both A and B. At this point, we may leave open the question whether a hearer can gain knowledge from A. Minimally, a belief formed in the sense of B, accepting testimony counts as testimonial knowledge. I will call it testimonial knowledge from acceptance. In the above, I developed Sun's remarks on testimony and suggested that there is a distinction between testimonial uptake that results from accepting testimony to P and testimonial uptake that results from hearing what is in fact a piece of testimony that P without the hearer registering it as testimony that P. Testimonial knowledge from acceptance requires the hearer to register that the conditions for testimony are met and accept the piece of testimony. On such an understanding of testimonial knowledge from acceptance, it is possible to make both the claims that testimony provides just a cation-like perception and that testimonial knowledge is a kind of instrumental knowledge as Sosa has suggested. Non-reductivists maintain that testimony is a source of warrant-like perception. John McDowell and Elizabeth Fricker, for example, maintain that hearers' discernment of speakers' utterances is an instance of perception, McDowell 1981. Fricker summarizes McDowell's two claims as follows. THERST claim is about the phenomenology of language use. A hearer competent in the language used by speaker will hear an utterance as the speech acted is, will experience it as such. In the case of testimony, the hearer experiences utterances as assertions. Second claim is about epistemology. Experiencing an utterance as the speech acted is provides a basis for knowledge in much the same way that our experiences as of the instantiations of less special states of airs provide perceptual knowledge of them. Fricker 1987, 70. Proposed account is not acted by the RST claim. Let us grant that a hearer perceives a speaker's utterance as assertions. In order for a hearer to discern an utterance as one that is providing testimony, it is not enough for a hearer to register that an assertion is made or to form a belief about the speaker's trustworthiness. Hearer has to experience the speech act as one of giving testimony. Taking an utterance as a piece of testimony is more than taking an utterance as an assertion. Hearer has also to believe that the speaker believes that P. With regard to the epistemological claim, my account does not allow the stronger epistemological claim that testimony provides a basis for knowledge in much the same way as perception. Unlike perception, accepting testimony requires the hearer to reason her way from because she said P to P is the case. Said, the proposed account can allow for a weaker claim that says something like testimony provides a basis for knowledge in a way similar to perception in that something being a piece of testimony itself is a reason for acceptance. Hence, my account leaves room for the claim that testimony is analogous to perception in being a source of warrant. 117. Proposed account is similar to a reductivist account to the extent that it holds that the belief that a hearer acquires from accepting testimony to P is inferential. Hearer has to come to the conclusion that P on the basis of testimony presented. In this respect, the way a hearer's mind moves when she accepts testimony is the same as the way her mind moves when she accepts deliverances from instruments. Both testimonies and deliverances from instructions serve as evidence for a hearer. Even if the evidence is of a kind that by itself serves as decisive evidence, the hearer's mind still has to treat it as evidence and draw a conclusion on the basis of the evidence. In this regard, accepting testimony that P is substantively different from perceiving that P. Even if testimony provides default justification, the hearer's mind still has to move from hearing that P via accepting testimony to P to believing that P. It is perhaps due to this mediated route that Sun Tzu thinks that learning from testimony that P is not as direct or good as learning from seeing that P. There are still many details that need to be led in, but I hope that I have borrowed Sun Tzu's insights and showed one way in which we can understand Sosa's view on testimony. The proposed account differs from mainstream accounts of testimony in that it focuses on the hearer's conditions in which she accepts testimony. His shift in focus helps us cut the nature of testimonial uptake at a different place from the traditional debates between the reductivists and the non-reductivists. Once we are not restricted by the traditional divide between reductivists and non-reductivists, the apparent tension in the thought that testimony is a kind of instrumental knowledge that provides default justification-like perception is also loosened. 8. Sosa's reactive knowledge and Sun Tzu's knowledge of the Dao. Liu K.C. Chung. 1. Sosa on animal and reactive knowledge. Ernest Sosa seems to have introduced the notion of intellectual virtue into philosophy in the following passage from his paper The Raft and the Pyramid, 1981. Here primary justification would apply to intellectual virtues, to stable dispositions for belief acquisition, through their greater contribution toward getting us to the truth. Secondary justification would then attach to particular beliefs in virtue of their source in intellectual virtues or other such justi-ed dispositions, Sosa 1980, 23. Here, Sosa already puts forward the view that there are two levels of justification. One is the exercise of intellectual virtues for the reliabilistic stabilization of dispositions for belief acquisition, and another a second justification attached to the beliefs acquired in virtue of their source in intellectual virtues. Seems to be the RST introduction of virtue epistemology, via his brand virtue perspectivism, into philosophy. Sosa relates intellectual virtues or, rather, his virtue epistemology with justification, as explained in his paper Knowledge and Intellectual Virtue, 1985. An intellectual virtue is a subject-grounded ability to tell truth from error infallibly or at least reliably in a correlated eld. To be epistemically justi-ed in believing is to believe out of intellectual virtue, Sosa 1985, 243. Clearly, Sosa is relating justifications with the reliability of intellectual virtues in such a way that an intellectual virtue, as a faculty of the relevant subject, is able to enhance the reliability of the belief acquisition process. The latter is actually determined by the reliability of the subject with the relevant intellectual virtue or faculty. It also seems that Sosa RST introduces the distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge into philosophy in the following. 2. One has animal knowledge about one's environment, one's past, and one's own experience if one's judgments and beliefs about these are direct responses to their impact, e.g., through perception or memory with little or no benti of reaction or understanding. One has reactive knowledge if one's judgment or belief manifests not only such direct response to the fact known but also understanding of its place in a wider whole. 119. 120. That includes one's belief and knowledge of it and how these come about, Sosa 1985, 241-242. Thus, Sosa, 1985, holds that mere animal knowledge is constituted by justi-ed true beliefs acquired by direct responses to impacts via perception or memory. It has no benti of reaction. On the other hand, reactive knowledge is animal knowledge with reactive understanding of the place and source of the relevant beliefs in the relevant environment. For Sosa, 1985, both animal knowledge and reactive knowledge involve justi-ed beliefs. The difference between them is that animal knowledge yielded by reaction to the relevant eld unaided by reaction on the one's belief and its object within one's wider view, Sosa 1985, 243, while reactive knowledge is aided by reaction. Sosa, 1985, also holds that reactive knowledge is better just-ed than, and thus better than, animal knowledge. Since a direct response supplemented by such understanding would in general have a better chance of being right, reactive knowledge is better just-ed than corresponding animal knowledge. A reason-endowed being automatically monitors his background information and his sensory input for contrary evidence and automatically opts for the most coherent hypothesis even when he responds most directly to sensory stimuli. Sosa 1985, 242. On the same page, Sosa 1985, 242, Sosa also discusses how the subject with the relevant intellectual virtue may be able to monitor any possible overriders. He therefore seems to think that reactive knowledge is reliably better than animal knowledge because of the following two reasons. 1.1. The reacting subject with the relevant intellectual virtue monitors contrary evidence or overriders, and this makes reactive knowledge reliably better than animal knowledge. 1.2. The reacting subject automatically opts for the most coherent hypotheses, and this fulfills a certain internal coherence requirement for knowledge and thus makes reactive knowledge reliably better than animal knowledge.